Anyone can use AI to build a website these days, but those sites often come out looking really generic with a sloppy code base that now you are on the hook to maintain. Now more than ever, you need to be making websites that look right at home in a professional portfolio. Today, I'm going to show you how to build something truly special, a luxury brand website that combines stunning visuals, smooth animations, and elegant interactions to create a premium user experience that stands out from the crowd. In this course, we're building Côte Royale, an elegant fragrance website that really looks and feels like it was built for a high-end brand. Take a look for yourself. As the page loads, we're immediately greeted by a suave entrance. The background image drifts in with a soft fade and subtly scales down, while the headline, Effortless Elegance, slides up from below. That's a technique you'll see everywhere, and you'll learn exactly how it's done. Scroll down and things get interactive. We reveal content based on scroll position. The text sharpens into focus as it hits the center, blurs as you scroll away. Headings light up letter by letter, backed by soft glows and a subtle texture. We'll be using GSAP scrolltrigger to make that magic happen. Then we hit the grid, a modern bento-style layout with a bold image, strong messaging, and a Shop Now CTA. It stylishly features our first cologne fragrance. From there, we enter the fragrance showcase with another stylish heading. Then we scroll to reveal Terra, Aqua, and Ignis, each with graphics to match their identity. The layout, images, and content are all powered by Prismic, so a content team can easily manage and customize them. Then we'll build a call to action section that invites users to take a short quiz to find their scent. We'll build out that interactive quiz in the next course. Finally, we drop into a full bleed luxury video component, exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from Gucci or Dior. The fragrance product pages are just as polished. Smooth transitions powered by the View Transitions API, a reflective bottle display, detailed product info, and a You May Also Like section to cross-sell other scents. All of this is built with a focus on performance and code quality. To get the most from this course, you should already have a good handle on HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. Now, the very last thing before we get started, go ahead to the YouTube description and you will see a link for the course resources. Click that and keep this page open for the entire course because there's a lot of stuff in here that we're going to need to grab. Right here, we kind of have a description. You'll have the YouTube video here once it is published. And we have our assets. Go ahead and download these right now. These are the images and other things that we're going to be using in the course. We also have our documentation. So any documentation that you might need, I've put it here. We have Tailwind, we have Prismic, we have Next.js. We have all of our content right here. Go ahead and open this up in a new tab. And this is our content that we're going to need to add to the different pages. So we have our homepage, we have our fragrance, our three fragrances, and that'll make our jobs a lot easier. So we don't have to, it's just all in one place for copying content. Fonts and icons, and so on. Good docs there. Components and files. These are just a few components that telling you to type this out would have been the meanest thing I could possibly do. So we are instead going to copy and paste this into our project when the time comes. It's also like iframe snippets. Like I'm not going to make you type this. You don't gain anything. You don't learn anything from typing that. So maybe learn how to type faster. I don't know. Troubleshooting. If you're getting an error and like we find an error after this course has gone live or after a few months, maybe some API has changed, we will put the solution here. So if you're having trouble, check here first. And if there's nothing here with your problem, go ahead and open something in the Prismic community forums and let us know, and we will help you out there. And then final code and live site will be put here, so you can go check out the GitHub and the live site. And you got some extras here. You got some credits and everything. So if you're wondering what font I use or the theme or whatever, go ahead, click there, and you have more YouTube courses. So let's get started. We can go to our documentation part. And we have the Prismic docs right here. So let's go ahead and open that up. And it brings us to the Use Next.js with Prismic. And we're going to be following the first couple steps of this. This is a really great guide. If you ever get lost, you want to do this on your own in some other time. You won't need to follow this right now because I'm going to be walking you through it. But this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to go ahead and create a Prismic repository from the Prismic dashboard, create a Prismic repository. We will have to either log in or sign up. So either way, you want to go ahead and do that. And once you're logged in, you'll see these 4 options. We're going to go ahead with Next.js right here. And we have 3 options there: minimal starter, a full website demo to pick apart and look at how it works, or connect our own web app. And the directions here say connect your own web app, and that's what we're going to be doing. So select that, and I'm going to name this Côte Royale course. You can name it Côte Royale, Steve, Dave, whatever your name is, or anything you want, right? Say Côte Royale. And if you want to do the fancy O, which I actually do, hold down the O key and then hit 3 if you're on a Mac. If you're on a PC, I don't know how to do it, but it's not that important. You can copy it from somewhere in here, I'm sure. But yeah, that's the Côte Royale thing. What made you make a repository today? You are following a tutorial to learn Prismic. So let's go ahead. We can get our free plan that comes with unlimited documents, 1 user profile, 2 locales, so like you can do English and Spanish, way more API calls than you're going to need, a ton of CDN usage. We get some support, and it is free. So this is more than we're ever going to need. And go ahead and create that repository. So it says, welcome to your page builder. Go ahead and close out the build your first page. It's a really helpful guide, but once again, I'm here for you. So welcome to your page builder. This is where you create and edit pages. Yes, so at Prismic.io is where we're going to be creating and editing our pages. But first, we're going to define the models for your pages with Slice Machine, which is the local development tool. I'll make this a little bigger for you. What's your main content language? Choose what you like. I'm going with English US. And now it says create a Next.js project. So we're going to go ahead and copy this, hit the little copy button, and I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm using a terminal called Warp. You can just use the built-in terminal with your operating system, or even the built-in terminal into VS Code, anything like that. I have a folder called repos. That's where I put all my repositories, and I'm just going to paste my code in here. It's going to create Côte Royale course. And it's going to ask me, would you like to use TypeScript? Actually, it'll ask you, do you want to install something? Hit Y for yes. And then it'll install something, and then it'll bring you to this. So I already have that installed. We're going to use TypeScript. We're going to use ESLint. We will use Tailwind CSS. Yes, we want it inside our source directory. Yes, we like to use app router. Yes, we want TurboPack. Yes, and no, we do not want to customize the import alias. It is good as it is. That's the only no we say. And then it's off to the races. This is just Next.js right now. We're not installing Prismic anything just yet. We're setting up a boilerplate regular Next.js app. And then we can go ahead and continue here because it's going to give us the code to move into that folder. So I'm going to copy that first line and go ahead, move in there. And now we can do npx. You could have copied them both. I just wanted to do it one at a time. So we're going to say, yes, we're going to install this. Should have been the same thing as what you just had. And we're installing Slice Machine init locally. And it is going to go ahead and, let's see, it detected our framework. It knows we're using Next.js. It began a core dependence installation, and we are logging into Prismic. Okay, so now press any key to open the browser to log in. I'm going to hit this key, and it says logged in. Great, let's check out our terminal, and there we go. It fetched all our stuff. Doing a lot of smart, sophisticated things. We do not want to run Slice Machine because we want to actually move into our directory and open our VS Code or whatever IDE you're using right now. So run Slice Machine, no. Instead, we're going to say code, period. And if you have that shortcut installed, it should open up your folder. Otherwise, just open up VS Code and open up your, go file, open folder, that sort of thing. But if you have that shortcut installed, it's really handy. So I'm inside my project here. Let's go ahead and continue following these directions. We'll hit continue, and it says run Slice Machine. So we have npm run Slice Machine. Let's first look at our package.json. I just hit Command and P and start typing pack and hit enter. That's a nice little shortcut to moving around your project. I'll be using that a lot. So once again, that's Command P, and you can just search for anything, git, ignore, right? But let's look at our scripts. We have a dev and we have a slice machine. We're going to run both of those in two different tabs inside of our terminal. So most terminals have a tab feature. It's either Control T or Command T, kind of like in Chrome. So in this one, I'm going to run npm run dev, and then I'm going to have a new tab. This will be npm run slice machine. And in Warp, you can actually name this. So I'll just name this Next.js, and I'll name this slice machine. Oh, Mashy. Slice matchy. There we go. So we have slice machine running at 99999 or 9999. Yep. And our Next.js app is running at 3000. So go ahead and command or control click on both of those, and we're going to open those up in different tabs. And this is good news. We have our project up and running. This is just boilerplate Next.js stuff. Great. It just means it's working. And this is localhost 9999, and this is slice machine up and running. This is the local development environment, or the local development tool that we're going to be using. Let's see what it says to do next. And it says push your models from slice machine. So basically it says, hey, chill here, or like I'm going to chill here for a bit while you go into slice machine and do your thing. And the way a slice machine works, or the way that Prismic works in general, is that there are really two main kinds of models. There are types, and within that there are page types and custom types. And then there are slices. And slices are page sections. So if we look at this website, we see that this right here is a very clear page section. This is like a logo grid, or some kind of logo thing. And you'd be able to move this up and down around your website, reuse this component, put it anywhere you want, and it really helps you to componentize your entire website and unlock your team. So where are we supposed to go? There we go. So in Prismic, we have really two main types of models. We first have types, our page and custom types. So we'll explain the nuance there. And then we have slices, and slices belong or like get added to usually page types. It can be added to custom types, but really slices belong to page types for the most part. So page types are models that your editors will use to create website pages in the page builder. So this is going to be your home page, your contact page, your blog posts, all these kinds of things that actually get like their own URL. That's a page type. Custom types we're going to create when you need like a settings page, a settings area to put like the name of the website or just general information or navigation, right? So things that don't end up having their own URL path is going to be a custom type typically. And then, like I said, slices are these sections of a website, and we are going to have a slice zone where these slices get output. But for now, let's go to page types. Let's create our first page, and we're going to choose a single type here. So you see we have reusable, which is like a product. So you can have 1,000 products, a whole bunch of different landing pages, a whole bunch of blog posts, but we actually want a single type. So this is just the home page. We're going to call it that exactly, home page, just like that. Go ahead and click create, and there we go. Page type saved successfully at, and look, it gives /custom types homepage index. Let's actually go to our code editor and see what they're talking about. Okay, custom types index. Boom. This is what Slice Machine is doing for us under the hood. It is creating these JSON files and making it so that we don't have to type this. I am over the moon not having to type this stuff. I don't like having to format my own JSON. Like this should be doing it for me, and it is. But with a page type, we get out of the box a nice little bit of SEO metadata, just some fields there that are handled for us, and then not much else. But we do get something kind of magical, like low-key magic, and that's this page snippet up here. I clicked it a little too fast. Up here, page snippet, and it says create your home page's page component. We're going to create a new route by creating app/page.tsx, but if it should be nested, you put it inside a folder and stuff like that. So we're going to just grab this code, and this code is like part of the magic of Slice Machine in that like we're not going to make you type this either. And so copy that, and we're going to head over to our source app and then page.tsx, and then right in here, go ahead, select all, delete, just get rid of it. Paste this in, or you could have just pasted it over top. whatever your flavor is. And then I'm going to save that. I'm going to go back. We have our create next app here. And if I reload this, I know I got a 404. So I haven't given this to the actual Prismic repository yet. And by that, I mean that this is still waiting on our models to get pushed. It's saying, hey, make your models locally here. And when you're ready, review those changes and push that model up to Prismic. Because right now this is all happening locally. It doesn't know about that JSON file. So head to review changes. We'll see one and we'll see a home page. Go ahead and push that. Success. Great. And now we're going to go over to here. And let's say I've pushed my models. It'll go, yep, you have. And we're going to create a new page. And we only have one option. That kind of makes sense. Click home page. And there's not a lot to do here. I'm going to type homepage up here. And I'm going to also say here for meta title, say CO. I'm going to hit 3. I'm just going to type Côte Royale for now. We'll come back in and do the metadata later. But I'm going to hit save. And then I will hit publish. And literally that's all we're doing for this page right now. But if we go over here and reload, I'm crossing my fingers that this should. Yep, it does. So I had to double reload. You have to do that every single time throughout this course because of the Next.js cache. On the first reload, it hits the cache. On the second one, it's like, okay, this person means business. Let's go check it out. And it goes and fetches new data. So we see Côte Royale at the top. We don't see anything here. And, you know, that's expected. That's exactly what I would expect. Let's take a look at what we actually pasted in here. So we have some imports up here, some typical Next.js stuff because we are generating metadata and we're pulling this off of the homepage. So we're fetching the homepage single type that we get. And we have a little thing that if it's not found, we're going to throw the 404. But then it's actually going to use the meta title that I filled out with Côte Royale and return it on this metadata object as the title. And then it has other things for the other fields that we haven't really touched yet. Then in the page, because that's just the metadata, for the page, look at how small our page is. This is the entire code for our page. Why? How? What? How can you build a full website with just this? That's because the slice zone really handles the magic. It's going to match the slices that it gets from Prismic. The Prismic's going to send back, hey, I have a hero with this data. And the slice zone is going to go, okay, I'll grab the local hero component and I'll pass it that data as props. And then that hero component will render out that content. So this is doing very little work. All the work's going to happen within each slice. But now you can see that like this is a very small and kind of simple file to reason around and to debug if need be. And we already have our page ready and waiting for our first slice. And create a slice that we shall. So let's go ahead and head over to our slice machine. And in page types homepage, we're going to say start from scratch. Now we have a new feature called generate from image, which you could go ahead and drop in the hero right here and see how it comes out. I would do that later just because with any kind of AI, you might get a different output than what I have. And we might get in trouble later if you are trying to debug and your thing is named something slightly different or just something's a little bit off because the AI tries to reverse engineer this, right? So it might call this body, it might call this paragraph, it might call this copy, it might, right? So like all these different variables that might come out of this. It might call this like button or link, etc. Background, picture, image, media, right? It's just gonna be easier if you follow me and we don't use the AI feature for this course, but I recommend checking it out when you're building your own sites. So we're gonna start from scratch and I'm going to just call this one hero, just like that. Hit create and it says no screenshot available, but we can go ahead, open this up and update screenshot. And like I said, we can use these slice snapshots. So if you don't know where I'm getting that, this is from the assets folder. So go ahead. If you didn't download that assets, where is it? Côte Royale. Yeah. If you didn't download the assets folder for the course assets, do that, unzip it, slice snapshots and grab your hero And we're going to drop that right on there. Cool. Now, when we push that up, everyone editing will see what this component looks like. So it's not just hero, it's very descriptive via the image. So this is where we add fields. So our slice has no fields yet, and a field is an input for content like text, images, links, and so on. So we got to add a field, or else it's not going to do us much good. So we're going to add a rich text field. This is text with formatting options like headings, bold, etc. Open it up and you'll see what I mean. You got all of our headings, you got bolds, you got italics, you got links, you got images, you can do anything. We're going to call this heading. And we actually don't want to do anything. We want to do one thing. So we're going to click the unselect all button. We're going to choose H1. We only want this to be an H1. We don't want the editor to have the choice to make this an H6 because that messes up all kinds of stuff, right? So uncheck allow multiple paragraphs because we know what we want this to be. And that, just in case you were wondering, is the effortless elegance part right there. So that's what that corresponds to. We then need to get that part and this part and the image in the background. So let's do that. We have our first field. Let's go ahead and add a second field. This is another rich text. And this we're going to, well, first we'll name it body. And then we're going to unselect all and say it can be paragraph and bold and italic. And yeah, we'll allow multiple paragraphs. That's not so bad there. And next, we want to add a field for a link. So that's going to be our button. We're going to call it button. And I know that buttons aren't usually links, but this one looks like a button. That's just the design. And so we are going to allow display text, as this allows us to just use one field and get both the URL of like where it's going and also the text for it all in one. And we could make this repeatable. I'm just going to leave it as a single item. And for the variants, we can turn that on because our project will have a button that has both primary and secondary. And you know what? Yeah, let's make it repeatable. Let's give our editors some options. So repeatable, variants, leave these as they are. Primary and secondary works great. Yours should look like mine. So go ahead and hit done. And we want one more thing, and that's just going to be an image. So add field, image, I want to say image. And there we go. So we've added that field. If we go to review changes, we see that we didn't just change the hero, but we also changed the home page. If we click into this, we'll see that, yeah, now in the slices, we have the hero listed there. And the reason we created this slice through the home page is because then it automatically gets added to the home page. But here's the thing, you can have a bunch of page types. You can have home pages and blog posts and, you get the point. But you don't want every single slice to be available on every single page type. So that allows you to limit certain slices to certain page types. And so that's why when you build a slice just by itself floating out here in space, it doesn't get automatically added to all of your page types. That could be a mess. But this one did because we built it through the home page. Go ahead and push that up. And our settings our changes have been pushed. And now if we head to our home page, we now see this add slice button here, and we'll go ahead and click that. And look, now our editors know exactly what they're adding to the page when they click that button. So let's go ahead and we should be able to use our content sheet here, and we'll see heading, body, button, image. So I'll copy effortless elegance, paste it in. That copy didn't work. Let's try that one more time. Do I need to select the text? Hopefully I'm the only one having this problem. Okay, so for some reason I can't Command C, Command V, but I can do right-click copy, right-click paste. So hopefully it's working for you, and it's just a weird thing for me. I have no idea why this would be the case. I've never had this problem before. Okay, so for our button, we want the display text of shop now. So I'm just going to type that. And then we're going to choose a link type. It's going to be a Prismic page, but right now we don't have anywhere to send you. So we're just going to say homepage, right? That doesn't really matter. I'm going to change it to a secondary, I believe. And we don't want to add another link. We'll just leave it, but we could add, multiple. That's why we made it repeatable. But no, I have to delete those. And then image. So go ahead and select image. And it's going to say, yeah, you got to give me something, buddy. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to head and open up our course assets and the Prismic files folder. That is the one that we want to grab everything. And I called it Prismic files because these files go to Prismic. So drop these 12-ish pictures here and let them upload. There we go. And we're going to see this Pexels Cotton Bro one. Go ahead and click that. And we don't, oh, there's another one selected for me too. I can tell because there's 1, 2 here. There we go. That was the default one that got picked. Yeah, so we just want this one, and we don't really need any alt text. We're gonna say in our code that it is, just decorative. So we can leave it like that and say add to page. And there we go. We can hit save, and we can go ahead and publish. Now, what do you think we're gonna see when we get back? It's not gonna be what you're thinking. All right, you're gonna be disappointed. Placeholder component for hero. All right, that's okay. That's what I was expecting at least. I know it might not be what you were expecting. So Slice Machine is pretty magical, but it didn't style our entire component just yet. We are working on that feature. It is not landed quite yet. So if we head into source, slices, hero, index TSX, or just in the hero folder, you can see what was created when we went through and added those fields. So first off, it grabbed our screenshot and it saved it there. It also generated a TSX file for us and it imported a few things. It typed it for us. So it's a functional component with hero props. And so it knows exactly what the hero component is expecting. It also created the model for us, just like it did for our page type, right? There's our body. It's a structured text type. It only takes these 3 things, and so on. But yeah, here in our React component, our React TypeScript component, we have a section and it says placeholder component for hero, slice variation. It's just default right now. And yeah, this is pretty cool. Trust me, it's a lot cooler than just a placeholder might seem. But it's about to get better. So I'm going to close my little sidebar there, and I'm going to slide this to the left. And then here, I'm going to move this over, and we are going to head to Slice Machine and open the slices and come into our hero. And you see, I'll actually make it a little bit smaller. You see this Code Snippets toggle? That is another way that we really save a lot of time trying to figure out, like, okay, what is our heading on? Is it slice.data.head? What is it again? Nope. We're not doing any of that. We're not console logging stuff to figure out where stuff is. We are copying and pasting. And then this time, copying and pasting works. We'll import that in a sec. Go ahead and import everything first. Copy and then paste. Make myself some space. Button, just gonna copy and paste that in. And then image, copy and paste that in. And now we can go through and I'm going to click on it, hit command period, and say add import from Prismic or add all missing imports. I'm going to do that one. And there we go. So we have a couple things from Prismic Next, a couple things from Prismic React, and we are looking good. So now we save that. Now our hero slice is outputting the heading, the body, the button, and the image. Let's see if it's doing that. And there it is. We have the heading, not looking very heading-y, but if we inspect, we will see that, yes, we're making our parents proud. Look at that. We have an H1, and then we have a paragraph. That's exactly what we want. Now, why is this so small? It's because we installed Tailwind in that introduction or when we got up and running. So Tailwind is all up in our CSS. If you go to globals.css, you'll see that we are importing Tailwind, and that is going to bring with it its defaults. And basically its defaults are just, hey, let's nuke everything. Let's wipe it out and make it so that everything has just really default styling. So we don't have to fight to override things. But yeah, so this is working well. We have our link and we have our image. It's all looking great. Now we just, I kind of lied. It's not looking great, right? HTML looking good. This ain't looking good. Let's work on it. Hey, Alex here real quick. If you are enjoying this video, please hit like and subscribe. It allows me to keep creating free, high-quality content like this for you. Give you a second to do it. Did you do it? Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Let's get back into the video. So we are about to dig in and start styling, but before that, head to our resources doc. And here in documentation, we have this Tailwind Prettier plugin. It's going to make your life a lot easier. Go ahead, open that up. And it says, to get started, install Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS as a dev dependency. We're going to copy that, and I'm going to open a new tab in Warp in my terminal and make sure it's inside your repository. Hit paste and enter, and that'll install the plugin for us. It should be rather quick. And then we want to add the plugin to our Prettier configuration. So we see .prettierrc. I'm just going to copy that first. And let's see if we have that file at all. There's a very good chance you don't. So go ahead, say new file, and we'll say .prettierrc. Just like that, it should be empty. And we're going to paste in that plugins bit. And so now, let's see if the install finished. It did, cool, looking good. I'm gonna move this over. I'm gonna actually call this installs. Because the cool thing is you can install things while these servers still run. So I like having a third terminal just to do that. Sometimes it makes things fail. Generic failure doesn't look good. I'm going to just restart this just in case. But it's better than having to jump back and forth between things. So now you might be asking, all right, you just had me install something. What did that do? So this automatically sorts classes based on their recommended class order. So it's a nice little illustration here where it shows that it's going to move BG Sky, I think from here, if it was in the front, over to here. Has a very like opinionated order for things. And you might be like, oh, I want my order. Trust me, this is helpful for a few reasons. I'll show you as we start to write Tailwind, which is right now. In VS Code, we can close prettierrc. We can, in globals CSS, let's go ahead and just get rid of everything after our import there. We can ditch all that. But make sure you keep Tailwind CSS. We need that for Tailwind to work at all. And then in our inside the hero folder, our index.tsx is our hero slice. We're going to do a few things. Right now, our slice looks not great. I'm going to close this. Not great because it goes edge to edge, and it's just not how we want it. Everything's off to the side. We never want something right up against the edge. In our finished site, every element has kind of a bounding box where it's always going to hit that max width and then have some padding on the side. And if we shrink it, see how it never touches the edge? That is because we are using a really handy component that we call bounded. So if we head to our resources, this is one of the very few components that we are going to copy paste, but we'll talk through it. So go ahead, grab this bounded component and hit copy. We're going to open the wrong thing. There we go. We're going to create a new components directory right in our source folder. So here, right click on the source and say new folder and say components. And inside there, we'll create a new file. I'm going to say bounded.tsx and paste in the bounded.tsx. Now we see, we have an error. Import clsx from clsx is saying, hey, you don't have clsx. So let's fix that by installing it. And now I will explain. So don't just say clsx, say npm I clsx. And there we go. It's a nice tiny little package. I'll explain what it does in just a second. Let's first look through this component to understand it a little better. It's taking a couple props in. First is the element type, what it will output as. This is going to default to a section because like 9 out of 10 times we just want to use it as a section. Slices are typically sections. So it's going to be like the parent element for our slices. You can take in a bunch of classes, so anything we pass to it is going to be passed onto the parent element here. And you see that it's actually two elements. It's a comp, which is our section or whatever we pass in. We can change that. That's the nice flexibility that this component provides. And then inside, there's an inner wrapper div that adds some It adds like the centering, it's the MX auto, gives it a max width, things like that. So then we have children, and that's just anytime you pass anything inside an element, that becomes its children. So we're just gonna, all this does is wrap it into, well, not two divs, but a section and a div, and add some styles. That's really all this does. And this is just something that we have to do because of the forwarding of this ref. We're allowing a ref to be forwarded if we need to. So you don't have to worry about that too much. But yeah, that's what this does. And clsx right here, it allows us to, in a really nice, tidy way, combine a bunch of different things into one string by the end of it. I'll link you to the CLSX docs here, and we can see some of these examples. So CLSX, you just pass it anything. You pass it an array with strings or all kinds of different things, and it's going to output one single string. And you can do a lot of, I think there's an example of, here you go. So true and foo, false and bar, it's going to say hello foo. So we can do ternaries inside here. We can do lots of different logical things, and it just makes it a lot easier than having to work with a template string where you're doing the backticks and the $sign and the curly brackets. So we're going to be using this a bunch. It's so handy for Tailwind. So with clsx installed and our bounded component freshly made, let's head back to our hero, our index.tsx, and let's wrap this, or sorry, let's change section to bounded. It's like that, hit enter, and it should auto import. If not, you make sure it's coming from @components bounded. If it's trying to do it like this kind of thing, a relative path, there we go. If it's trying to do it that way, fix it, because this is a way better way of importing our components. So once we do that, we head back here, we should see, there we go. I just had to reload it, and now we have this max width, it's centering everything, and if we shrink it down, we see that we get that padding built in, and no matter how small we go, we get some form of padding on the sides. So that is a nice component, a little utility for us that we can use. And just real quick, in case you're worried about the issue, it's just saying, hey, you got to use an alt property. So we're going to either add alt like that or fallback alt. So this, like I said before, is a decorative image. So we don't actually need to tell screen readers or anything about this image. So on Prismic Next image, go ahead and just add your alt equals, and there we go, our issue goes away. Okay, let's start adding some Tailwind. So on our bounded component, we're going to say class name equals, we'll say relative, min h screen, make sure there's all dashes like that, overflow hidden, and bg neutral 950, just like that. And so if you have the Tailwind plugin installed, let's say Tailwind, in your VS Code, not Tailwind docs, I think, yeah, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. This is a must-have. Make sure you grab this. It is, I don't write Tailwind without it, honestly. You see, it gives you a preview of colors. It shows you the values of everything. So basically what the CSS is going to be output as, in case you're wondering anything. And it also helps you out by kind of completing your typing. So if I say BG, and I can go through and choose from any of these different things that begin with BG. Right, so gives you lots and lots of options, and it helps if you're like, well, what is that thing? It's like justify. Oh, right, justify items end. So very, very helpful. Make sure you grab the Tailwind IntelliSense. And if we save that, we see that we get this dark background and not much else. It just is going to make the min height screen and overflow hidden. So we're not seeing a ton from that, but the relative is the sleeper thing here, where we're going to get a cool, well, that's how we're going to handle the image background. So let's actually go down, grab our Prismic Next image, and if you hold Alt or Option and use your arrow keys, it will move up, and you can shift lines around like that. I'll be saying a lot of little tips just in case you're not aware of them to hopefully help you code faster. So now we have the image at the top like that. Let's go ahead and say priority, and that will make sure that it loads like as one of the first things. Otherwise, it's going to default to lazy loading, which is great for any image that's below the fold or below that like first scroll. But here it's our hero image, so we want to say priority. I want to say fill, and that is going to add some CSS properties that make it fill the space that it has. And then we need to add a class name, and we're going to say object cover. And you can see that it's going to output object fit cover. And now, if we head back, we see that we have it's filling our background, right? And so no matter what size you put it at, it's going to cover everything. And it's just a good looking background now. So now we are going to be doing some animation on this next image. That's the wrong one. Let me scroll back up. So you can see when we load the page in, it goes from having 0% opacity to like 50% opacity, and it comes in from being scaled up to scaling to the normal size. So that's a few things that we want to change about it eventually, and we will get there. But right now, let's just wrap it in an absolutely positioned div. So for Emmet, so Emmet is a plugin that is in VS Code and lots of other things that allows us to create HTML with CSS already added on there. So if you say period, and I'll say absolute, and hit tab, you'll get a div with class name absolute, and your cursor starts right inside it. So I'm going to open that up, and I'm going to grab the bottom of the div and put it so that it wraps around Prismic Next Image, and add a couple more classes to this absolute. We're going to say inset 0. Well, one more class. We'll do the other one. Actually, let's do it now, and then later we'll animate it. So scale 125, just like that. And we should see, yep, so it got bigger, and we will soon be placing these items on top. So because these three elements are all together, we want to wrap those three elements in a div together, and that div is going to have a class of flex among others. So we'll say dot flex, do the same thing, hit tab, open it up, and we're going to wrap around both the heading and the body, as well as our primary button. So just bring it down until it's right above the bounded component. And what we want to do is start to style our typography. Now, we don't have the fonts installed yet, but we're just going to give it a little bit of styling until we get there. So I'm going to wrap this in a div. And I guess I could have given a class to start with, but I'll say class name, and we're going to give it max width XL, text 6XL, letting tight, text neutral 50, MD colon text 7XL, and then LG colon text 8XL. Now, if you're not familiar with Tailwind, this is how it handles responsive design or responsive styling. So it has different breakpoints, and on large screens and above, so if the width of the screen is 64 rem or 1024 pixels wide or more, these styles will apply. So we're going to make it 8XL, which is 96 pixels. But on medium screens and above, it's going to be 72 pixels. So between medium and large, it'll be 72. Large and above, it'll be 96. And then just below medium, right? Everything up to medium will be 6XL, which is 60 pixels. So that is how Tailwind handles responsivity, and you can tack this onto anything. So you can make a totally different text color on large screens. It's just a modifier that works anywhere. So we've wrapped our Prismic Rich Text in a div with styles. That's important because Prismic Rich Text doesn't take a class field. And you'll see if you go to try to add one, class name, it's like, dude, we don't have that. That's not a thing here. And the reason is because Prismic Rich Text could output one word, or it could output an entire blog post. So you don't really want to ever style it directly. You want to either wrap that in some kind of a div because there's going to be a bunch of elements, and yeah, it's just a bit complicated. So this is one of the few components that you can't add a class directly to. But if we save this and head to our actual site here, We saw it for a second. Let's drop the opacity on our image here. We will shift things around so that it is stacking in the right order by adding relative to this flex div. So let's do that actually first. And once we do that, we see you have effortless elegance, and we have our body copy there. Perfect. And then here for our Prismic Next image, go ahead and add to the object cover. We'll say opacity 50. Save that, and it gets darker, looking good, much more in line with how it ends. And now we just need to continue to style this out because that does not look great yet. After relative and flex, let's go ahead and say H screen. So that will give it 100 view height for its height. And we'll say flex col and justify center. So there we go, looking much better already. Next, let's wrap our Prismic Rich text here for the body in another div. And we can start that one off by saying period mt6 and hitting tab, wrapping it around. And we're going to add max width md, text lg, and text neutral 100. Save that. The max width should make it, gives it a boundary. So now it is looking a lot better there. Now this shop now link needs some work. So let's go ahead and give it some styles. You can see that our Prismic Next link already has a class name added to it, so don't add a new one, but it's passing link.variant. Remember, that can be either primary or secondary. So let's just wipe that out for now, and we're going to bring in clsx, and we're going to call that, and we're going to pass it first one string that will say inline flex items center, justify center, px12, so that's padding on the x-axis or left to right, py4, so that gives it 1 rem of padding up and down, say text center, font, we're going to say extra bold, tracking, wider, uppercase, transition, colors, there we go, and duration 300, just like that. And now we're going to have a comma, and we're going to say link dot variant equal triple equal, so 3 equal signs, and then say secondary. And you see that it's actually finishing it for us because it is typed. Everything that we are creating with Prismic, with Slice Machine, is typed for us. So if we were to do that, see how it goes, whoa, that's not one of your options, buddy. So it really cuts down on the mistakes that you can use, and it helps you debug your code before you even make that mistake. So link variant is equal to secondary. We'll say question mark, so making a ternary. So we'll say border white, text white, and hover is BG white. And then we're going to say /20. And what that does is that mixes in a little bit of transparency. So you see that it's white until the end here. That 33 is 20%. So if you've ever seen a hex code for a color, it's usually 6, but if you add 2 more, that handles transparency. So that's what that /20 does. Really handy little utility. And then we're going to say colon so if it's primary, this is how we'll style it. So we'll say BG white, text black. I'm messing up my typing. Black, hover, BG white 80. So same principle there. Let's go see how it looks. It looks not great, but we will be fixing this. So we're going to be abstracting this button link out a little bit later because we use it all over the site. But for now, we can go ahead and pass it one more string. I'm separating this out because it's going to be specific to this one. I'll say width is fit. So that just fits the content. And there we go. So this is looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and wrap our slice primary button map, this whole thing, in a div that gives us margin top. So .mt, we'll say 8. And let's open up this div, bring it all the way down just like that. Now when we save, you have a little bit more space. There we go. And if our editors were to add a second button, they definitely could, because we were mapping over that button array. It would output the second one and it would have the same margin and everything. So now if you have one of those keen design eyes, you might notice a difference between this and this. And yes, it is partly fonts. So we need to add our cool fonts to our website. So if we head to the documentation or the course resources here, and we go to documentation, in fonts and icons, you'll see font Gambarino, adding fonts to Next.js, and then React icons. Just click open the first two. Gambarino, this is the font we're using for our headings. Download the family. I could not put it into the zip because of the license, but easy enough that we open it up and we should see Gambarino regular WAF 2 is what we're going to be using in just a sec. And then if we look at optimizing fonts over here, we have really good documentation for how to handle fonts both from Google and local fonts. So Gambarino is going to be a local font. We're downloading that, and we're going to be using a Google font called Railway. And the best part about using Google fonts with Next.js is that it doesn't send any requests to Google by the browser. So it's faster. You don't have to worry about like GDPR stuff. Like Nextjs is genius for this move. It's as easy as using a Google font without the downsides. If we head into our code and we go and look at the layout.tsx, this is where they are pulling in two fonts from Google. Geist is the Vercel font, like they created this font. So for both Geist and Geist Mono get pulled in, and we are going to be editing one of these. So go ahead and change Geist to Railway. You should get the autocomplete right there, Railway. And we're going to change Geist to Railway. Instead of Geist stands, just say Railway. I can't say the word Railway. There we go. Variable, we're going to say font. You guessed it, Railway. And we're going to keep the subsets of Latin. We're going to add a display swap. And that's going to cut back on any kind of jank that we might have as fonts load in. So now we're going to come down here. We're getting an error here. We're just going to say Railway. And what this does is this puts some CSS variables on our body so that the entire project has access to it. We can save this. And then let's see, we're using Tailwind CSS version 4. So we want to do this. So at theme inline, and then we're going to use this little, so yeah, so this will add it to Tailwind. This is what we just did, okay? So head over to our CSS, and we're going to say at theme inline -- font display :var. It's going to be font Gambarino. We haven't done this one yet. Gambarino. There we go. We'll put this in for now, and then we'll say font sans. It's going to be var -- font Railway, like that. And to get this to work, I typically like to pull it out of the body and into the HTML, just so that it literally is touching everything. So it should say HTML language means English for me, but you can change that as needed. And then class name right there. Body has nothing on it right now, but we will soon. And there we go. We have our Railway font. It's affecting everything because we haven't set up the Gambarino or the styling for this heading just yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Open up Gambarino folder. And like I said, Gambarino regular WAF 2. In your app directory right here is where we're going to drop it. Believe it or not, like that's where you put fonts in Next.js. I thought I grabbed it. There we go. So drop it in there. I'm going to just change the name of this so that it's not Gambarino regular, and just call it Gambarino, all lowercase, just for ease. Then if we come up here, we see Geist Mono is not a local font, right? It's coming in from Next Font Google. So you go ahead and remove that. And let's head to the Next.js docs and grab the local fonts part. And we see import local font from Next Font Local. Copy that. Bring that over. I'm going to put it above my globals.css just for organization purposes. And then font files can be located inside of app. And so I'm going to say const my font, local font. Just go ahead and copy that. And we're going to knock out Geist Mono and put instead of my font, let's say Gambarino, just a fun name, and keep the local font aspect. Source is going to be /Gambarino. We'll keep display at swap, and we want a variable. I'm going to copy this font railway, and I'm going to change it to font Gambarino. And now, last but not least, Gambarino dot variable. And now our CSS that already has it ready, if we type text display, that should swap out the font for the right one. This shouldn't change yet because we haven't specified it. So let's add font display to our heading there. Where is it? Heading. So we'll say font display, just like that. It moves. You see how the pre or Tailwind moved it all the way to the front for us? That's just the order that they wanted it in. And now, boom, we have our fonts. We have both Gambarino and Railway set up. It's already looking much more luxury. All right, I want to get into my personal favorite part of just developing websites, honestly. Let's get going with GSAP. So if you head to our resources, we have animation right here. Got a bunch of links for you just because GSAP, it's robust. It's not, I wouldn't say it's complicated, but it's robust. You can do so much with it, but at its core, it's pretty simple. So first off, the GSAP docs are fantastic. Good friend Cassie works at GSAP, and they just do such a good job. There's so much to GSAP. It's been around for years. It is like the gold standard for animation. So you have the docs. We have GSAP Get Started, which is fantastic. We're actually going to be going through that in a second. I have a simple demo for you if you want to comment these things out and play around with it. That'll kind of, hopefully shore up some of the concepts just by seeing the code running. And then, we'll get into some of this other stuff as we go. But let's go to, I'm going to close these just because I don't know which ones to get started. Get started. So let's get animating. So in this article, we're going to cover GSAP's core fundamentals and animate some HTML elements. So this is the API for GSAP. Let's see, they break it down right here. So you have GSAP dot, and then we have to, we have from to, and we have set. There are 4 methods, and it says right here, to, from to, and set. We'll get into what those are. You then pass it a target or targets. This here, just, any element with class of box. You can also pass direct, like you can pass React refs. You can pass IDs. You can pass just elements, like if you want to animate all divs. And then vars. This is where it's just so robust because you can you can animate pretty much any value with GSAP. And so if we look here and we rerun this, and it slides in from the left. Let's look at the JavaScript. GSAP to x200. So it starts over here and it slides 200, I think pixels or units on the x-axis. So it's that simple. Like that is GSAP right there. We can do much more with it. This illustrates the to and the from to and the set. So here we're going to say GSAP to these values. So this is us animating to the values defined in the tween. So it's going to go to blue and it's going to move over 40. So if we rerun, or if we just click it maybe, let's see. There we go. To blue and it moved over 40. Excellent. From, let's see what it does. So it was from blue and from -40. And so it shifted into what it already was. So it was already positioned here. It was already green. and the from just gave it a starting point to like animate in from. And then from to, we're going to rarely use this, if at all, because usually you want to animate either from or to just the element's default styling. But this allows you to set both. So you get to set where it comes from and where it goes. And I want to sing Cotton Eye Joe right now, but I'm not gonna. The video might get taken down. And then set just immediately moves it over. All right, so that's good for setting up certain animations in the beginning. But yeah, that set immediately moves it to the values without any kind of animation. Let's see what else we might need. Yeah, so this shows just how robust the target aspect is. You can pass it just about anything, and any like CSS property is animatable, and even more. You can just animate numbers. So almost anything. So that is kind of all we need for right now. But yeah, it's a wonderful, wonderful library. So we need to install it. So let's see if we click on the GSAP docs and we click installation, we see Cassie, and we are going to head down to the npm install helper here. And we want a couple of things. We want React. So click use GSAP. We also want scrolltrigger. That shouldn't change it, but yeah, that is just helpful. So we're gonna grab npm install GSAP and npm install GSAP/React. We can just do that as one command. I'll grab this one and head to my terminal, my installs tab, and I'm gonna say npm install GSAP React. I guess it already added a return. I'll just run that. And then npm I GSAP. Perfect. They are both now installed in our project. And we're going to be grabbing scrolltrigger, as it shows here, from GSAP/scrolltrigger. So we don't need to install scrolltrigger as a third thing. But we do need, whenever we're using either use GSAP, which is how we use GSAP with React, or scrolltrigger, we need to tell GSAP, hey, we are using this. This is in play now, so be aware. So it's time to add animations to our hero component. Anytime you're using GSAP directly in a component when you're importing it, you need to make it a use client. Make it a client component. That means that this will run JavaScript in the browser. Otherwise, it's just sending static HTML and CSS. But now we're saying, hey, I want some interactivity. I want this to run on the browser. Instead, then we can go ahead and import GSAP from GSAP, and we're going to grab import use GSAP from @GSAP React, and then right under that we're going to say GSAP.plugin register plugin use GSAP, like that. Now this stops use GSAP from getting tree shaken, or like as the website is bundled, we'll make sure that we don't ditch this as it goes. Now, use GSAP actually has its own docs. If you scroll down to the left, React use GSAP, and yeah, that's just saying like why would you choose GSAP? But this is the use GSAP hook, and this makes working with React and GSAP together so much better. Like there were a few foot guns that we had before, but this really gets rid of them all. So you'll see that we have a use ref that we want to target and scope down our GSAP animation to just this slice. So we're going to use a ref for that, and you see how it scopes it down. And then we're going to use GSAP, which is essentially a use effect that automatically cleans up our tweens if it breaks down for whatever reason. Either it's removed from the DOM for some reason. And why is it so important? Because it can just basically crash your browser. So let's use it. We're going to head in here. Okay, I'll say const container ref equals use ref, and import that from React. Yep, use that from React. And then we're going to just say null there. But we want to type this. So in here, we're going to use angle brackets. This is TypeScript. So we're going to say HTML div element, just like that. And then here on our bounded component, we want to say ref is container ref, just like that. And now we can use our use GSAP. So we'll say use GSAP. I'm going to open this up with an arrow function inside. And then after that arrow function, we want to pass an object that it says scope. Oh, and that scope is container ref. Awesome. Now, as it says here, inside that arrow function is where we do our GSAP stuff. So let's go ahead and open up that arrow function. And we want to target our background image first. So I'm going to add a class here so we can target it easier. I'll say bg image. And then here, I'm going to say gsap dot to. I'm going to call that and pass it dot bg image. And then comma after that, and we need to pass it the config object, or no, our vars. It's not a config, our variable. So now we want to affect the scale here. So we want it to start at scale 125 and go to, so we'll say scale, it's going to just be 1, and that's short for 100, or you know, like scale as 1 is what we're really going for. This is scale at 125%. Not sure what these stars are. That's interesting. Okay. But yeah, so percentages and this, you could do 100%, same value. So we'll hit that and let's go to our site. Oh, that went really fast, but it works, right? We are seeing it happen. That's already working. So we already have a little animation that just shrinks our thing down. Let's do another. Let's actually slow this down. We're going to say duration is 5. That's going to be 5 seconds. So now when we go back, reload the page, much nicer. Now, in order to get it to fade in, let's go ahead and get rid of this opacity 50. And let's instead put that opacity here. So say opacity, it's actually 0. We want to fade in from 0 and then go to opacity of 0.5 or 50%. And now if we reload, there we go. Looking real slick. Now let's touch on easing. And easing is one of the most powerful ways that you can add like kind of a feeling to your animation. So if we go to ease visualizer, this is a wonderful tool to kind of like sample each ease and be like, nah, that's not how I want my animation to feel. I want it to feel a bit more, I don't know, fun, bouncy, sleek. So you'll see elastic, very fun kind of thing. So it gives you this very springy feel, right? Where a sign is pretty tame. Just like, all right, we're just going to get there kind of at the same rate and then slow down a little bit at the end. But this is because it's sign out. If you do sign in, it'll do the reverse. It'll kind of gradually go and then just straight shot from there. And watch the sphere to really see like what is being animated. So if we do bounce, you'll see that kind of crazy. That's bounce in and then bounce out. Pretty cool effect. And you can think of different ways to actually use that. But for us, we're going to go with power 3. And we're going to do out just like that. So coming, and you see here, it shows you the code, ease, power 3 out. You can either copy that or just type it. So ease, and then in quotes, power 3, and then it even helps you because it's typed, power 3 out. And that'll give us a subtle change with just how it's working, or like how it's animating in, at what speed for, you know, what part of the animation. So what other animations do we need here? We need this text that slides up from underneath and just kind of appears that way. We also need similar like fade in style animation here on the body. It fades up, and we see a lot of those two things. This is its own kind of animation that's special, very, you know, just unique for that component. But here we see the 3 fade up kind of things. We see that animation again. We have another fade in and another fade in, right? So we're seeing a lot of this fade in. I really don't want to have to write all this each time. I know it's not much, but it starts to add up as we add things to each component. Also, I don't love that we're having to make this entire component a client component. That's not sitting right with me. And also, this doesn't handle accessibility yet. And when we handle accessibility with GSAP, it's going to be kind of maybe like 3 or 4 or 5 more lines per component that we're animating. And I don't want to, multiply that by every single animation that we put into our project. So what we can do is something pretty cool. And the GSAP docs actually talk about it. So creating reusable animations, that is what we want. So you see how they have this fade in element that takes some bars and it wraps around the box. So pretty handy. And if we look in here, we'll see that we have this fade in component that wraps around those boxes. And then in the app, we have fade in box. Yeah, really, really great pattern. We'll only have to have one element across our whole project that handles fading in rather than every single slice, every single component having to worry about that. So let's go ahead and create that helper component. So head to components. We have bounded already. We need a new helper component called fadein.tsx. And then here we're going to immediately say use client, because this is definitely going to be a client component. We want this to run JavaScript on the client in the browser. Then we'll say export const fade in is equal to, we're going to do an arrow function. And inside here, we're going to spread the props and have children vars is equal to an empty object. And then we'll just say class name. Like that, and it's going, I don't know what these things are. It's getting typed as any, right? And we don't want to do that. We'll fix that in just a second. And then in here, we're going to return, and we'll say div around children. So that's just going to pass it back through. But we want to type this fade in component. So we'll say type fade in props is equal to an object. Open this up, we'll say children is a react.react node, semicolon at the end when we're creating these types. Next line, we'll say vars, and this is optional because we want it to be that if we don't pass anything, then we just get like a default nice fade in anyway. We'll say GSAP dot tween vars like that, and we probably should import GSAP before we start doing that. We'll say import GSAP from GSAP. And after vars, we will have a semicolon and then say class name is optional, so question mark, and that's a string. So we won't get yelled at if we don't pass a class name. But then we want to use this fade in prop. So after the object inside the parentheses, we want to say fade in props, and that fixes all of our issues. And we can save, and back here, instead of a regular div, we're going to change this to fade in, and that should import it from @components fade in. There's a lot of funky stuff around here. So here's the thing. We're not going to do it every single time because it'll take up a lot of time in the course, but the way that I recommend you order your components is order your imports, is that your imports from your own stuff goes at the bottom. Anything from either React or Next.js goes at the top. And then everything else from other packages goes somewhere in the middle. That's how I like to separate it out so that you can kind of not just have complete chaos. Once again, I'm not going to stop and do this throughout the course. It's just my one-time recommendation. So I'm going to save that. And just like that, we've lost our animation because right now fade in doesn't do anything, but it is just kind of there. And we're not passing any of the classes or anything through just yet. So let's actually start there. We'll go to div, we'll say class name. It's going to equal an object. Just curly braces. This isn't actually an object, just curly braces inside JSX. I'll say clsx and import that. And inside here, we're going to say opacity 0, because that's every one of these is going to start at opacity 0. And then we'll say class name. And if we save that, now we see our animation come back, but it's not because Fadein is doing anything. It's because we are passing this BG image along. So I'm actually going to get rid of that. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy out this entire thing. So grab the container ref, grab the use GSAP, all of that, cut that out. I'm going to save and delete it from your bounded component as well. I'm going to save that. And then back in Fadein, we can, where's our component? Right here. You can paste this in. We'll have to do some imports, and that's fine. Import our use ref, add import from React, and import GSAP React. And now we're using use GSAP. So we've got to say GSAP dot register plugin and use GSAP. Awesome. Now if we save that, we want to actually, I'm just going to call it, yeah, so container ref works. We can keep that name. And I'll say ref equals container ref. Like that. Save that. Now this is looking good. And let's see, it should be working, I would think. Maybe not yet. Because we need to change what we are targeting. So instead of BG image, we want to target container ref.current. And if we save that now, there we go. So that's looking great. Some small changes that we want to do here. Because we want this to be a universal component, most things, almost everything but this, is going to fade in to opacity 1. We want it to go to, full opacity. So we will fix this in just a second, because right now then it gets too bright, right? We don't want that, but I'll show you how we're going to fix that in a really clever kind of way. So we want scale. We shouldn't need the scale. We're also going to pass that in for this component. But in terms of, we want the duration, we want the opacity, we want the ease, and also a lot of things are going to be animating up. You might have noticed that, all these things fade in, but also animate up a little bit. So we want to make sure that Y is 0 and they start a little bit down. And then what we're going to do is we're going to spread with 3 dots our vars, and that allows us to pass in tween vars, and it's getting typed for us. And just after all of these, we spread this so that if we actually have a duration of 10, it will override this. So that's why we're putting it last, make sure it's there. And if we hit save, then go to our site, we just see that. We don't see the scale changing at all, but we will in just 1 second. So head to our hero, we have Fadein, and if we open this and hit Control Space, we see that we can pass children, we can pass a key if we're within a map, like if we're iterating, because you have to pass keys, or we can pass vars. And let's go ahead and do that. So TypeScript's helping us out there just so that we don't do anything that isn't accepted by this component. So here we're basically going to pass vars here that undo the things here that we don't want to finish with. So scale 125 is where we're starting. We're going to end with scale 1. Inside here you also have to pass in an object like that. There we go. So nested curly braces. So scale 1, and then we want to change the opacity. I'll say opacity. And this is where we override the default and we say 0.5. Save that. And if we reload now, that's exactly what we want. And check it out. We can go up here and remove our use client, get rid of use ref, because we don't need that anymore. And if we save that, this is now a client component. And the only thing that's getting JavaScript on the server is, not there, is this little bit that's wrapping around our Prismic Next image. And guess what? We can just go ahead and copy this. And we don't need to copy that because we can just change some of these to be fade-in components. So our heading isn't going to fade in that same way, so we're going to skip that. But this div around our body, it's not a div, it's a fade in. And if we just run that just like that, let's try it. See it fading in a little bit. Yeah, there we go. But that's not what we want, right? We want to change that so that, I'm going to open this up. So say vars equals double curly braces. We're actually going to pass a delay, and I'll give a big delay at first so you can really notice it. Say delay is going to be 4 seconds, and duration is going to be 1.3. So I'm changing the speed at which it finishes the animation, and I'm making it wait for a little bit before it actually animates. So save that, and we'll reload. 3, 4. My counting's bad. Yeah, and then it came in a little bit faster than 5 seconds, much faster actually. Now, how do we get it to slide up? Because right now it's just fading in. And I'll get rid of my delay. I'll drop it down to 1 second. We get rid of, we slide it up by starting it a little bit down. So we'll say translate Y, and we'll say 8. So this is going to push it down by 32 pixels. And so if we start it again, there we go. Just slides up, nice little fade in. And once again, we are using this reusable component, and I love doing stuff like this. If we come down to this div with MT8 on it, we can go ahead and say fade in. And we're going to be animating our buttons now. Make sure it added there too. And to MT8, instead of just that, we're going to say translate Y5 and opacity. Actually, we shouldn't need to do opacity 0 on there. No, just do translate 5. There we go. But we don't like that duration, and we want to delay it a little bit more so it happens after our body copy. So we want to say vars, double curly, and we'll say delay is 1.7, and duration is 1.1. Now these are all, every animation here is just an animation that I tweaked and eventually liked. If you want to make your delay different, your duration different on anything that we're doing, knock your socks off. Like go for it. I would love to see you tag me in a site that like has a very different feel, or just like you think you perfected the animations. I'd be like, yes, that is better. That's awesome, or whatever. So don't feel like these are numbers that have been handed down from on high. These are just my taste. But if we save that, we can see it goes boom, boom. Now we're going to go back and animate this, but congratulations. You've got a component that not only can you take around this entire project, but you can take this to other Next.js React projects and use it. And it's really simple. It's 36 lines, and it's pretty powerful. Now that we have a reusable component for our fade in effect, let's create one for our like reveal text effect. So head over to components, and we're going to say new file, reveal text.tsx, like that. And at the top, we want to say use client, because we are using GSAP here, and we have to add a use client for that. We're going to make a component here called reveal text. So we'll say export const reveal text equal an arrow function. And above that, let's say type reveal text props equals, open up these curly braces, and we'll say field. And that's going to be a rich text field. And we're going to import that from Prismic io/client, like that. Next, we're going to say ID. It's going to be a string. Class name, that's optional. And that's going to be a string as well. Then we're going to say stagger amount. And this determines the gap in time between each word. So it's going to be optional. It's going to be a number in seconds. And we'll say as question mark is optional. And this is React dot element type. We see this with bounded. Duration is going to be a number. And that's optional. We're going to have a default. And align, also optional. And it's going to be a string center, pipe, which stands for or. So this is a union. Say start, or, end. And so it can be one of those three values, but nothing else. So now we can go ahead in here, and I'm going to just make an object and use colon and say reveal text props. And now, remember how we did it last time where we did the props first and then we typed it after? Now I save a little bit of time because I get to hit control space, and it has everything that I need. So it has the field, it has ID, I need to hit comma, there we go. It has align as, I'm hitting all kinds of different keyboard shortcuts. And let's see, duration, align as, and what else? Class name and stagger amount. Excellent. So now those are all imported. That's looking good. But we want to give stagger amount a default. So we'll say equals 0.1. Duration we want to give a default. So we'll say equals 0.8. And align, we want to say start. And is that it? And as is going to be colon. We're going to rename it to component. And that's going to default to div. Just like that, comma at the end. Nice. All right, go ahead and open up that component. So we need to split it up into individual words so that we can create elements for each word and animate those individual elements. So we'll say const words equals as text, and that is a Prismic client helper that turns rich text into just a string. We'll say field. And then once we have that string, we're going to split on every space, just like that. And now we can go ahead and return. We'll say component. And inside here, we want to map over the words and create actually two spans for each word, and you'll see why. So we'll say words.map, and we'll pass this an arrow function inside, and just do an implicit return, so two parentheses there. And what we're going to get here is word. Oh, I overwrote it. Word and index. And then in here, we're going to go ahead and say span. And we're going to need to give this a both a key and a class name. So first I'll say key equals, and we'll do backticks, $, word, and then sorry, no space there, $, curly braces, index. So this just makes it so that the key is unique. So if we happen to have the same word twice, like the index will kind of add that uniqueness to it. But we also want it to be unique across the entire page, right? Because you might have the in the first position in two spots. So we want to add a third thing, and that's going to be our ID. So that kind of will be applied to the entire thing. And so now we have a unique key there. That's great. Next, let's go ahead and just close this span. And I'm going to style it real quick. So we'll say class name, MB0, so no margin on the bottom, and inline block, and overflow hidden. So this is the span that is going to be masking our text. And then we have an inner span. And inside there, we're going to have word. And we'll style this span. We'll say class name. And we're going to say MT0, inline block, translate, Y full. So it's going to translate 100%, so but by its own height. And then we want to help the browser to animate this a little bit more efficiently. So we'll say will change transform. Excellent. And I think that's all we need for that. So if we save this, we should, here, so go ahead and put a border here. So just say border, and then border red 500. Gotta love a red border. So let's just kind of like break down this effect and see what's happening. We haven't imported it yet, so we're not using it yet. Open up your hero, and instead of right here at the heading, instead of this div and the Prismic rich text, we're only going to need the one element. So it's going to be reveal text, change your div. And then we can, make sure you import it. Cool. And then I'm going to cut the field out of our Prismic rich text and delete that. Reveal text isn't happy yet because we haven't given it what it needs, and it needs an ID. So here the ID is going to just be, I'm going to say hero heading. There we go. That should be unique enough. And if we save that, we don't see an animation, and that's because we want to, we haven't added GSAP to this at all yet, but if we just screw up the overflow hidden, so I want to put like a dash in front of it so that Tailwind no longer recognizes it, but you see effortless elegance gets pushed down there. So that is what's happening. So it starts out underneath where it is visible, and then it slides up, and these will stagger once we have the animations in there. But right now, we can keep the overflow hidden, and those go away again. But right now, none of our styles are getting passed through to this reveal text component. So on component, that parent element, go ahead and say class name. And we're going to open up curly braces and say clsx, import that. And we're going to have a few strings here. So first, we're going to have the string that says reveal text, and that will be what we target with GSAP. So it's not going to do anything for Tailwind, but that's how we're targeting it with GSAP. And then text balance. And if you're not familiar with this, this is a wonderful, wonderful little thing that just balances out the lines of text. I'll show you as we continue to work with it. Right now, we only have 2 words, so it's not going to make a big difference, you know. So if I then have a comma, and then we want to set up our align, right? So align triple equals center. If so, and text center. We're going to pass that class. So if this statement is true, then we're going to return that string, and that class will get added on to the full string. And we're going to copy this twice. So I'll say align is end, and align is start. And then we'll say text right and text left. And last, we're going to say class name. So we should now see it's much bigger, right? And we know that it, like, each word is hiding underneath its own thing. It's aligned to the left. It's looking pretty good, except for the fact that we can't see it. Yeah, take my word for it. So let's go ahead and bring in GSAP. First, we want to be able to reference our component to scope this down. So let's go ahead and say const component ref is equal to use ref. And we're going to type that as an HTML div element. And we're going to pass that null as its default. Then component ref, we're going to put on component ref equals component ref, just like that. And then this is where we bring in our use GSAP hook. Use GSAP, make sure it's imported. And before we forget, go to the top, gsap.plugin, register plugin, and use GSAP. Excellent. Where were we? Use GSAP, we're going to call it, and inside we're going to pass it a function. And then after that, we're going to pass it a scope, or not object with scope, and that's going to be component ref. And then inside our function, we can use a little bit of GSAP. GSAP.to, and we need to actually add a class because we want to specify each word, or sorry, we want to target each word. So we want to go, and if you think about it, of these 2 spans, which one do we need to move? Well, this one's kind of like the picture frame, right? And then this one is the word that needs to slide up. So this is the one that we need to animate. So let's give this a class. We'll say reveal text word. It's like that. And I'm going to save it. Come back up here, say period, reveal text word. And the cool thing is that GSAP handles that for us. So that is going to apply to a bunch of words. Like if we have a full sentence, it's going to be like, 6 or 7 elements. And GSAP automatically turns this into an array, and we can handle the stagger within our animation thanks to that. So the most important part we have to do is set y to 0. That's going to reset our it's pushed down. We need to bring it up. Then we're going to say stagger. That's going to be stagger amount. And we'll say duration. That already has a default. We're importing that, right? And then we want to say ease and power 3 out, just like before. And if we save that, oh, maybe not. GSAP is not defined. Did we skip that? Yeah, we did. Import GSAP from GSAP. Yeah, my biggest GSAP tip is to always import GSAP. Moving things around, cool. All right, let's see if it worked. It does. It moves a little bit fast for my liking, but that's definitely working, right? Like it's the effect. Let's get rid of the border. So remove both border red 500 and border just itself. And there we go. A little too fast. Let's fix that now. Back in our hero component, well, first off, we can get rid of the, we can just make it self-closing. There's nothing, we're not passing it children anymore. But we can go ahead and pass it some custom values. So we'll say stagger amount is going to be 0.2. And duration is going to be 1.7. And we're going to say as h1. This is a heading 1. We want to make sure of that. And I think that is it. Let's check this out. There we go. That's looking a lot better. That slides in real smooth. Okay, so there's one last thing I want to do here because I do not love the gap between each line in the heading. So let's fix that. It's not as easy as it might seem, and I'll show you why. So if we head into our hero, let's go and change this letting tight to letting none. And that's going to essentially be a letting of 1. So we'll save that. And that's looking really good right there. I like that, but look at what we have. We have this G that's getting cut off, and any descender, which is what those are called in typography, will get cut off just like that. You wouldn't notice it in the all caps one, but for this, yeah, we notice it. So what we can do now is we can head into our reveal text, and we can fix that. We can add a little bit of padding to our component with overflow hidden. So we'll go PB4, and that should give us enough space that our G doesn't get cut off, and it does. So that's looking really nice, but let's test the animation. Let's see. Uh-oh, it's playing a little bit more peekaboo than we would like. So what we do then is go to our translate Y full, and we're gonna remove full and put square brackets because we're gonna put a custom value. With Tailwind, you can create your own values. You're not limited to the set that they give you. So instead of 100%, we're going to do 120%. And that should give us just enough space, pushing it down just a little bit further so that it looks nice once again. There's not this huge gap in between here, and we have our full G. Excellent. So while this component looks good, it has one problem, and that is accessibility. So in your OS, if you're using Windows, you'll have to kind of dig at this yourself. But in Mac, if you go into settings and search for reduce motion, it will bring this up. You go into display, and we see reduce motion right here. And so if we turn that on, that should tell the browser, or tell pretty much anything that, hey, I don't want any extra motion, any extra effects that might cause some kind of a vestibular problem for some people. But look, we're still animating the exact same way, even though this user is saying, please don't give me that much motion. So luckily, GSAP has a way to handle that. So if we head to the GSAP docs and click on the docs and say match media, let's head to this. So this is a great feature with GSAP that handles responsive and accessible animations. and scroll triggers and all that kind of stuff. So we'll get into scroll triggers in just a minute. But yeah, basically this is how with GSAP you are watching out for any kind of change. So whether it is the screen width or it is a user changing their settings to say, hey, I don't want motion, right? Like please reduce the motion. It is, right, if we click accessible animations with prefers reduced motion, we see this animation here. And right now it's not really doing much. And we have reduced motion turned on. So let's see what happens if I turn this off. Right away, Match Media recognizes that and says, all right, let's get back to spinning, right? So if you look at the code here, we have this for GSAP Match Media, and we add things to it. We add specific queries. So prefers reduced motion, no preference, and we change the actual animation. So if they don't prefer, or sorry, if they're fine with motion, then we do something here and we rotate. Otherwise, prefers reduced motion, reduce. We don't do the rotation, right? We don't have that extra animation. So we're going to be doing something very similar. So let's open up our Fadein component and add this Match Media accessibility feature to that component. So you'll see we say let equal gsap.matchmedia, and because it's TypeScript, we're going to go const equals gsap.matchmedia. Call that. Whoops, that was supposed to be inside our use GSAP there. Sorry about that. Yeah, make sure that's inside there. Cool. Anytime you're working with GSAP and React, make sure you're doing it inside a use GSAP. Then we want to say mm.add, and then we're going to pass it parentheses prefers reduced motion no preference, and then close parentheses there. And then we want to pass it an arrow function for what will be called if that is true. And all we want to do is move what we have here, this gsap.to tween, move this up into there. Let me save that. And so right now, this will only run if the user has no preference. Otherwise, nothing is going to run. So we can go ahead and check our settings. Let's say reduce motion, and I can load up our page and nothing happens. Is that what we want? No, not really, right? So what's the issue here? We are making our elements visible through GSAP. So if that's not coming through, then we have a problem. So we actually need to add the alternative also. So copy this whole block and give it some space, and we'll say mm.add, and down here we'll say reduce for the value there. And here, instead of the duration being 5, we're just gonna make the duration 0.5. And we're gonna make sure that y is 0, because what we're gonna do is get rid of the vars. We don't want the variables coming in on this one. We want it to be pretty consistently just coming in pretty quickly, not really having any fancy stuff. Change the ease to none. That just makes it a straight line in our ease. It's, where's the easing? Ease visualizer. If you choose none, it's just a straight line. It'll just animate the same speed the entire time. And that's fine, because we're just doing it in within half of a second, right? And just in case, let's add a stagger 0 to this, just to make sure that nothing is happening there with stagger. So if we reload, there we go. What's our new problem, right? Every time we change something, we kind of have a new problem. But don't worry, Tailwind has a fix for this. So you might have noticed, wow, this is suddenly really bright. And it's also very zoomed in. So let's head to our hero component. And we have these two classes, scale 125 and a class that we need to add to Prismic Next image, which is to drop the opacity. So first, let's change the scale 125 to motion safe scale 125. So only if the user wants motion, right, then we will scale it up. So we should see on reload, yep, we start off at this normal scale, so this doesn't apply. And now down here, we want motion reduce opacity 50. Now, just to make sure we didn't break our animations normally, as soon as we change it, it realizes what's happening, and it does that nice little zoom out, or zoom in? Zoom out, yeah. And there we go. Okay, let's go ahead and do the same thing with our reveal text animation. We want to tuck as much animation behind accessibility features as we can, just to make sure that all of our users have a pleasant experience. So I want to go ahead and just copy this entire thing. Let's see, where does this end? There. And we're going to be able to swap out the values inside. So I'm going to go boom, just paste that whole thing. Grab the reveal, actually grab this whole GSAP 2, yoink that out, and put that in here. There we go. Don't forget to grab the equals GSAP match media, because otherwise it has no idea what you're talking about. There we go. And now we want to create a very similar thing. So we'll say GSAP2 reveal text word, and I'm just going to paste that in here, and let's see what we might need to do. No, I don't think there's anything we need to change. The stagger would have been the only thing that is kind of unique to this component, but we had it in the other one already. And so this will work just fine. And now, just like that, our reveal text is much more respectful to accessibility needs. Now we have a pretty solid hero that's coming in, but that's kind of it. And I think every website needs a nav bar at the top and a footer at the bottom. So let's add those now. I'm gonna go over here to components, and let's start with the footer. It'll be the easier one. I'll show you why. Footer.tsx. And if you look at the final version of the website, it's a little bit complicated, right? Like this will take us a little bit of time, but also like you're not getting a lot from this, folks. This is not something that you're gonna, have your mind blown by when you learn about it, but you might pick up something. I'm hoping you pick up some things with a component more like this, right? So we're gonna spend our time in the course on stuff like this, and not so much on a static, pretty normal footer. So for that reason, we actually have it over here in the components and files section. So right here, components/footer.tsx. Go ahead and copy that, and we're going to paste that in right here, and it should not give us any errors. Looking good. And then we want to head over to our layout file. Where is that? Here we go, layout.tsx inside your app directory, and we want to put that footer inside the body. So I'm going to make a couple of changes here. I'm going to say footer, and we should see it importing from @component/footer. That's great. Hit that slash, and then around children, we actually want a main element. Every page should have a main element, and now ours does too. And then we're going to put our nav bar here. But we're just putting a comment for now because we don't have one yet. But we're about to build a simple version of it just to set that up. But let's see. Let's see if we have a footer, and yeah, we kind of do. I think I just hovered over something. There we go. So we see that there is actually a text there, and if we select everything, we do see the text, and we do see a broken image here. We got a few reasons for all this stuff, right? So first, we need to bring in some of our local files and our assets here. So let's do that right now. First, we can actually start off with something kind of related, but go ahead and delete this favicon.ico. Just delete that from the app directory, and instead pull in this icon.svg into the app directory. And we have this cool CR. And if we go back, boom, it has been changed for us automatically. It is that easy to update the favicon for Next.js. Sweet, that took us no time at all. Next, let's go to the public folder and see, okay, we've got some stuff here already, and guess what? We don't need any of it because this is from the boilerplate that they gave us. So go ahead and delete all of that stuff. And then in the public directory, let's grab our local files, open that up, and we're going to select all 4 of these files, and we're going to drop it. I almost dropped it in the wrong spot. drop it into the public folder. There we go. So we have a background that we're going to be using in a little bit for our call to action component. We have a fallback OG image that will appear if the person does not set it in Prismic. We have our logo, and this is what we really need right now. And we have a noise texture that we're going to apply to, I think, the scroll. So yeah, those are the local files that we have. And now if we go back and reload, there we go. We've got our Côte Royale Paris logo down at the bottom. Now we still have black text on black. That's because we need to add a couple of styles to our body right here. So go ahead and say class name. And we're going to say BG neutral. It's going to be 900 like that. And we'll say text is white. And if we save that, now that's looking a lot better. So the footer is now set. If that was less dramatic or anticlimactic than you would have liked, I am sorry. Maybe comment below and I'll make a whole footer course. Now let's create just kind of a skeleton of the nav bar. So we're going to go into components again. Here we go. And we'll create new file, navbar, just like that, .tsx. I'm going to start by saying export const navbar. And it's equal to an arrow function. And that will return a header. That is the semantically correct element to return here. And what we're going to do for this simple version to begin with is just kind of have the logo centered, have like the word menu over here and the word icons over here. We're not going to be building out this functionality or anything just yet. But I do want to get something here while we create our slices so you can at least see what we got. So back to our code. I'm going to say .navbar. It's like that. Open up that div. And then inside here, I'm going to say .flex. Open that div up. And then inside there, we're going to create a button. So just say button. And we're telling Emmet, the plugin, what kind of element we want. And then we can add with a dot a class onto that. So I'll say P-2, sorry, yeah, P-2. And we open that up and we'll just say menu like that. Simple enough for now. Then we want our logo. So we're going to say .absolute. Open that up. We'll come back and style all these through. I just want to kind of mock this up real quick. And here we're going to say image and import that from next image. And I'm going to self-close it and then add some things inside. So first we'll say source is equal to /logo.svg. That's what we have in the footer. We're going to have some alt text. So say alt is equal to, let's say CO, give it the little thing, Côte Royale Paris. And then you see it got happy once we gave it the alt text. And we're going to say width is going to be 180 and height is going to be 30. And we'll finish this off by saying class name is going to be width of 32. And on medium screens and above, we'll say width is 44. So we can go right outside that absolute div. And here we want our nav icon. So we're going to say .flex and we'll say icons. So we have menu and image and icons. This is not going to look good. But have we even imported it yet? No. So go ahead and bring it in right here. Nav bar from @components nav bar. Doesn't need any props yet. But let's see what we have. Yeah, it's a nice little mess here, but that's fine. We got it all loading in, and let's continue to style this out. So in the div called Navbar up here, we'll add fixed, top 0, left 0, Z50, width full, BG black, and text is white. Save that. I'm going to just keep kind of paging back and forth and seeing how, yeah, so we're seeing changes. But I have a typo, and I was able to catch it because it got moved to the front. So if I fix this from width dull to width full, it shifts back. And that's one of the best parts about that Tailwind Prettier plugin, is that if I screw something up, like I say BG Bill Flack, it will move it up to the front because it doesn't recognize it. Navbar doesn't recognize either, and so it sticks that in the front. So if you ever see something that you are used to being towards the back or towards the middle, shifted to the front, you just keep an eye in that spot for typos. So if we save that and look again, there we go. So we have our full width. Now inside this flex div, let's say items center, and justify between. P is 2, and on medium screens and above, we'll say P is 4. Looking better. We have icons over there. That's looking good. Now we just need to shift the cote-royale-Paris over. The menu thing here, that's done. We're good there. But this absolute div, let's say left is 1-half, or sorry, yeah, -1/2. So left 1/2, and then negative, so translate, put the dash in front of translate so it goes the opposite direction. And let's say X is also 1/2, and transform. And we will say, yep, and there it is. It's looking real good. What else do we need to hit? This looks good. That's exactly what we want. And here for this, we will eventually have some, a few items here, but right now we don't need anything. So that is our little menu bar right now. It doesn't do anything, but it'll do for now. And now we can continue to build out the rest of our slices, and we'll come back to this later. So before we move on to our next slice, we have just one more thing that we want to fix. And that is the fact that this nav bar covers part of our hero component here. So what we want to do is we're going to head into our layout, and here on main, we want to say class name. It's going to be padding top 14. And then medium and above, we'll say padding top 16. And that will just give a little bit of space. See, now it's not covering our beautiful hero. So looking a lot better. Now it is time to create our scroll text component. It's got a few pretty neat tricks on it. One of them is that it pins as we scroll, right? It lights up each letter one at a time, and it blurs in. See how it's all blurry, and then it blurs in. We also have this glow that comes in the background, and that's pretty neat too. So let's go ahead and create this slice. Gonna head to Slice Machine and head to Page Types and open up our home page, and gonna create our second slice. So start from scratch. I'm gonna call this one scroll text. Pascal case is the way we have to do it there. And you're going to click into it, and then let's add our screenshot right now, update screenshot, and I'm going to bring over the folder that we have, go to slice snapshots, and I'll say scrolling text, drop that in, and that's looking great. That's exactly what we want. So now let's add a field. The first one's just going to be the little eyebrow at the top. So it's going to be a regular text. We just need a string, call this eyebrow. And then the second one's going to be a rich text field, and we're only going to allow paragraph. And we don't really, do we want it to be multiple paragraphs? I don't think so. So, and we're going to call this one text, just like that. And that's really all we need here. So let's go ahead and review our changes and push those up. You should have homepage and scroll text to push up. You should have 2 changes. Push that up to Prismic. And then if we head into the page builder as soon as it's done, might take a second, head over here, hit the little plus sign, and there we go, scroll text. We're going to add that. And for the eyebrow and the text, we can grab that right from here. So you have scroll text eyebrow, defining luxury. I'm going to grab that. Hopefully I can copy and paste this time. There we go. And Côte Royale is designed for the man who commands attention without seeking it. I really love how cheesy this kind of stuff can get. So there we go. I was able to paste it in. I had to right click though. You might have to do the same. Not sure why. something between Prismic and Google Sheets is acting up. But if we hit save and then we hit publish, let's go back to our page. I'm going to double reload and we see placeholder component for scroll text variation default slices. So let's open that up. So scroll text index.tsx. Here we go. Here's our placeholder component. I'm going to go back to slice machine. I'm going to open up that scroll text slice and I'm going to grab these code snippets. Go ahead and copy that. We're going to put that, I think, just inside of a span maybe. And then grab this text and we'll pop that down there just to make sure that it's coming in. We're not going to, this isn't how we're going to display it. We have to do a lot of other stuff first. But, so we just saw that there's a bit of a bug on small screens. Well, we'll have to fix that before we launch this. Defining luxury is there, and we have our full sentence there. So next, let's change this section to our favorite, bounded. There we go, and save that. There we go. We just see a small change, but it'll be more dramatic on bigger screens. And then here, we're going to give it some styles. Say class name is flex, height is screen. Let me scroll down so you don't get blocked. Height is screen, items center, justify center, and BG neutral 950. So we see it got a lot bigger, and that'll get pinned, so it won't look as silly as it does right now. Now let's go ahead and wrap all of this in a div. Let's just say div. I don't think we need any styles just yet. We're going to be animating based off of this div in a little bit, so that's why we have it, but it doesn't do anything yet. And then let's actually change the span to a div. That was my fault. We will say class name, and it'll be margin bottom 2, text center, text small, tracking wider, and text neutral 200. And let's just save there and see how it's looking. There we go. Already looking a little bit better. Let's keep going. Uppercase. Medium screens and above, we'll say margin bottom 8, and medium and above text base. So it should get a little bit bigger. And there we go. That's our eyebrow. Looking really nice. Next, we basically need to do the same thing that we did for our reveal text. So when we chopped up the word, we chopped up the sentences into words, but now we need to chop it up into characters. So each individual character needs to have its own like span element. So we can go ahead and wipe out Prismic Rich text here. I'll just put the paragraph or like the sentence or whatever, just so we know where that's going. And then if we come back up to just above the return, let's make some space for ourselves there. We're gonna go ahead and say const words equals as text, which is a function from Prismic. We think we used it the first time too. We'll say slice.primary.text, and then we're going to say split, and we're going to only split this on spaces. So we pretty much have the same result that we did before, right? But we are then going to break that up further in our JSX. So down here, right after the paragraph comment, we're going to say .text center, open up that div, then we can say p dot font display, and then open up that paragraph tag. We'll come back to it, and we will say words dot map, parentheses, pass it an arrow function that has an implicit return, word comma index, and then inside here we want a span, and that span is going to have a key of backticks. We'll go $word dash outside of the $sign and curly braces and say index. And then let's give this a class of inline. And it automatically defaults to inline, but I just want to be very specific about that. Spans are inline, divs are block elements, but let's just make sure. And then here we're going to say word.split, and then we're going to pass it no space in the middle, just an empty string, nothing in there. So it's going to split on every single character. I'm going to say .map, and then another arrow function with an implicit return. And here we're going to say char, and then char index, so that we differentiate it from the actual index. And so we want to say span, and then inside here we need another key. That's got a little bit nested, a little bit kooky, but we got it. We'll talk about it in just a sec. So we'll say char and then $char index, like that. And do give it the same class name of inline. And then here, finally, at the heart of everything, we say char, or for character. But for some reason, I can't say char. That word is char. I don't know. Anyway, is that just me? I don't know. Comment below. And then afterwards, this is what we actually missed in the first one. We need to handle spaces essentially. So let's go ahead and right underneath where we split out the word into letters, we're going to say index is less than words.length minus gth minus 1 question mark. So if we haven't reached the end just yet, we want to return a span with inline that has inside it, we're going to say ampersand NBSP, non-breaking space, and then semicolon. And outside of those parentheses, we need to have our colon, and then let's return null. So if we save that, we get a sentence. It looks okay, like, yeah, cool. Why did we have to do all of that work just to get a freaking sentence? And the reason is, if we inspect it, we'll see that every single letter is wrapped in its own little span here. So each word and each little letter. That is why we went through all of that. And now we can animate the color on this element and this element and this element. And so that's how this is going to work. So I can close this up. So just to go through it again, here we go through all the words and we map through them. And then here we take the individual word, split it up into letters, or characters, I should say, and return that character. And then after each character, we check and see if we are done. Sorry, not after each character, after each word. So you see how we split up the word, and then, okay, the word's done. Are we at the end? Yes. Then we don't return a space, but otherwise we do. Now, clearly we have some styling to do. So up here with text center, that's going to stay the same. But font display, we're going to add some more classes. We'll say flex, and then flex wrap, justify center, text 5XL, leading tight, text balance, uppercase, and medium and above, we'll say text is 7XL. There we go. That's already looking a lot better. It's looking like how we're going to be finishing, and cool. Now we just need to add a couple of stylish things. So right inside bounded here, we're actually going to create two divs. One we're going to call glow background, just like that. And the next one we're going to just say absolute. And that's going to be our texture. So we have our glow and our little grainy texture. Let's start with the glow background because we are going to grab that. That's one that I showed you at the beginning from our resources. So scroll text component, we are in that, and we're going to grab this glow background. We are not typing that. I refuse. So open up your CSS file. You should only have one. There we go. My icon's changed recently. That's strange. And just underneath, go ahead and paste that in and save that. And so now we have this glow background, but we also want to add a couple more styles. We'll say absolute and inset 0, Z0, H is full, that's height full, and width is full, and opacity 0. But I'm going to cancel that part out so we can see it before we animate. So put a couple dashes in front of it, and we'll know to fix that in a little bit. So if we go to our page, we don't see it. What's going on? Well, if we go up here, yeah, we do see it. Why is that? Because we are using absolute positioning, and this component is not catching it just yet. So for now, we're going to put relative on here, but soon we're going to use GSAP scroll trigger, and that will change the position of this element to sticky, and it will handle that for us. So now that we've done that, the glow shows up down here, and that's already looking better. Now let's go ahead and add a couple more styles to this absolute div underneath the glow background. Say inset 0, BG is going to be square brackets. We'll say URL, parentheses, single quote, is that single quote? Yeah, that's what they're called. Noise, texture.jpg, or sorry, .jpg or whatever, just so you typed it right. And then after that, we'll say opacity is 30, and mix, blend, multiply, so that only the dark parts of it show up. Because right now, as I showed you before, it is a black and white, kind of like staticky image. It's a noise image. Cannot resolve noise texture.jpg. Because I didn't put slash in the front. Make sure you have a / there. Reload it. Did we break our server? Maybe. Because we definitely do have noise texture JPEG right there. So I'm going to restart my server. Sometimes that happens, especially with the new turbo pack. Sometimes the server just, you do one error and it can't recover from it. So let's see if that was one of those cases. Yep. So if you ever hit that, just kind of first thing you do is restart your server. You can see we got that noise and just adding a little bit of grain, a little bit of texture to our page. And if we make it full width, that's looking really good. And honestly, by itself, it would be kind of a cool thing. Our text is getting that grain though. That shouldn't be the case. We'll just keep an eye on that. I think that the GSAP animations will change how that works, but if not, we will deal with that. So before we bring in GSAP, we are going to need to target a few of these elements. So we're going to use refs, and right at the top in here, we're going to say const component ref is equal to use ref, import that from React. I'm going to say HTML div element, and then null, and then go ahead and copy that 2 more times and just change this to text ref and change this one to content ref. I know this might all sound kind of similar, but we will handle that part, no worries. So down here on bounded, we're going to say ref equals component ref. And then down here on the text center div, I'm going to say ref equals text ref. Oh, and I missed one just up here. This div that doesn't seem to do anything, that's because it is going to be our content ref. Awesome. And now with those 3 refs in place, we're going to go ahead and bring in GSAP. So I'm just going to go ahead and try use GSAP and pass that an arrow function. And after that, we can give it the scope of component ref. But first, let's import it from GSAP React. And then inside here, see if we just say GSAP. Will that help us import it? Yeah, there we go. So GSAP from GSAP. There we go. I like to usually do this, but it doesn't seem to change anything. I'm just being consistent across my project. Oh, and go ahead and remove the Prismic rich text if you have that import in yours. So we have our use GSAP hook here, let's pull in our component ref, our text ref, and our content ref in an easier way to work with it. So we'll say const component equals component ref dot current, and we're going to do the same for const text element equals text ref dot current, and const content element equals content ref dot current. Great. And last but not least, we'll say const letters equals text element question mark dot query selector all, and then we're just going to pass it the word span like that. So that is going to give us all of our letters. And here we want to check and make sure we have everything. So we'll say if parentheses exclamation mark component. So that's basically saying if no component, right? Or no text element, or no letters, or no content element, then return. Like we don't want to proceed at all. So we pull these all in, and then we make sure that we have them. And if we get to this line, then we do. So we're going to now just like set initial blur and color. Let's put a little comment for us there. So let's say GSAP. And for the first time, we're going to use GSAP set. And we're going to pass this content element. And we're going to give this a filter. And we're going to give it a string that says blur parentheses 40px inside there. That's all that one needs. We just need to set it so it starts with a blur, and then we will transition to not blur later. And then here we want to say gsap.set letters, and in the object, in the vars object, we'll say color, and we're going to give this a string. We'll say hsl parentheses 220 comma space 9% comma space 20% close parentheses, and so that will set the beginning value. Let's see, what do we what's the issue here? Yes. So it's saying, hey, you need to make this a client component. So let's go ahead and do that right now. At the very top, go ahead and say use client. It's a very interactive component, so I don't mind this being one of those. So I think this is just blurred to all heck. Let's change this down to 20 just to see. Gonna reload. Yep, you can see that it's right there. Let's do this one more time. 10 pixels, reload, and then yeah, you definitely see those letters. So we're starting at a big value, 40, so it's just pretty much like dissipated. It's barely even there. That's great. And now what we want to do is on scroll, as we start to scroll here, we want it to start to transition to blur of 0, right? Just like completely sharp. How are we going to do that? We're going to use GSAP scroll trigger. So come back to our resources, head to documentation, and GSAP, I don't think I have scroll trigger listed here, but let's go to the GSAP docs, and we should see scroll trigger right here in the plugins. And this is such a cool plugin. And like the rest of GSAP, it is both robust and also simple depending on what you need. So look, this is already what we're familiar with, right? GSAP.2 box. We know how to work this. And then, you know, there's a var where we're moving this box 500 to the right. But look, we just add a new property, scroll trigger, and we're going to start the animation when box enters the viewport. And if you just leave it with that default, it's going to scroll and be pretty straightforward and simple. Let's see if there's any, nope, there's no like playground here, but that's fine. But you see, now here's an advanced example just to give you an idea of like all the things it can do. So we're going to pin hours. For instance, we can specify where we start and where we stop that animation. This makes it for smooth scrubbing. This will take 1 second to catch up to the scroll bar. If you make this like 10, it'll feel like you're moving through molasses. And yeah, lots of different features that we can add on. But scroll trigger is one of the best ways to do these kind of scroll animations. So back in our code, we need to do two things. One thing that I forgot to do, we'll go and just say gsap.plugins, register plugin, and we're going to say use GSAP and scroll trigger. And let's import that from GSAP/scrolltrigger. There we go. And real quick, I'm just going to move this down. You know how I like my stuff organized. And there we go. So we're now registering that we have scrolltrigger in the mix. And what we can do, where are we set up? So right after our gsap.sets, we can say gsap.to, and we're going to affect the content element. And we are going to say filter is blur, in quotes, blur 0px, and duration is going to be 1. The duration part here is a little funky. It just kind of becomes a unit, like a fractional unit almost, if you're familiar with CSS grid. When you're scrolling, right, like I determine how fast I scroll. So this isn't seconds anymore. It's just kind of, it's relational to any other duration you add to this same animation. Anyway, we'll say scroll trigger. And then we pass this in object. We'll say trigger is going to be the component. And I'll show you what that means. We'll say start is going to be top and 75%. We'll break that down in a second. End is going to be top, top. And scrub is going to be 2. And last but not least, we want to say markers. Oh, no, not markers is going to be true. And that is going to give us little helpers on our page. Where is our page? So here it is, reload. And you'll see we have these little markers now. So we have that scroller start and end. And we see that as we scroll up and down, right, once we get to there, it's 100, or it's at blur 0 pixels. But as we move back up, it starts to blur more and more and more. So this component right here is our trigger. So the animation is going to start when the top of the component, let's look at our code, when the top of the component reaches 75% of our viewport. So we see we're at 75% here with this scroller start. I know it's very tough to see the green on the gray, but that's 75%. And the animation is going to start when this component, this trigger that we set, right? We set that the trigger is the component. And when the top of that component reaches 75% of our viewport. And then it's going to animate through until the top of the component meets the top of our viewport. That's right, it's top, top. You see the end matches up with the end at the top of those two things. And then in a second, we're going to pin this, and then we're going to animate straight through with the turning this text to white. But yeah, you've just done your first scroll animation, and all it took was a few properties on GSAP that you've already learned. So pretty freaking sweet. And you can see if you go ahead and change the scrub to like, let's say 8, you'll see a big difference. I'm going to scroll back up, reload the page, and you'll see that as you scroll, it takes a lot longer to come into focus. And as you scroll away, it like moves a lot slower. So that's what scrub does. Scrub kind of delays the update. It's like it makes it lag. Just change that back to 2. So we want a little bit of that, but not tons. All right, let's remove those markers, and we're going to now create for the first time a GSAP timeline. So we're going to say const color TL equals gsap.timeline. And GSAP timelines are great for when you need to chain or have animations relate to one another. So if I want this animation to happen right after that animation and like kind of do like a sequential sort of thing, that's when timelines are the thing to reach for. And it's one of the main reasons why GSAP can be a lot easier than animating in just regular CSS, because you don't have that ability in CSS to kind of like chain, when this animation finishes, then that one starts. You kind of have to change the timing by hand. And if you then change one of the animations in the middle or something, then everything else has to be, changed by hand again. So it's kind of a pain in the butt. So we have gsap.timeline. We're going to call that as a function, and we're going to pass it an object for some defaults here. But we're going to say scroll trigger. We want this scroll trigger to affect the entire timeline and basically be the way that we scrub through this animation back and forth. And we'll pass this an object, and we're going to say trigger component start is going to be top, and end is going to be bottom and -100%. Once again, we'll see what that looks like. We're going to say pin true. I've been talking about that a little bit. And then scrub is 2, and then markers true. Make sure you never ship your page with markers true. You know, it looks a little bit amateur when you do that. It's okay. But, you know, people be like, why? What is the scroller start, scroller end thing? You're like, ooh, oops. So do we have anything happening just yet? What? Oh, no, we don't, sorry. Because we haven't added anything to this timeline. But we do see that our setup works. And so it's going to start here once it's pinned. And then you see that this is kind of like the progress bar. And we are now released. There we go. So we get released there to kind of continue scrolling on because it's -100%. So it doesn't just stop there. It stops another 100% past it, and now we're free. So let's add to this timeline. So now that we have this color timeline, we aren't going to be calling gsap.to. We're going to be calling color TL.to. So we are adding the tweens to this timeline, and it'll take care of the order from there. So we'll say color TL.to. We'll say letters for our target, and then we're going to pass it our vars, and we'll say color. Let's say white. And here we're going to add a stagger, and this is kind of the key. Well, actually, you know what? Let's do this first, and then we'll add the stagger once you see like, oh, okay, that's why we need that. So see how this just does every letter at the same time, makes them all white at the same time. Not really that interesting, and it wastes the entire thing that we did here of breaking them out into individual characters. But so color white, now we need to stagger it so that one happens after the other. Stagger, and pass that an object. We'll say each is going to be 0.01. Once again, not real time, but it's relative to one another. We'll say from is going to be start in quotes. And then ease is going to be power 1.in out. Just like that. And so if we scroll to the top, reload, and let's scroll through. There we go. We are seeing this light up. And you can see that like what I was going for is I don't want it to, kind of like snap into being white. You have like a gradient of gray here, right? And so you got like pure white here, then you have lots of like little grays, and it's just kind of a nice little feeling so that even once it gets to that letter, it still has a little bit of time to become fully white. So that's looking really good. Play with that. Go ahead and enjoy that real quick. And then we have one more thing to do. That's really fun. Now, the other thing we have to do is take care of our glow backgrounds. Remember, I disabled the opacity 0 on glow background. Let's bring that back. So opacity works again, and it's a hidden element now, right? So we have this dark background. Then I'm going to come up here, and I want to say color TL.to, and we're going to say .glow background. And we're going to pass it a vars object and say opacity, if I can type it, is going to be 1. Ease is going to be power 2. Is that in, out? Yep. And then duration is going to be 1. If we save that, let's go ahead and reload our page. And let's give it a test. So we hit here, and then, we start to move through. And then we get our glow background. Now, that's working exactly how it should be, but that's not how we want it. If we go back to this is the final version. You'll see that the glow and the letters are happening at the same time. How can we synchronize that in a decent way? Well, we have something called a position parameter when it comes to GSAP and these timelines. So right after our vars object, we can pass a few different things. We can pass a number. So I can say, all right, at second 2 in the timeline is when I want this to start, regardless of what's happening before it. I can also say things like wherever this is supposed to start, say plus equals 1. So it'll start 1 second later. This kind of adds a 1 second delay. You can also do minus equals 1. So, a negative 1 second delay, make it start 1 second sooner. We don't want any of that. We want it to start at the exact same time as the rest of the timeline, as this animation here. So we're going to say 0. This one, because it's first, defaults to starting at 0. And we say, hey, make this one start at the beginning also. So now if you put 0 right after your vars object, right? So it should look like that. And we reload, we should come back up and we should start to see the glow coming in about half-ish way. And there you go. That's your scroll animation right there. I'm curious, are you surprised that it was actually easier than you might have thought? It's a pretty cool effect, and we are pretty much done with it, I think. Yeah, I mean, we handled it. So fantastic job. It's looking really good. Now we are ready for more. Whoops, I almost committed the cardinal sin that I warned you about, and that is leaving your markers on and just saying you're done. So let's head to our code and let's grab markers, remove those, and reload the page. There we go. No more markers, all good. But another thing I said we needed to fix was the lack of space between our words. You can't really tell when it's on a new line, but as soon as it gets like that, you can tell. So just like we did for the words in our scroll text component, we're going to go ahead here and say index as less than words.length -1 question mark. Oop, make sure you spell length right. And then we will return a fragment. And we'll say and NBSP, little colon, and then we can just say null. NBSP, yep. Oh, make sure you put a colon there to have that as the other option. So if we're not done, return a space. If we are, don't return a space. There we go. Looking a lot better. We've created 2 slices now. We have our hero and we have our scroll text. And next we need to create this product feature slice. And you can see it has an image, it has a little bit of text over here, and then it has this, which is not content that we're going to put directly into the slice. This is going to be a reference to a different model. So we are going to create specific models for our, I was going to say scents, fragrances, same thing, right? So when you click into here, it will bring you over here and give you a lot more information. And this is going to be a new type that we create in Slice Machine. So let's go ahead and do that right now. If we hit over here, we go to page types and we see homepage. We're going to create a new one. We're going to call this fragrance. It's going to be reusable type. See product. We're going to add that here, fragrance, FRAGRANCE, create, and there we go. Page saved successfully. Now, the thing is, most pages that you create are just going to be a slice zone, right? We talked about this where the page snippet, you just grab this. It literally just returns one component, which returns a bunch of components, but that's all you're going to roll with. Well, not on this page, right? This is a very structured page. And because of that, we are going to be adding many fields directly to this page type. And we're not going to really return any slices here. So this is kind of an anomaly, I would say. So if we go back to Slice Machine, we're going to start up here with the static zone, this little plus here, not the big purple add, because they want us to add slices, but we're going to add a field directly to the type. And that's going to be a rich text field. I'm going to call this title. And that only returns a heading 1, no multiple paragraphs. That's going to be Ignis or Terra or Aqua, those titles for the fragrances. And so let's look here and see what else we need, right? This is going to be applied to everything, so I'm just going to hard code that, honestly. There's our title. We need a description. We need a couple of these features that each of them have. So if you look at the other one, Aqua is fresh and aquatic, refreshing and invigorating. I'll show you how we're going to do these. And then we need an image for this. And there's also a few like OG images, and as well as if we go down to our next component that we're doing after this one, we have this very different style of image. So it's, we got to get like the feature image in there too. So we're going to put quite a few fields on this type. So next, let's do an image. And that's just going to be our bottle image. And we'll save that. Another image. And this will be our feature image. It's when it's like in fire and in the water and stuff. Next, we're going to do a rich text field. I'm going to call this one description. And remove everything except for paragraph, bold, and italic. Hit done. Next, we're going to add a number. Scroll down a little bit to number. This is going to be the price. And we are going to in cents. So it's not going to be dollars, it'll be in cents. And then we will convert it. That way it allows you to, do like 99.99 and not have to put in any decimals or anything. It's just easier for validation. In cents. Cool. Now we're going to do a couple of selects now. Give us a drop down of options. And we're going to call this first one sent profile, like that. And we don't need a placeholder, but our options are going to be all lowercase. We say spicy, and then woody, and then fresh, just like that. And we'll say use first value as default, spicy. Looks good. Save that. And then another select we're going to call mood. This is all like, cologne stuff. It's not real, but yeah, so like the mood is bold and seductive. Sure, right? But it's fun. I enjoy how kind of over the top this stuff is. So our first option is bold, then grounded, and refreshing. And we use the first value as the default. That's fine. And we'll say done. And then we don't need to add an OG image because it's already over here. Our meta image is right here. But we're going to get rid of the meta title and the meta description because we're going to actually pull that and programmatically create it from the title. So I don't want to have to enter it twice and potentially we forget to enter it and it looks bad, right? So get rid of the meta title and the meta description. We'll keep just the meta image over here. And that is it for our new page type. We can review our changes. Yep, that changed. I made that. Let's go ahead and push that up. And we can create our first little cologne fragrance. So head over, create a new page. We now have one option still, but it just shows you like this is a singleton and it already exists. So yep, you can't build another one. But this one, we can make as many as we want. So I'm gonna start off by saying Terra. I said Ignis. Sorry. And then bottle image, if we select image, you should have already uploaded all of these images into Prismic. So go ahead and find Ignis bottle.png, add that there, and I'll say a bottle of Ignis cologne, like that. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do that to the other two while I'm here. A bottle of Terra and a bottle of Aqua, because now that's going to be the default wherever we add that throughout the project. So that's really handy. We can just add like a global alt tag. So don't select that one, select Ignis and add to your page. Nice feature image. This is going to be decorative, so we don't need to say the bottle again. But this is our feature image right here, Terra add. Oh, I'm getting them all mixed up. I really want to do Terra apparently. Ignis add right there. Add to page. Now description, you're going to find over in the Google Sheet. So we'll say fragrance Ignis, and then say forged in fire. Oh, and see if you get confused at all. There you go. There's the information. So copy and going to paste. There we go. Forged in fire. Looks good. Price in cents. $110 apparently. That sounds reasonable, I guess. Spicy and bold, I think, is how you define this one. Yeah. And then our OG image is that. So let's go ahead over to the SEO and metadata tab. Yep. And choose that. We don't need an alt text again because OG images don't like get alt text. So we're going to go ahead and save that and we can publish. And now we have our first fragrance. And now that we have that, we can start to build the slice that references it. I mean, we could have done it either way, but I like having something to already point at. So we'll say add, start from scratch. And for slice name, we are going to say product feature. And there we go. Let's grab our screenshot. And I'll pull in my slice snapshots. This is the product feature here. So I'm going to drag this in. And there we go. Now everyone knows which one we are talking about. So as you can see in the image, I guess we can just reference that without going back to the other tab. We need a title. We need a body or a description. We need an image here, and we need to reference a fragrance. So let's get those added in. So to start, let's say add a field, and we're going to say rich text. This will be a heading. Unselect all and select just H2 because this is not designed to be a hero, and don't allow multiple paragraphs. Another rich text field, and this one is going to be called description. And this one, unselect all, paragraph, bold, italic, and yeah, we can allow multiple paragraphs there. We're going to add another field, and that's going to be an image. And I'm just going to call this image so that the ID gets picked up like that. I'm going to edit it a little bit, but I want this to actually be called feature image. So if you tweak with this a little bit, it'll stop mirroring that one. So I want the label for my editors to be feature image, but that's plenty for me. I know what that's going to be in the actual markup. I just don't want to confuse them if they think that that is another image that they need to upload, you know? And then add a field. We are going to do a content relationship right here, a reference to a Prismic document. So that's how you can have one document reference another one. And for this, we're going to say fragrance. And down here, we get to specify the type. Now, if you had a whole bunch of types, this would be even more important because you don't want them to just point to, a handbag or whatever else, unless you want them to. But pointing to the homepage would be terrible because I wouldn't have all of those things like the bottle image to reference and put into my slice. So make sure they're referencing another fragrance that locks it down. And we'll say done. And we need to do one thing. Check this out. So if we go into review changes and we just added a slice, we should be like, one change? That's not right. We need to add this to our homepage page type. So go in here, add, reuse an existing slice. I'm going to say product feature. Click add. And now we review changes. We see we have two things changed. So go ahead and push that up to Prismic. Nice. So let's go ahead and add that slice to our homepage. We go over here to under scroll text. We're going to say product feature and our heading. Let's go check it out. Let's see. Nope, not there. I can close that for now. Our heading and the product feature is powerful simplicity. All right, copying and pasting. There we go. Our description, grab that. And our feature image is not this one, not the one where they're up and down, but the one where they're kind of diagonal side to side. That's our grid picture. And I think we have alt text written here. A loving couple caressing one another. Ain't that great? Ain't love grand. Fragrance link to a Prismic page. We're gonna go ahead and click that. And right now we only have one option, and we'll say Ignis. Click save, click publish. And now if we go back and double reload at localhost 3000, we will see our little placeholder component for product feature. We are used to that by now. So let's go ahead and find that. Let's say product feature index.tsx. There it is. And I'm going to wipe that out. And let's bring in that slice, the product feature, and show code snippets. So go ahead and grab these. You know what to do. Got to collect them all. Click, copy, paste, and last one here. All right, now let's go ahead and I'm gonna hit Command period and then add all missing imports. And it's happy again. Love to see that. Let's see what we have. Powerful simplicity and expression of quiet luxury. Nice. That's all coming through. And we have a link, and that doesn't take us anywhere right now. That's okay. That it shouldn't right now. But the first thing that we can always do when we open up a new slice is to just say bounded. Just a nice, quick little first step that gets us rolling. We can also come in here and say class name, and we're going to do an overflow hidden. And you'll see why. Well, I'll say it right now. It's because the bottle tilts, and because it has a square bound, it like creates a box like this. And you know, I'll zoom in a little bit. It creates a box at an angle, and that can sometimes like poke off the edge. So it's not a big deal, but we just need overflow hidden. And we'll do BG black. PY is 16. And text white. And medium and above, we'll go padding Y 24. And if we go back here, we're starting to see some stuff happen. So we see our bounding took place. We have the black background now. Now let's go ahead and wrap all of this in a div with grid. So I'll say grid, and I'll come down and wrap our rich text, next image, and next link, all four of those, and add a few more styles. I'll say grid calls grid calls 1, and then items center. I botched that one. And gap 8, large and above, we'll say grid calls 3, and large and above, we'll say grid rows, and this is going to be a custom value, so square brackets, we'll say auto, comma auto. Remember, no space in between or it breaks it. There we go. We hit save, and that is looking better, but not what we want, right? And that's, well, it's fine. we're getting there. Don't sweat it too hard. What we need to do is to get this image to span 2 of the 3 columns, right? So the way we do that is by pulling the image up first off, so that it is the first item here. And then we're going to wrap that in a fade in. Might as well get right to it, right? So components fade in, and wrap that around your next image and give fade in some classes. We'll say class name is translate Y16, opacity 0, large and above, we'll say col span 2. So it's going to span 2 columns, and large and above, well, it'll span 2 rows also. So row span 2. Let's see how that's looking. That's already looking a lot better. And that nice little fade in, you gotta love that. Let's tweak that a little bit more though, because we want just kind of a short duration. So vars is going to be duration 1. We just reload. We missed it. We missed the animation. Tuck that away in the back of your head. We're going to fix our fade in component in just a minute, because, you know, if the page loads in all the way up here, none of these animations that fade in down here are going to be seen unless we do something. So we need to add some classes to our Prismic next image. Go ahead and say class name. We'll do height is auto, width is full, and object cover. Just like that. And that should just help when we go into smaller sizes. Now we want to actually combine the heading and the description into one element, right? We just have this box, kind of like a bento style thing. So we're going to wrap both of those in a fade in. So we'll say fade in and wrap that around the heading and the description. If we save, it should already make it look a little bit better. And then there's our Ignis coming through. Let's just say Ignis, but we don't have that yet. Then we can add some styles to our fade in. So we'll say class name is going to be translate y16 space y6 self start, and BG is going to be white, but only 10% opacity. We're going to go padding is 10, opacity 0, large and above col start 3, and large and above row start 1. So we specifically state where we want this to be. It is where it is, but I don't want it moving around if we shift any of these elements, elements around. And there we go. That's looking better. Let's style our Prismic rich text in a different way than you might think. So we're actually going to create an H2 here, and inside that is going to be our Prismic rich text, but not actually. We're going to change it to a Prismic text. I think we've done that in this course already. But if not, this just returns a string. And so now it's inside our H2 and nothing's changed over there, but we're going to style this. Class name is going to be text 3XL, letting tight font semi-bold, and medium and above, we're going to say text 4XL. That's looking good. Now for our next Prismic rich text, we have to keep that as rich text because we want to keep any kind of formatting that we put on there. But we can just wrap that in a div, and we'll say period text base. Open that up and add a couple more classes. We'll say max width LG and text gray 300. It'll be a little bit dimmer than the title, just to give it a little bit more hierarchy. And last, we have this Prismic next link down here, but spoiler, this is not what we're actually going to be using. We don't, we're not going to be using our Prismic next link, and we're not going to be just kind of like throwing a link down saying, hey, go over and get it. We need to fetch for this specific fragrance. So we're going to just delete that and put a comment here, say fragrance. And if we head up to the top right in here above the return, we're going to say const client equals create client. And that comes from at Prismic.io. Really want to emphasize that. Not at Prismic.io client, at Prismic.io. I know that sounds very similar. And here's why. This is where we're getting it. We have a file here, prismic.io.ts, that was automatically generated for us when we kicked up Slice Machine. And we are doing two main things in this component, or in this file, I should say. We have a routes array that matches our project's route structure. So what we're going to do right now, we can actually do it, is uncomment this. And we can go ahead and say, instead of type page, we'll say type fragrance. And path is going to be /fragrance /UID. And because of the colon there, that's going to make this a variable. So that'll give us back like /Ignis for the UID that we have for that. So we handle routes here. Now, if we link to a document like we just did with Ignis, I wiped it out, but it will automatically append the fragrance UID and like know how to route users to it. So we don't have to type in /fragrance /Ignis at all. And then it also creates a client for us that has a few built-in things that are helpful, necessary, whatever you want to say. But this right here is kind of the big one for the Next.js app router. we want to make sure that we are handling the cache well. That's kind of been a problem. If you don't have the cache handled properly, it can be kind of tricky. So make sure you're going with these defaults. These are really good. And this also sets up auto previews. We'll be doing previews at the end, but this is how your editors can see what the page will look like before they push it out to the world for them to see it. But we are exporting this create client, and that is basically, yeah. So we're pulling in create client as base create client here to kind of differentiate that, but we want to make sure that we are pulling in the right one from @prismic.io, our local personalized create client that knows exactly where to go and all that stuff. So with that little spiel done, let's call that just as a function. And then we'll say const fragrance is equal to, and now we need to do a check first to make sure that the user put in a fragrance, right? Because that field might be empty. So we'll say is filled. This is a little helper file that comes with the client. We want to use this for more complex things because you can't just do truthy or falsy because an object is truthy, even if it's an empty object. So make sure you're using this little function. We'll say is filled, and then we have to tell it what type of field we are checking. We'll say content relationship, and then we'll pass it slice.primary.fragrance. And so if that's the case, we're going to do a ternary. Then we want to await client.getById, and we're going to type that real quick as a content dot, I think we import content already. Yeah, content dot fragrance document, like that. And then in parentheses, we are going to pass it the slice primary fragrance ID. So slice primary fragrance ID, like that, because we're doing get by ID, and that's how we are fetching this. Now, if not, then return null. All right, so we save that, and it goes, whoa, 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 what do you mean await? Huh? We don't have this as an async component. So we got to go right here, right after the equal sign, and say async. So it's now an async arrow function. And we're not using fragrance yet, but we can go ahead and go down to our fragrance area, and I'll just do a quick fade in. So we have a container for that. What's this? Oh, it's not heavy. There's no children. It'll come. And then we can say here, I'll just say an H3. And inside there, we'll say Prismic text. And field is fragrance. Question mark, because we don't know if it exists, right? It could be null. .data.title. And then fallback, because this component allows for this, we'll just say or fragrance, right? We're just, I don't know, it's some fragrance. Hope you like it. So if we save that, and we are on localhost, yep, let's go down. We do see Ignis. Did I delete the other Ignis? Good, yeah, I did. So that is coming from our fragrance. So we can go ahead and also bring in the bottle. So let's go ahead and grab Prismic next image. I shouldn't have done it that way, but that's fine. All right. So now we want to say field, and it's going to be fragrance, question mark dot data dot bottle image. Save that. There it is. All right. So we can doubly confirm that the link to our other page type is working really well. And we can go ahead and start adding some styling to our fade in so we can kind of get back into the flow. I just wanted to show you that, hey, that worked. I wanted to show it to myself, honestly. So class name is going to be animate in, and I'm going to say opacity 0, relative, translate is going to be Y16, self end BG white /10, and will change transform. Now, if you're ever curious what one of these classes is doing, you can always comment it out. But this is going to make it so that it slides all the way to the bottom and isn't like hanging up here. That's what that is. That's for that is a grid setting or a grid property. And there we go. See, like I want it flush at the bottom there. Don't worry about this gap. We will be handling that soon. But this is looking great. I do want to add some vars to our Fadein though. So we'll say vars equals double curlies. I'll say duration. It's going to be 1 and delay. It's going to be 1 as well. I'm going to have it a little bit later than the initial image there. Now let's scoot this over so we can actually see what we're styling. And here for Prismic next image, we'll say class name, and that's going to be mx auto and negative mt10. Width is full and negative rotate 12, R-O-T-A-T-E, 12. And medium and above, we're going to say negative margin top is going to be 20. So let's go ahead and see that. There we go. So we have this rotation, but also we are moving the bottle up, and that's why like it's cutting over the background that it has because it has a negative margin top. So it's actually shifting up. Now let's go ahead and wrap our H3 in 2 divs. One, we're going to chain a couple of classes together and then create it. We'll say flex.justify between .p10.pt4. If you didn't want to do it that way, that's fine. You can just type them in normal, but that's another way that you can create your divs. And then the second div is much simpler. It's just going to be a .space y1. And wrap your H3 in that one. And it's getting a little bit better, but we need to bring in our little paragraph that says eau de parfum. That's my best French accent, so take it or leave it. Say EAUDEPARFUM. And here we'll say class name, margin top is 2, and text gray 400. Oh, yeah, there we go. Eau de parfum, there we go. Next, we need our button. So we're going to be using the same style button as this. You know what? Why don't we just make this into a component? That's what we're going to do in just a minute. I'm going to comment right here and just say button link, whatever, P, and then say button link. So we want to go outside of that first div, and we want to say the price. So we're going to create a paragraph, and we're going to, inside here, create a span. And we are going to return fragrance dot, question mark dot data dot price. There it is. And close that. Now we're going to have a problem, and we'll fix that problem in just a second. But that's a spicy price, right? Like that's a lot of money, even for the greatest cologne in the world, which this is. But we'll fix that in just a sec. We'll format it better. But let's style our paragraph. So class name is going to be margin top 4, text gray 100, and then we'll have an ARIA label that says product price, just so that screen readers know intuitively or just inherently what this is. Not intuitively, we are saying it clearly. What is this? That is the product price. So to format that price, let's go ahead over to our resources here, components and files. And right here we have source utils formatters, and we have this nifty price formatter. So go ahead and grab that and put it exactly where it says source utils formatters. And I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to close up all my things, source, create a new folder, utils, and new file formatters.ts, not tsx, and then paste that in. And we're not going to go through this. Just pretty much, if you Google this kind of function, that's what you're going to get. Pretty standard cents to dollars kind of thing. And here instead, we are going to go up and handle this just up here. So we'll say const formatted price equals format price, import that, and pass it fragrance question mark dot data dot price, and grab this formatted price thing, bring it down here inside of our span, and rejoice, because look, it's looking really good. If that had sense on it, it would add the sense, but because it doesn't. So nice little formatter, good formatter. Back here, we have a couple more styles we need to hit. We have to hit this H3, so we'll say class name there, font display, and text for XL. That's looking much better. There we go. And now we want to go and grab our button link. We want to bring that over. So if we head to our hero and our index.tsx, let's look for a reveal text, fade in, Prismic next link. Here it is. So we have all these styles. This link variant equals secondary stuff. We're going to grab this. I'm just going to copy it for now. And I'm going to comment that out so I don't forget. And we're going to go and create a new component. We're going to call this button link.tsx. And we're going to say export const button link equals, and we'll do a little arrow function. And in here, we'll return the Prismic next link that we have. Now we have to fix a couple things. I'm going to import Prismic next link. Just like that, but also we need to add a few props, a few different things that we have that we're going to need in this component. So we're going to make a type for this. So we'll say export type button link props, and this is so we can use it elsewhere. Now, what kinds of things does the button link props take? Well, first off, it takes everything that Prismic next link takes, right? So luckily, we can go Prismic next. Oh, you can't do that. Next link props. So this ships also with its props, so that we can easily do this. And we're going to open an object, so we can add our own on top of that. And we'll say variant question mark is primary or secondary. That's not something built in there. And now we want to go ahead and pull off a couple things in particular. So in here, we're going to open up a new object. We'll say class name, because that is part of Prismic next link props. So we can call that. And we'll say variant is equal to primary as our default. And then we're going to spread, oh, not that, rest props. So everything else that this component gets, we're just going to spread it, or sorry, we're going to, I meant to say rest, hence rest props, right? So after the curly brace, we're going to type this as button link props. And now it's happy. And we're going to change a few things in here. For one, we're not going to put a key here. We're actually not going to put a field here. We are going to import clsx, do that, and we are going to change link.variant to just variant. That's why we brought that in. But now Prismic next link isn't happy, so what we're going to do is we are going to, well, first tack, or get rid of the wfit and put in class name, so that anything we add onto this gets added there. And then while you're still inside Prismic next link, go ahead and open curly braces and say ... rest props. Now we're spreading. This is how you spread. This is rest. It's like the same syntax, just opposite. This collects everything. This spreads it all out. So anything that we pass will be put onto Prismic next link. And we're already handling the required fields because we gave it Prismic next link props, which will yell at us if we don't have certain things. So we don't need to worry about them here. So now we have a reusable button link component. Let's go ahead back to hero and let's plug it in. I'm going to go just above so that I don't lose anything. Let's say button link, import that, and now we can pass it these things. I'm going to bring key and field up, and I'm actually going to close it. Make sure you close button link. And the only thing I'm going to give it for class name, I'm going to uncomment those first. For class name is going to be that wfit that I tacked on at the end there. And that, I think, is it. Link variant secondary. Yes, let's say variant secondary. Gotta capitalize. Looks good. And let's go check our hero real quick. Make sure we didn't ruin it. And it still animates great. Looks great. Love it. Now let's bring it into our new component instead of this button link. I'm going to close the hero. I'm going to close button link. That should be good. And here, instead of button link, we are going to do the real button link. Like that. And we'll say document instead of field. This is key, right? We want to reference a document. We want to send them to a specific document. And when we do that, it's going to go to our routes and say, okay, I've got a document here. Is it a home page? Nope. So I'm not going to send them to /. Is it a fragrance type? Yup. So I'm going to send them to fragrance / the UID of the document I'm looking at, which is Ignis, right? That's how that logic works. So document equals fragrance. We pass the entire document to it. And then we're going to say variant is going to be secondary. And class name is going to be margin top 6. And go ahead and close that, save it, and something went wrong. That's because documents don't have text for you to write, like for that link. So we actually need to pass button link a child this time. So we're going to do that. And in here, we're going to say shop now. And now if you look at it, it looks a lot better. So just remember, if you're linking to a document, there's no like built-in button text. So you're going to have to add that. Luckily, our nifty button link works with either having children or having the button label or the link label built in. So that's looking awesome. But what happens? Right? We didn't build that yet, but we will very soon. But other than that, this component's looking real slick. Great job on this. I think we're set here. Let's just go all the way up to the top, reload the page, and enjoy those fade-in animations as we scroll down, right? So that's cool. That's cool. But this isn't animating, right? I told you to stick a pin in that. We need to now bring scroll trigger to our fade-in component. So open up your fade-in component, and we need to add a few things. One of them being when to start in our fade-in props. We'll say start, question mark, and I'll say it's a string. So it's an optional string. And then we'll also import it here. I'll say start, save that. Let's go ahead and give it a default of top 80%, just like that. And that will be the default starting spot. And right after vars, come on down here, we'll say scroll trigger. And before I even do that, let's go ahead and import scroll trigger and register it. So we'll do it at the same time. Scroll trigger and get it from GSAP / scroll trigger. There we go. And where were we? Scroll trigger. And we're going to say trigger is ref.current. Start. We just leave it as that. Ref, by that I meant container ref.current. And you can just say start because that will be the same as start. So, all right. And down here, we don't really need to actually do anything because we just want it to appear. So we don't need to change that at all. So now if we go back and check our site, let's scroll up, reload the page. And now we should see animations when we get into view. There we go. Nice. All right. So that's much more what we're looking for. You can customize the top, right? I mean, the start value. So that's what we can do. We can head to our product feature. There we go. And up here in the fade in that wraps around our Prismic Next image, we can now pass it start. And we can say top, and we can say like 70%. Just to bump it up a little bit so that we see, like we cover more of the component before it appears. And I think the default will work for the other ones just fine, but let's try this. I'm gonna reload there. Yeah. And that one Once you get down to the bottom, it'll load in. So yeah, you can tweak this as you like, but I think that's looking pretty darn good. So now that this one's finished, let's go ahead and take a look at our next slice. So this one we are calling the fragrance list. Has this nice little eyebrow and heading and a little bit of body. And then it links out to our fragrances, and it links out to all three of them. And there we go. So what this slice needs is 1, 2, 3, and then a repeatable group with a content relationship, right? So let's go make our fragrance list slice. I'm going to go to the page types, going to go to home page and make it within here just to save us that step. Start from scratch, call it fragrance list. Hit enter and enter it, enter into it. Update screenshot, and I'm going to pull in, let's see, fragrance list right here, .png. This image just has one because it'd be really long otherwise, but it gives you the idea of what you're choosing. For our first field, we're going to do the eyebrow, so we'll just do a regular text and say eyebrow. And next we have our rich text for our heading. Unselect all, only allow heading 2, no multiple paragraphs, hit done. And then we want a rich text for the body. Unselect all except for paragraph, like regular, and then bold and italic. And then we want to add a repeatable group. So the set of fields that editors can repeat. So we're going to create one repeatable group with one content relationship inside, and they'll be able to repeat that group and get more and more content relationships. So we're going to call this fragrances. And inside here, click the add field inside, not up here right now. We're going to create that content relationship as promised, and we'll just call this fragrance singular. Cool. And we're going to limit this to fragrance types. Hit done. And just like that, our model is done. We can review our changes, see that we do have it added to a page, and we can push that up. In the meantime, let's go find it. Here it is, fragrance list. And we can start to get rid of the boilerplate. I'm gonna bring in bounded right away. Nope, I'm shouting in caps. There we go, bounded. And let's go to our slices, fragrance list, and start to grab each of these things. Let's see, I'm gonna shift things around. There we go. So eyebrow, I'm gonna grab that, and I'm gonna put this inside of a paragraph tag this time because we want it to be a block level element. So I'll go ahead and do that. Slice primary eyebrow. I'm gonna grab our heading, grab the body, and fragrances, and fragrance for inside. So see where it says render the item, just paste into that. Now command period, add all missing imports, and we are set up there. But we need to go in and add a little bit of content into Prismic. So come on in here, hit the plus button, choose your fragrance list, and then let's check our content. Eyebrow is going to say our fragrances. Okay, let's type it. And then the heading is going to say in essence for every man. Literally every single one. All of them. Body. Gonna grab that. I shouted body. I was really excited for that. And then fragrance 1, 2, 3. Yep, you're just gonna add those. We'll start with fragrance 1, which is the only one that we have, Ignis, and then we'll add the others soon, but we don't need the other ones just yet to build this out. Hit save, hit publish, and then we can reload our page and see what we got. Getting an issue, and that's because we don't have a key that's getting added there. We will soon though. But we're getting the stuff that we expected. Essence for every man, expression of quiet luxury, and our link that I didn't mean to click. Cool. So let's start by adding some classes to bounded. We're gonna say space y8, bg black, py16, text center, text white, and medium and above, we'll go PY24. And it's already looking better. Yeah, not our best component yet, but it's getting up there. All right, let's put it on the side, put this on the side. That's looking good. Now let's wrap everything in a div with period MX auto. And we'll bring that all the way down and add some more classes there. Space Y8 and text. We don't need text center again. Not sure I had that twice. Everything should stay text center, so that's good. We have our paragraph here. Let's style this a little bit. And it'll say text SM, font light, tracking, 0.2 EM. That's a relative unit to this, this exact font size, and uppercase. Looking good. Loving that. Let's see. I'll zoom. Nice. And for our Prismic rich text for the heading, we actually don't want that. We want to do a reveal text. Just like that. It can self-close, and we'll pass it a field. And that's going to be our slice.primary.heading. And it needs to be an H2, so I'll say as H2. And our ID is going to be backtick. Sorry, I froze on that. Backticks, we'll say fragrance, list, heading, and then we'll give it the actual slice ID. Slice.id. That way it'll be unique for sure. Align is going to be center. And duration is going to be 1.5 seconds. Stagger amount is going to be 0.3 seconds. And class name, go ahead and add some styles. Say font display, text 5XL, uppercase, small and above, we'll say text 6XL. Medium and above, we'll say text 7XL. And large and above, we'll say text 8XL. Really want this one to be, oh, that was cool, right? That was cool. Want this to be very specific, so that's why we went and did all that. Okay, we can get rid of this Prismic rich text heading, gone. And I'm going to wrap a div around our body Prismic rich text. So we'll say period MX auto, and then go back and add some more styles here. Max width 2XL, and text will be large. Text balance. This is where it's going to really come in handy. Actually, you know, I'll keep the balance X on there, and then we'll show like the before and after. Text gray 300. So see how it really long top thing, short bottom. Where's our text balance? There you go. Gonna add text balance, and it's just nicer. Look at that. That just looks like it was like actually planned, right? Rather than just like, oh well, it happened. Now we're going to create a wrapper around this fragrances map. So we'll say period grid, and put that down and round. And we'll say margin top is 12, grid cols 1, just to make sure it doesn't change, and gap will be 12 between each item. All right, what's our issue? It's still the same thing because it doesn't have a key. That's fine. We're going to give it a key. Yeah, we can do that right after we create the new component. So just so we don't have a whole bunch of clutter in this component, we're going to break this out into a second component. So in our fragrance list folder, we're going to co-locate this component just because it's only going to be used within this context. So in the fragrance list folder, new file, fragrance, display.tsx, like that. Give yourself some space from the top, and we'll say export const fragrance display equals. And we're going to just go ahead and make this an async one already. You'll say async. And then it's going to be an arrow function. And you can just return Fadein. wrapped around fragrance display, just to make sure that it is working. Go ahead and import Fadein, and let's save that. Real simple component so far. And let's go ahead and call in fragrance display. There it is. Ooh, see what just happened? Actually, nope, we're good. I was going to say, you don't want to import from /, but we do, because that's where it is. It's not in the components folder. So we are good there. No worries. It's going to reorganize a little bit, and that's looking better. Fragrance display, and we want to put a key on it. So we'll say key is going to be item.fragrance.id, and that should work, except for the fact that that could be null, right? It could be an empty content relationship field. So we need to first check, hey, is this content relationship field empty or not? So grab from this purple parenthesis right after the arrow. Yours might not be purple, but grab from there and create curly braces around that. And then at the top, we're going to say return. So we're changing it from an implicit return to an explicit return. And in here, we're going to check if is filled dot content relationship parentheses item dot fragrance. Then we're going to return this. There we go. And that's all we have to do. And if we go and check, we will see that, yep, we have fragrance display. And we're just going to make sure that it is indeed this one. We want to get excited about it. Fragrance display, there we go. So it's coming through just fine. So now that we have our fragrance display, we're going to say type fragrance display props equals, and you just need one, say ID string. And in here, we're going to do that. Let's say ID, and then outside of it, we're going to say fragrance display props and save that. And if we head back here, it's now throwing an error because it says, hey, I need an ID. Great. We're going to give you one. We're just going to copy the key, call it ID. So we should have key and ID as the same value of item fragrance ID. And then in here, we now have the ID for the Ignis document. So let's fetch it from within here. And don't worry, this is going to be a server component. So we're not going to take any hit on the client or anything. Plus, this request will already be cached most likely. So it won't even take like a run on the server. It's going to be very, very fast, very efficient, the way that Next.js handles the cache. So we're going to say const client equals create client from @/prismic.io. And then we're going to say const fragrance is equal to await client.get by ID. And then we're going to say content.fragrance document inside of these curly, sorry, not curly at all, these angle brackets. And unnecessary await, not yet. Not yet, my friend. And then we can just call that with ID inside. I'm just going to go ahead and import content from @prismic.io/client. And now, see, that's the problem. But look, it will type that for us. So it says content.fragrance document, and now we know like what is on fragrance. So we have data, mood, price, all those things, right? So really handy TypeScript. Okay, let's get rid of our little excitement in there. And we're going to go ahead and create a div with absolute. So say .absolute, open this up, and we'll give you a Prismic next image. Now we'll have a field of fragrance.data.feature image. If we close that, and let's add a couple more classes to both our div and to our Fadein before we go ahead and check this out. So say inset is going to be 0, and z is going to be 0 as well. We have a little bit of z index stuff happening in this component. And on our Fadein, we'll say class name, and we'll go relative. So this will hold or like contain the absolute positioning of that. We'll say z is 10, grid, min height is going to be a custom value of 85 view height. It fills most of the screen. Width will be full. Translate Y20. Items center. Justify item start. Border white /10. So it's only a little bit opacity. It's 10% opacity. I'll go P4 for padding. Text left, align that left, and medium and above, we'll say P14, and large and above, LG and above, we'll say P20. Let's see how that goes. And let's see what we have over here. That's looking great. That's looking really good. So that is what we're expecting. Yeah, we just don't have our text or anything on it yet. Great. Although one thing, it's going to be a little bit too intense. So let's add some style to our Prismic Next image. And we'll say object cover. And opacity 40. And medium and above, opacity 100. Because if you look over at the final version, here, it's fine for 100% opacity. But once we get to mobile, we want to dim it because we're not really like showing most of it, right? It's kind of like a hint at it. I need a little bit of like the effect there, like the water and stuff like that. So we had to dim it on mobile, but we want to bring it back on, larger screens. It also comes in as a very large image. So let's add some extra properties to make sure that it's doing what it needs to do. So we'll say fill, and we're going to say width. It's going to be 1150, 1150, and our quality, we're going to put that up to 90. And alt is going to be just a regular string, or sorry, like an empty string, because this is just a decorative image. You don't really need to talk about it in accessibility terms. So next, we're going to say fade in, right between the fade in and the div, and we want to open that up. And inside here, we're going to put an H3, and inside there, we're putting our Prismic text with the field being, of course, the title. So we'll say fragrance.data.title and close this afterwards. And we need to import Prismic text. And now, after the H3, go ahead and create a paragraph. Let's put margin bottom 8 on that, just to start with. And we will say, eau de parfum. Let me show you what we're matching up. So we have the name, we have the eau de parfum, we have the description, and we're going to build out a cool component to handle this, because this shows up both there and here. So we want to have a reusable component for that. But yeah, that's what we are building. So next up is the description. So we'll say .mb10, and in here we'll say Prismic rich text, and close that and say field. It's going to be fragrance.data.description. All right, save it. Let's see how we're looking. Okay, it's coming through. We don't have any styles really yet, but I just want to make sure that it is popping through. If we look at the final version, we have these fragrance attributes is what we're going to call them. And then we have 2 buttons down here. We have the discover button, and we have the add to bag button, which doesn't actually do anything. This is not, a full tutorial on like Shopify or anything. But we're going to go ahead and add those buttons right now, and we'll put a little pin in that for right now. So down here, we're going to create a new div with flex, and say flex wrap, and gap 4. Open that up, and we're going to do 2 button links in here. So button link, document is going to be fragrance. And because we're doing a document, we know that we have to pass it what we wanted to say on it, right? We'll do variant, it's going to be secondary. And in here, we're going to say discover. Save it, let's see, looks good. Now let's add our add to bag. Under that button link, we'll say button link. Can we copy it? Nah, let's just write it again. Button link, because you're going to say href is equal to just a little hash variant. It's going to be primary. And inside there, we're going to say, is it plus? Yeah, so plus span add to bag. Save that. And how does it look? Not great, right? Primarily, that plus is not actually what we're going to be using. We can go ahead right now and add our icons to our project. So let's see, documentation. We have React icons right here. So under fonts and icons, you should have React icons to click on. So this is a fantastic package that pretty much unlocks any icon pack in your project. So include pipes of icons, React projects easily with React icons, and only the icons that your project is using get imported. So it keeps a really small bundle. Go ahead and copy that, npm install React icons, and head to your terminal and install it wherever you're installing stuff. Nice. So now what we can do instead of that little plus sign is we can say hi plus, and then it's going to import it. We're going to do from hi to, because that is hero icons to the second pack. You always want to go with the sequel, right? So if we look again, that's looking a lot better, but we need to add a little bit of margin off of the icon so that it has a little bit of space to breathe. So we'll say margin right 2, and that's looking much, much better. But it could definitely look better. So let's go up to this Fadein at around line 30, and let's give it some styles. So say class name, relative, z10, grid, translate y8. Save that. Not much change. I just want to kind of keep peeking in to see how we're doing. Class name, font display. Margin bottom is going to be 3. Text is 5XL. Medium, text is 6XL. And large, text is 7XL. That's looking better already. Now for our paragraph here with margin bottom 8, add text base for the size, font semi-bold, and text gray 300. Nice. And then this just needs to get kind of like condensed and like cut off for about there. Let's see what we got. Margin bottom 10, max width medium, text large, and text gray 300. That is it. Exactly what I said, right? It's as if I designed it or built it or, looked ahead at the end. All right, so let's build this fragrance attributes component that we both use here and over here. So in our code, in components, we're going to create a new file called fragrance attributes.tsx, like that. Now let's think about what we want to do here. We want to take in a couple of things. We want to take in the fragrance scent profile and mood. And remember, those have just these strings, bold, grounded, refreshing. And we want to turn those into both icons and full, not sentences, but more than just the one word. So we're going to have to map to icons and strings once we get these, essentially these keys in. So let's go and actually start by making those. So we'll say const scent profiles equals, I'm going to make an object. I'm going to say spicy and create an object there. I'll say label is spicy and smoky. Is it smoky? I think smoky. Is it smoky or smoky? All right, it's smoky. Moving on, icon, capital I for icon to show that this is going to be a component. And we're going to say lu flame. And it should say React icon /lu to auto import. go ahead and do that. Put a comma at the end of the line and hit Command C, Command V twice to copy that entire line. And we'll say woody and fresh. So for the woody one, we're going to say woody and herbal. And the icon is going to be LU tree pine. And for the fresh one, we're going to say fresh and ampersand aquatic. And the icon will be LU droplet. Nice. And once we have that, we can go ahead and copy this over to a second one, but we'll say moods, all caps, to show that it is going to be a constant. And instead of spicy, woody, fresh, we're going to go bold, grounded, and refreshing. And for the label for bold, we're going to say bold and seductive. Ew. And we'll say LU crown. And for the grounded one, we'll say grounded and sophisticated. And the icon is going to be LU gem. And for refreshing and invigorating. Icon is going to be LU zap. That's the invigorating part. Now we can type these in a really cool way. We can go ahead and say type attribute data. And this is going to be, we're basically typing this part of it right now, not that part. So we're going to say label is a string. And icon is icon type. And we're going to import that from React icons. So it should come in from there. And once we do that, we can type this sent profiles as a record. I'll explain that in a sec. And I'm going to put angle brackets and we'll say content. Import that from @prismic.io client because we want to access our types that are auto-generated for us within this project. Content.fragrance document data. And then we'll say comma attribute data. And why is this complaining? Oh, right. I need to specify which part of that data we're grabbing. So we'll say sent profile. So square brackets, then quotes, sent profile, just like that, comma attribute data. So this record, it is a utility type that lets you create an object type with a set of properties whose keys are of one type and whose values are of another type. So the keys belong to the first thing that we passed it, which is these sent profiles, and the values are all part of our attribute data. So very nice. Let's copy from the colon to the closing angle bracket, put that into moods, but we need to change from sent profile to mood, just like that. And you see if we say bolds, it's going to say, nope, that's not a thing. And we can't add anything to this either, like foo equals true. Can't do it. It says foo isn't part of that. So looks great. Now let's create types for the actual component we're returning. We'll say type is fragrance attribute, attributes props equals, open that up. I'll say sent profile, content.fragrance document data, and we'll specify that sent profile. And we can copy and paste that. We'll say mood, and this will be mood. And last is class name, optional, and that's a string. Awesome. Now we want to export const fragrance attributes. Cool. And we're going to make an arrow function, and inside here we are going to first type this object as fragrance attributes props, and we can spread that open and say mood, but we don't want to bring it in just as mood, and you'll see why in a second. We'll say that we'll rename this to be provided mood, and then sent profile is going to be provided sent profile, and last we'll say class name. Awesome. Open up our arrow function here, and we want to grab the right stuff from our moods and from our sent profile. So we'll say const sent profile is equal to sent profiles all shouty, and let's say provided sent profile. So now that will make that into one of these three, depending on what key it gets. Oh, sorry, it's not going to make it into this. It'll make it into this object, one of those three objects. And we can tell because it'll say sent profile dot, and we have icon and label on there. Very cool. But we'll do the same thing again. We will copy that and say mood and mood. Oh, sorry, provided mood. Like that. Oh, and moods. There we go. I guess copying and pasting didn't really help with that one. I'm just used to it. Let's return now. Return. We're going to return a div, and that's going to have a class name with class name. And pass it right through and put it on our parent div in this. And then we want to have a paragraph with text base. And inside there, we're going to say features. And let's continue to style this out. Let's actually save it. And let's bring it into our fragrance display right underneath our button link, I believe. No, above. Let's go look. Where do we put that thing? Oops, I'm all over the place. We have it above the buttons, right? So right in here. So above this div that says flex wrap, we're going to call fragrance attributes and import that. Let's pass it the sent profile, and we'll say fragrance .data .sent profile, and mood is going to be fragrance .data .mood. And we also want to pass a class, so we'll say class name is margin bottom 10. If we save that and go check out our Côte Royale, we see the word features. Awesome. Let's keep going. Let's actually move this over. I'm going to try to have it over on the side as we work on it. Let me zoom in a little bit. And let's head back to fragrance attributes. So on features, let's style this a little bit further. And we'll say margin bottom 2. Move this up. Font semi-bold and uppercase. Save that, and it's looking better. Underneath our paragraph, we're going to need a div with grid and gap 2 on it. So we'll say grid and gap 2. And here we're going to make another paragraph with flex items, flex.items center and gap 2. There we go. My fingers didn't know what to do. And here is where we're going to pull in both the icon and the label. So check this out. We're going to say sent profile dot icon, capital I, right? 'Cause that's what we named it. And then we can just close that and check it out. We've got our flame because that's matching up to the icon that we declared up here. But I want to change the size of it a little bit. So pass this a class. And that's going to be size of 6. So size is a shorthand for doing both width and height of the same size. Looks better. And now, right after it, we want to say sent profile.label. There you go. Amazing. Now copy this paragraph and paste it and change sent profile to mood. And there we go. Just like that, we are up and running. Now we can use this component in 2 different spots in our project. Okay, so now the individual items for our list component are done, but it's not much of a list component if you have one item. Am I right? So let's head to our Prismic repository, and we can go ahead and create a new page. And I'm not going to walk you through each step of this, but I'll send you off in the right direction, and then we'll check after. So create a new fragrance, and then you can head to our content, and you have Aqua and Terra that we still need to add. Your choice which one you do first. I'll go with Terra here, and you're going to just put the bottle image, the feature image, description, and so on. We already did this for Ignis, so You should be able to do this on your own. I'm going to pause and I'll check in with you in a sec. Okay, so here's what I have for Terra. Just check your work against mine, basically. Woody, grounded, there we go. That's the right one. And then you check my work against yours, I think. And then meta image, using that one, and just make sure you save and publish. Now let's do the next one. Okay, I think I got this one right. So we got aqua, check yours, fresh and refreshing, and then meta image, make sure you choose that one. Add to page, save, and publish. So now we have 4 documents total. Let's go to our home page. Let's add these 2 new fragrances. So you can add them in whatever order you like. I'm going to go aqua and then Terra. You can even shift them around. I'm going to bring Terra to the top and put Ignis on the bottom, just because I'm sick of seeing Ignis at this point. It got special favor for too long. Now, if we head back to our site, remember double refresh to bust the cache. And we have Terra at the top, looking great, woody and herbal, grounded and sophisticated. Aqua is fresh and aquatic, refreshing and invigorating. And then Ignis is spicy and smoky, bold and seductive. These all look great. A little thing about the animations though, I'm not loving the animations. Let's tweak those a little bit. If we head back to fragrance display, this fade in at the top here doesn't have any, like it's just the default stuff, and I want to specify it a little bit. So I want vars, and we're going to do double curlies, and we'll say duration is going to be 2.5, and we're going to have a start of top and then 50%. I want it to get a little bit further up the component than just 80. It'll happen a little too quick. So start and then top 50%. And then let's also adjust this fade in here, because this is the text and stuff on the left, right? So like the image is here, and then this is everything else. It's all this stuff. So I want that to animate in after the image, basically. So we'll say vars equals double curlies, duration is 3, and delay is 0.8. So we're going to give it a little bit of a delay, and then it'll come in. And we're going to say start is going to be the same as the other one, top, and then 50%. Save that, and now let's give it a reload and scroll down. Get that, and then that. So our eyes go to the bottle, and then our eyes go to the text. Eyes go to the bottle, eyes go to the text, right? So that's the idea behind that animation. It's not just willy-nilly, but you know, there's at least some concept behind it. So with our fragrance list out of the way, if we scroll a little bit further, we find a nice little call to action. Looks good. And we are going to build this exact thing. It's not going to be too tricky, and we're going to use a new way of building that Slice Machine provides for us. So let's get into it. We need an eyebrow, a heading, we need a body, and a button here. So let's go and build that. In page types, home page, I'm going to go a little bit faster than usual because this is our 5th slice. So I'm going to start from scratch. I'm going to call it call to action, create, open it up. We are going to update the screenshot. I've got my call to action right here. And we're going to create that text for the eyebrow. You know how to make a heading now, rich text heading, and unselect all but H2. Add a field, rich text for the body. Unselect all but PBI, and we'll allow multiple paragraphs. And then we need a link, and we're going to add that, and we'll say button. Placeholder, we don't need one. You can do that, but I don't love to. We do want a variance on, and we do want it to be repeatable, and we want to allow display text. And hit that, we'll say done. And now we have it added to the home page, and we have our new call to action. Push that up to Prismic, but let's also go back. Let's also go back to our call to action, because I promised you a new way of building that you've never seen before. So slices, call to action. You might have noticed this little simulate button up at the top right. And if you click that, this opens up just by itself an individual slice in here. And so this is just that component. Now it's picking up the white text, but it's not picking up the black background. So let's fix that real quick, because this is called the slice simulator. So in your app, you should see this slice simulator folder and this page. And this is a really handy way of building slices in isolation without having to worry about putting content into Prismic to begin with, like we've been doing. So what we're going to do here is this slice simulator is what's rendering out our component. And you see there's a slice zone in the middle that we're pretty much used to. So on slice simulator, we can give it a background. So go ahead and say background equals, and we're just going to say like hash, let's say like 22222. So 6 twos. Let's see, is that enough twos? 1, 2, 3. Nope, I need one more 2. There we go. You got to count your twos. So we have a nice dark background that now we can build on top of. So you can close out the slice simulator. That's fine. I'm also going to close reveal text and all these other ones. And I just want to find my new call to action. There we go. We have our placeholder component. We know what to do. Get rid of that. And we want to go back because now we have 2 slice simulator windows. Sorry, 2 slice machine windows. This is the simulator. This is slice machine. It's a little confusing, but I'm going to copy this over. I'm going to put the eyebrow just inside of a fade in, just like that. Import that and put the eyebrow inside. We want our reveal text to be here, and we want to just have that self-closing. I'll give it an ID of CTA heading, and we're going to just say field is equal to slice.primary.heading, just like that. Now, if we save just those 2 and go to the simulator, we see, if we reload it again, we see important slides in and out fades in. And you see that we have our content over here. So we can kind of add some mock content here. Let's say fragrance quiz, and then the Côte Royale fragrance finder. And I'll save that mock content just so when we reload, it still works. If we reload the page, there you go. The Côte Royale fragrance finder, fragrance quiz fades in. And we can keep adding to this. And it's just a nice way to build in isolation, like I said. So continue with reveal text. Let's give it some more styling. Actually, you know what? Let's build out everything first, and then we'll come back with styling. I'm going to open this up a little more. So let's save that. And let's bring in our slice.primary.body. Grab this, and we'll paste that in. Import Prismic rich text. And we're going to wrap this in a fade in. There we go. And then we want to map over our buttons because we have the opportunity for a repeatable button. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste that in. But instead of Prismic next link, let's do button link. Because that's really what we want, right? And then instead of class name equals link variant, let's do variant equals link variant. Field can be link, key can be link key, that's fine. But let's also wrap each button in a fade in. So do it inside of the map. And we're going to move our key up to the fade in. That's what actually needs the key, right? And if we save this and head to our slice simulator, cool, dawn. That's very ominous. I don't know. We click at dawn. And so see the quiz. That works for me. Nice. All right. We didn't do the thing that I always do first, bounded. If you did it, you get extra points. Comment in the comments below, and I'll make sure you get your points added to your report card. We are looking better there. So I'm going to toggle the editor off. I'm going to shift it over, and I'm going to work side by side. Let's start styling our bounded component. Class name is going to be relative. overflow hidden, BG hyphen, and then we're going to use square brackets because we need a custom value. So URL parentheses, single quote, slash background dot avif, single quote, close parentheses, close bracket. Make sure you just have that one. BG cover and BG center. PY is 16. Text gray 50. And on medium and above, we're going to do PY is 28. Already looking a lot cooler. All right, so on this fade in for the eyebrow, let's give it class name of translate Y2. And then text SM, font light, tracking. We're going to do a custom value of 0.2 EM and uppercase. Looking good. We actually want to surround everything in a div. I missed that at first. So just inside bounded, we're going to say dot relative. And we're going to move that all the way down. If you hit Command X while just like selecting nothing, but your cursor's on a line, it'll snip that out, it'll cut it, and then I'm going to paste it just above bounded by pasting it from that line. Nice little shortcut if you don't know it. So relative, we'll say Z10, MX auto, max width 4XL, space is going to be Y8, and text is center. See how that looks now. Wow, that looks terrible because I said max width 4XL is what I meant to say, not 4. Very different values. Great. Now on this fade in here, we also want to add vars. We add double curlies and say duration is going to be 0.8. All right. Now for our reveal text with the ID of CTA heading, we'll go just below the field bit and we will say as H2, and class name is going to be font display, MX auto, max width 3XL, make sure you put that. Small and above, we'll say text 6XL, and medium and above, we'll say text is 7XL. And you might have to reload the page and toggle off the editor. There you go. We saw it come in. And we want to align that center though. So align is going to be center. Stagger amount is going to be 0.01, sorry, 0.1. So just 0.1. Duration is going to be 0.8. And that'll realign it. Let's see what we got here. Nice, real spiffy. And for this fade in around the body, we want to give this a class name of MX auto, max width 2XL, translate Y2, and text large or LG, and text gray 300. Looking a lot better, but we can still make it cooler. On this fade in component, we're going to say vars, open up the object, duration is going to be 0.8, and delay is going to be 0.4. That way it happens a little bit after the heading does. And then here we will say start, it's going to be top 80%. Actually, that's our default, so let's get rid of that. We don't need to add that, that's unnecessary. And I think the last thing we want to do here is around our slice primary button map, we want to make sure that there's a little bit of separation. So we want to say .mt10 and wrap it around there. There we go. So Côte Royale fragrance finder, we have a nice little CTA. Don't worry about this part. That is just that the slice simulator has a set height here and our CTA isn't matching it. So this is completely fine. And here in the slice simulator, you can even say like tablet mobile, right? And you can see what it's going to look like. Ooh, we found a bug. Yeah, so come up to reveal text. We have text sizes for small and above. We don't have below, so we'll say text 5XL. There we go. See, this is why the Slice Simulator is awesome. It allows us to check on stuff like that pretty easily. Now, another thing I don't like, in typography, having one word alone at the end is called a widow, and it's something you would like to avoid. So once again, I'm going to bust out the text balance. And it didn't seem to do anything. Let's try this again. Desktop, mobile. Huh. Well, we tried. I don't know why that's not working. But, oh well. I'm puzzled. If you figure out why that didn't work, let me know, because that should, in my opinion, have balanced it out. But I guess the whole thing is pretty balanced. I don't know. I do know that text pretty is another one, but that's not available, I think, in Safari. I think it's a better one. Yeah, see, it's better overall, I think, but it's just not universally available yet. So I stick with balance, and apparently that has a flaw. Cool. And just to check, it's actually only available in Chromium browsers. So Safari and Firefox both do not support it. So I recommend not using it. I'm not sure how to fall back within Tailwind from like use text pretty, but if not, use text balance. So I just stick with balance. So now that we've built it here in Slice Simulator, we can go ahead and pop this into our homepage. So go ahead and add the call to action slice, and we'll say fragrance finder. Wait, is it fragrance finder? Let's see our content. Homepage, call to action, fragrance quiz. Got it. Fragrance quiz, Côte Royale fragrance finder. And body is just find your perfect scent with our personalized quiz. And now this quiz is actually going to be the next video we come out with. So if you're enjoying this and you want to build an interactive quiz in this same Côte Royale website, stay tuned. It should be out within a week. Unless this video has been out for more than a week, then it's out. Go check it out. I'll have a link on the screen somewhere here, hopefully. If not, it's going to be in the description below for sure. It's a lot of fun. It just became a little too big for one video. And so I decided to break it out into two so that you're not like, how much more do we have to do? So yeah, it's a good time though. And for the button, we'll say, take the quiz. Yeah, I want to change it. Change what you want. Choose link type. I'm just going to say link to Prismic page, and I'm just going to do the home page because we don't have the quiz here yet, and that's fine. I'm going to keep it as a primary, and we'll hit save, and we will hit publish. And we can go to our local Côte Royale and scroll down. And I noticed something. I'm curious if you did. We didn't get this animation. And that is because we have never added scroll trigger to reveal text. We just haven't done it yet. It's pretty quick. So let's do it now. So we're going to do right here, scroll trigger. And remember, I got to import it, right? So use GSAP scroll trigger from GSAP/scroll trigger. And we have our ref right here that we are targeting. So that's going to be our trigger. Let's put that on here. Trigger, don't have to shout. Trigger is going to be, oh, no, that's see the quiz. Let's see, what was it? Component ref. Component ref, there we go. So trigger component ref does not like the, right, ref.current. I'm going to pass it the object, not the ref. And then we also wanted to determine the start and the end, but we want that to also be something that we can, from the outside, change. So we're going to have it as some props. So let's start from the top and add it to our type. So we'll say trigger start, and it's going to be optional, and it'll be a string. And I'm going to copy this and say trigger end. Great. Now here, we'll say trigger end. They give it to me wrong direction. Trigger start. They give it to me alphabetically though, so I can't blame them too much. But we are going to give this a default value. First at trigger start, we'll say top 80% 10%, just like before. And for trigger end, we're going to say bottom 20%. And now we're going to say start is trigger start, and end is trigger end. Okay, now just by default, we should see an animation only when we scroll down. So let's see. That one doesn't count. It's not what we're looking for. But let's see, there it is. It comes into view, and now scroll trigger is handling that for us. That's fantastic. And same with this one too. That one would have had the same problem too. We just didn't notice it too much. So the hero will never really notice because we are already here once we see it. But this comes in, then we should animate, not that one, but then this one. There we go. Nice. All right, these are all animating in really well on scroll. And remember, they're just 2 reusable animation components that we are just using over and over in really smart ways. Okay, my friend, let's not stop now. We are on a roll. So if we look at the final site, we see that right under there, we have this full screen video component. When I was building this, I saw a few different luxury cologne brands with just like big, full width videos. Then this is exactly what we want to do. This is just a YouTube video that plays on loop, and that's what we're looking for. Côte Royale, beautiful. So let's go to our slice machine, and let's create a new slice inside the homepage. Go ahead, hit add, and we're gonna start from scratch. And this model is gonna be pretty short. We're just gonna call it video, and we'll create, open it up, add our screenshot, and we can bring this over. This is our last screenshot. We did the call to action. We did the fragrance list, we did the hero, we did the product feature, we did the scrolling text. Let's drop that video in, and that's fantastic. They're not actually gonna have a play button, but I just wanted to show in the thumbnail, like, hey, look, this is a video, right? It's tough to show a video within a picture. Anyway, you get it. We just need one field. It's gonna be a text field, and we're gonna call it YouTube video ID. Yes, I typed it before. So YouTube video ID, and our placeholder, we're gonna go ahead and grab it from over here. So YouTube video ID is one of the components and files things. I didn't want to, have you type lowercase e, uppercase t, and so on. So go ahead and copy that, and we're just gonna put it as a placeholder just to kind of show, hey, this is the sort of thing that you're gonna want to type in, or just that exact thing, because that's the video ID that we're using. So hit done, review changes, push it, and we're just gonna go ahead and add that right in here. And I'm gonna say video, and we will paste that in and hit save and publish. There we go. And before we continue on, you might have noticed this live editing configuration needs to be finalized. Within Prismic, we haven't really touched on it yet, but when you're adding content, you'll see the live updates as you're doing it. So let's go ahead and add this live preview, and we're just gonna grab our localhost 3000 for now. Later we'll put the production course, or sorry, the production site. So like, cote-royale.com or whatever. And it will automatically add Slice Simulator on at the end. Remember, that is that file that we edited. We put the black background on it. So go ahead, hit save, and we should start to see these show up. This one's gonna be a little funny because of the nature of a scroll thing like that. So that's never gonna really show normally, but everything else should be looking pretty good. And then that list might not fully render in because of the way that, once again, we have it working with scroll trigger. We could go and make it so that, like, if you're in Slice Simulator, then just show it, but not really worth it for the sake of this course, in my opinion at least. I see that this is loading in a little bit slow, but maybe my computer is just chugging along. Either way, we want to add that video, and we did. So we pasted it in. Okay, cool. So now we can head back, and let's reload twice, and we are getting our placeholder component. Excellent. Open up our video. It should be at the bottom. Mine has a fancy little icon just because video apparently is a recognized icon that they use, but it's not that kind of video thing. Remove your placeholder, and what we're going to do here is go and grab this YouTube iframe snippet. So copy that. Once again, I'm not going to make you type this. I didn't make me type this, right? Like this is something I copied from somewhere else. But then the slice primary YouTube video ID, just make sure yours matches up and isn't throwing any errors. And so if we go ahead and save that, let's see if that's just working out of the box. It is for the most part, right? It needs some styling around it, but we already have our YouTube video up and running. And once again, I know we skipped a little bit, but what you can see here is pointer events none. That is important so that people can't click on it to stop it. We also made sure that we have autoplay and loop equals 1 for basically true, and mute. So we have autoplay, true, mute, true, loop, true, right? So that is kind of the important part of this. That's what makes this iframe a little bit unique. So just above our iframe, let's go ahead and make an H2. And we're just going to call this Côte Royale video reel. And this is just because all sections should have a heading within them. And I'm going to say class name is going to be SR only. And let's see if it gives a description here. Yeah, so screen reader only, or SR only, essentially keeps it within the DOM, but makes it so that it's definitely not visible. So a screen reader will pick this up, but human eyes will not, right? So if we save that, we shouldn't see any change. It doesn't show up there. That's great. But we need to add some styles. Really only for now, we want to add a style to here, to our section. And we are not going bounded because bounded does what? It binds it. It bounds it and makes it less than full screen. So we want full width, so we can't use our bounded component, or we just don't want to. We could, but we're going to use BG black instead. So make that background black. That's okay. So it's overlapping because because it's an iframe and we need to put a container around it. Now what we're going to do for that is we're going to actually lazy load this and create a lazy component. It's gonna be pretty cool. So let's head and make, I think, one of our last components, lazy.tsx. And here, we're gonna start off at the top actually by saying use client, and then we'll say type lazy props is component props. And we're gonna import that from React. And we're going to say angle brackets div, and close those angle brackets, angle braces, I always forget, ampersand, curly braces, and we're going to say root margin, question mark, string. So we're going to be, I'll try that again. We are going to be using the intersection observer API. So it does very similar things to scrolltrigger, and I think scrolltrigger is actually utilizes the intersection observer API under the hood, but scrolltrigger gives us like a much easier API to work with. But for this, we just don't really need it. And it's also good just to know how to use the intersection observer API. So that's what we're going to get into. So we have this type of lazy props. Now let's go ahead and say export const lazy, just like that, equals arrow function. And in here, we're going to say, well, first we're going to type this as our lazy props. And then in here, we can say root margin. And because we did component props div, so we're getting all the potential props that a div could take and this extra one prop. So I'm going to say root margin, but then also children. And we're going to rest props. Just like that. Now let's open up our function, and we're going to use a few things from React in here. We're going to use state, we're going to use a ref, and we're going to use effect. So let's start off by just creating some state to track whether or not this element that, like this component as well as its children is in view or not. So is in view, it's going to be the first one, and set is in view will be the second item of the array. Now remember, we are destructuring what useState returns. This is going to be a value. This is going to be a function. So say useState, and the default is going to be false, right? That makes sense. Import useState from React. And now for our second line, we're going to say const ref is equal to useRef. And we're going to type that as an HTML div element and have a default of null. Or I guess an initial value, I should say. And useEffect, go ahead and import that from React as well. So we have 4 imports from React now. And we're going to call that and pass it an arrow function. And inside here, we're going to say const current ref equals ref.current. Just easier to reference that than having to do decimal each time. And say const observer is equal to new intersection observer. And yeah, that's not happy yet because we need to call it. And then we pass it a callback and a config object. So let's do that first, and then we'll dig into the intersection observer just in case you're not familiar. I hope you're not familiar because I think it teaches something new, right? So we're going to do an arrow function, and we're going to pull off entry from this. We're just going to grab that first item off of the array that the intersection observer receives. And so in this arrow function, we're going to say if entry dot is intersecting, right? So that's going to be a Boolean there. Then set is in view to true. But then after that, we're going to pass this config object. We'll say threshold. It's going to be 0. And root margin is going to be root margin, right? Because we pulled that in, so we don't have to give that a value. It will receive the value that way. So with that out of the way, and I will come back to this and explain, but I just want kind of the whole picture first. So we want to check and see if there is a current ref. Then we want to tell the observer here, because this is we created a new intersection observer, right? And what it does, if the thing is intersecting, then it does this function. It does that, right? It sets view to true. So if current ref, then we want to use this observer, and we want to observe the current ref, right? Because we created it, now we're going to use it, but return. So once this gets cleaned up, like once it's leaving the DOM, we want to have some cleanup. So you want to unobserve, so you don't have a bunch of old observers just continuing on and running processes when they don't need to. So return, and this is going to be a function that we return, an arrow function. Say if current ref, then observer dot unobserve, makes sense, current ref. So this is us observing. This is us saying, all right, cancel that, stop watching, go to sleep. And now we're going to close up this use effect and just pass it the dependency that it has, which is root margin. And here, before the end, we're going to return a very simple bit of JSX. Return, I'm going to say div ref equals ref. And we're going to do spread rest props. And inside, we're going to say is in view, question mark, then return children. Otherwise, return nothing, just return null. So I've been saying for a few minutes that I'm going to show you what the intersection observer is all about, or how it works rather, and that time is now. So there's a great guide over here at Web Dev Simplified that talks all about the intersection observer, and they have some great little interactive demos. So for this one, we'll see that as soon as one little pixel passes through, it changes to blue, and now it's essentially returning, or it's saying yes, is intersecting is now set to true. And so in our instance, that would be triggered to true, and then we don't have any way of like making it orange again in ours because we don't want it to ever disappear. But you could set it to if entry is not intersecting, and turn it on and off like they're doing here. But there are a few different parts of the config that you can tweak to get different results. So threshold, you might have a threshold of 1 here. Yeah, so this one, now that the threshold is 1, 100% of the item has to be within the viewport for it to work. For us, we have the threshold to 0 because we want this to trigger really early, but not too early. Because I don't think I said it, but the point of this lazy loading is that I don't want the video to load in and start playing if I'm still all the way up at the hero. I want it to load in and start playing maybe here, right? Without me even knowing. And then by the time I scroll, that might have even been too early, right? But I don't want this just to be playing for everyone all the time because that's unnecessary. It's going to slow the page down. It's a waste. So we definitely want to have it trigger as soon as possible. And we even want to give it what's called the root margin. So does this one have root margin? I don't think so. No, that's just a percentage. Root margin, here we go. So now we can trigger it before it even enters the viewport. There's a margin on this of 50 pixels. We're going to put a much bigger root margin on it so that it shows up almost a couple page sections ahead of time. But that's how this works, is that it's not even in the viewport yet, but it's now loaded in. And as we slide into view, it's like it was always there. So that's the point of the root margin. And this is how the intersection observer works. Now that we have our lazy component, let's go ahead and use it. Wrap your iframe in a lazy component, just like that. We're gonna give our lazy a couple of extra things, say root margin, and it's gonna be 1500 pixels, nice and big. And I'm gonna say class name is gonna be relative, overflow hidden, medium and above, I'll say aspect video, and then medium and above, I'll say height is auto. So I want it to lock into that video aspect when it's on bigger screens, but when it's smaller, I don't care if it's just taking up, like the full size of the phone. I don't want it to be a small, teeny tiny video. I want it to be still pretty big. So if we head over, let's reload, and we can do a console log to test if it's loading early. But yeah, let's see how it looks on different sizes. That's looking good. I'm going to make it pretty much a phone size, and it disappears. Yeah, so we need to add a height value for when it's on smaller screens. So we're going to say height screen. It's like that, and it should, there we go, it should show up. It's fine that it's like, clipping or whatever. I don't really mind. We're not, if you were really doing this for a big brand, you might have 2 different videos, one that loads in on mobile, but this is good enough for me, that's for sure. Now what we can do, I think we'll be able to see it in the network tab. So I'm going to go ahead and open this, go to the network tab, and we're going to reload the page, and I'm going to scroll. As we scroll, we should at a certain point see it request, video playback. There we go. So right when we got to Aqua, it's like, all right, boys, get ready. And there we go. It's already playing. So we can tell that it is working well. And yeah, that's our video component. That's lazy loading. That's the intersection observer. Easier to do than it is to say. Okay, it is time for us to build our fragrance page. As you can see, we have the bottle image that we're using. We're actually using it twice for this cool little reflection trick. We'll show you how to do that. We have all of our information that is presented really nicely. We have our little add to bag button. That's just a button that doesn't do anything, but that's fine. We have our reviews, and then we also have this you may also like thing down here, and we can click into that, and it shifts us over to the other one. So for this, we created our fragrance page type. If you go into page types, click into fragrance, we have our page snippet here that is going to take care of a good amount of the scaffolding for us, but not as much as normal, because remember, it just has this slice zone. It doesn't automatically add in these fields that we've added to our page. We're going to do that ourselves. So before we dive into that, I just want to kind of touch on how the routing works within Next.js now that we're going beyond the home page. So right now, we have our root layout at layout.tsx, and then we have our page.tsx. So the layout, as you might have noticed, has the very essentials. It's what wraps around our page. It's our HTML, our body, our main, and then we put things like nav bar and footer. Actually, make sure your footer and your nav bar are outside of your main element. That's my mistake. It should look like this. Nav bar, main, footer. Let's make sure that that didn't break anything at the top. Looks good. Yeah, so that is the semantically correct way to handle that. You don't want the header or the footer inside your main. The main is like your torso, right? Head, torso, or body. You get what I mean. Yeah, torso, footer, sure. So we create our homepage by just making a page, a file called page within the app directory at that root level, and that creates our homepage. The layout is the same thing. Once again, that wraps around everything you put inside that page. And then you can create a nested route, which is what we're about to do, with folders. So we see blog as a folder and page.js. That is going to make a route at /blog. Then if you want to get your blog posts at a URL like blog/mycoolpost and all that, for us it's going to be, fragrance/Ignis or Terra. You want to wrap that in square braces, and that's going to create a dynamic route segment. So that allows us to generate a whole bunch of pages based on whatever comes in through that. And that's going to be, as I said, fragrance/Terra, and it'll fetch all that data from Prismic, go through and create a page for each fragrance that it gets back. Now, there's a lot more that you can do. You can even nest layouts if you have like a more and more complex layout as you go into a navigation, which is more common for apps. You could do something like this, but we're not going to get into that. We are stopping pretty much at nested routes. So let's get into that. And the cool thing is, this even shows us how to do that, right? So if the route should be nested in a child directory, you can create the file in a directory like app/marketing/UID, which is what we're going to do, and page.tsx. So only thing we're going to do is change out marketing for fragrance. So I'll go ahead and copy this if you don't have it copied already. And we will go into our app directory, right click and choose new file. And we're going to do a little shortcut to create two folders at once. I'll say fragrance / square bracket UID, close square brackets, / page.tsx. Hit enter, and we have app fragrance UID page.tsx. Go ahead and paste that in. As you can see right off the bat, we're getting an error here because we deleted our meta title and meta description. The page snippet, as I said, is pretty boilerplate. Like it's really, really helpful. But if you start to deviate from what it expects as a page, it's not going to update itself. So we are going to update it. So we're going to say title because we do have that, but we want to say as text because our title is an H1, right? And so go ahead and change that and import this from Prismic Client. And for this, we're going to go ahead and wipe this out. And I'm going to say backticks, discover, and $ as text, page.data.title. And we're going to, outside of the curly braces, we're going to say the newest fragrance from Côte. I'm going to do the fancy O, Royale, Paris, period. All right, so we're making, a slightly new thing. We could pull in like the, discover Ignis, the bold and fiery, right? Like we could pull in some of our other things, but this is fine. But I only see that just to give you ideas for how you can take this project further. And right here for the title, actually, we want to go ahead and add Côte Royale onto the end of this. So let's go ahead and just say +. We'll do regular quotes, space, pipe, space. I'm going to grab Côte Royale from here, so I don't have to do the little fancy O thing again. Cool. So it should say Ignis, Côte Royale. Now, if we go up, here is our entire page function, right? Pretty slim, but that's the beauty of slice zone. But right now we're going to wipe out our slice zone because once again, we don't have any slices. And inside here, we're going to bring in our good buddy bounded like that. And I'm going to wrap around a div. Just do that for now. And on this div, we're going to say class name is going to be grid. Grid calls 1, items center, gap 10, pb 10, lg grid calls 2, and open it up there where it opens. And all I want to do for right now is just get the image to display so that we can take a look at it. So there's something to see on the page when we load it in. But we'll say relative as a div, open that up, and in here we're going to say prismic next image, close that, open up inside, and field is going to be page.data. There we go, dot bottle image. And we're going to say width is going to be 600. Same for height, so I'm going to copy it. And we want priority. Remember, that's what we did for our hero, so that it loads in first. It doesn't lazy load. I'll say class name is going to be absolute. Top 90% as a custom value. Negative scale y 100. And this, because this is the shadow, sorry, the reflection, I should say, we're going to get some craziness going in here. So create square brackets, go on inside, and we're going to create a mask so that most of this image isn't actually visible. So we'll say mask dash image colon linear dash gradient parentheses 2 underscore bottom comma RGBA parentheses 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0 4 zeros parentheses underscore 70% comma RGBA parentheses 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.15. Stay with me, we're almost there. Underscore 100%. Okay, so I know that's a lot. Basically, this creates a linear gradient to the bottom, but it starts at, it goes from being just barely visible at 100%, which is, if we look at the final version, which is here, right? So it's 15% visible there. And then it goes to 0 at 70% of the bottle. So if you kind of look at this bottle, from here, it's 15% visible. And then about here, 70% of it, that's when the gradient stops. So you can see it's this nice little fade off effect and just adds a little like as if it's on a shiny surface. And if we save that, we're going to keep going just because if we load it now, we're only going to see the shadow. Let's go ahead and just copy this because we need that same image, same almost everything. But instead of this absolute, we're just going to say relative for our class, and the rest can stay. So now if we head, I think this should work. If we head to localhost 3000 / fragrance / Ignis, let's see, does it work? Yes, we get this and we get the little shadow. We get the reflection. Awesome. So it automatically knew. If we can cover some of this. So it brings in params and it pulls UID off of params. And where's UID coming from? Well, we specified UID in this folder. So it says, hey, whatever parameter is here, whatever that word is, assign that to a variable called UID. So it goes, okay, cool. Here's your UID. And then we create our client. We tell Prismic, hey, I want to get a document by UID. I know it's going to be a fragrance. And here's the UID. It's Ignis. And it returns it, and then we can query the data off. Well, not query, just pull the data off of that. We already queried for it here. And if we check up top, Ignis, Côte Royale, right? So our metadata is working there. Now let's add a couple more classes to this div with class name relative. We'll say margin bottom 14, flex, justify center, and padding bottom 10. Save that. We don't have a big change, that's fine. We're going to be adding a lot of things, and by the end of it, it'll all look good and make sense. Underneath that div, so split these divs, right? And in here, let's just put a little comment and say product info section, just so we know what this is going to be. And we can start a div by saying text white, open this, and then inside we're going to create an H1 with font display. MB4 and let's say border B. I don't like to chain too many. It can get a little overwhelming. But then let's come back and let's add a couple more classes. Border neutral 700. Padding bottom 2, text 4XL, medium and above, we'll say text 5XL. And inside here, we're going to go Prismic text, import that from Prismic React. Field is going to be page.data.title, and the fallback is just going to be fragrance, just in case we don't have something there for the title. Ignis, looking great. And we have this little border at the bottom. You see that's what this border B and border neutral is doing there. It gives a little line across. Now under our H1, let's create a div with space Y6. And the rest of the stuff is going to go inside here. Everything here, I think everything, just about everything. It's going to go inside there, and then this will be its own section, actually its own component that we will create soon. So inside space Y6, create a paragraph tag, a P tag, and we'll say text MD and font semi-bold. And inside that, we're going to say my favorite phrase, eau de parfum spray. Excellent. And beyond that, we'll say Prismic rich text. So we're going to bring in our description. So we'll say field is page.data.description. And let's just save that and see how this is looking. It's looking great. Wait, there we go. Still looking really good. Beyond that, we'll say fragrance attributes. Pull that component in that we made earlier. And it's yelling at us because it needs a couple of things. It needs a mood, and that mood is going to be page.data.mood. And it needs a scent profile. Oh, nope. There we go. Scent profile, which is going to be page.data.scentProfile. And last, let's give it a class name of MT4, margin top 4. So we're going to give it a little more space. Where did it go? Oh, it's right here. I don't know why I changed the page. So there we go. Does it even need margin top 4? Let's see. No, it doesn't. Yeah. Get rid of margin top 4. It's unnecessary because of the space Y6 right here. It's already doing the job. Beyond fragrance attributes, underneath that, let's go and we'll say p.mt10 .text 3xl .font light. Only reason I love Emmet for this, but it doesn't. We don't get the autocomplete that Tailwind provides us. So I do this like only a little bit to get our class started, and then I like to rely on Tailwind to help me finish with autocomplete. And inside here, we're going to use curly braces and say format price and import that from utils formatters. And we're going to say page.data.price. See what that looks like. And there we go. There's our price coming in, looking really cool because of the font light and the bigger size. And here we're just going to use a regular button. We're not going to use our button link because this in practice wouldn't be a link. It would be an actual button that like fires some JavaScript. It doesn't route the user. So we want to make sure that we're using it correctly. So we're going to just create a button. And inside that button, we're going to say add to bag. But let's style this button. It's going to say width full, BG white, padding Y3, font medium, text black, uppercase, transition, not transition shadow, just transition, and hover is BG neutral 200. I'm not sure we touched on the hover thing here. So this is what is going to apply when you are hovering over this element, right? So that's what this hover modifier does, in case you were curious. And then there we go. We have a little bit of a transition. Do we have a duration here? No, we don't. Duration, let's go 200, just so it doesn't instantly change. There we go. It's a little bit better, a little nicer. And last, we need an item, or sorry, we need like a flex row for this here. So let's get our reviews handled. Underneath your button, gonna say .flex and .items center. Open this up and continue to style. Let's say gap 4, border T, border neutral 700. So now we're putting the border at the top, and we'll say padding top 6. And then inside, we're going to create just an A tag. We could use a link if this was actually going somewhere, but we're just use a regular A tag to href hash there, and we'll say 763 total reviews. But you can, change the number as you wish. Let's style this. We'll say hover text neutral 300. And then underneath that anchor tag, we're going to say div class name. Give me flex. You can close this div. And in here, we want to map over 4 of these stars right here, and then a 5th one, right? So we need to display 4 filled in stars, 4 white stars, and 1 gray star, essentially, right? So to do that easily, normally we'd pull in real data for this, but I didn't want to go and like add a review thing to Prismic and pull that all in. This would normally come from Shopify or some third-party site or just another database, because Prismic is not an e-commerce platform by itself. It's more for maintaining your content. So here we're going to say ... array, and then 4 inside there to create an array with 4 items. And we'll say .map. Make sure that you are putting, so it's close parentheses, square bracket, close, and then .map on that array there. And then we're going to pass this an arrow function, and with an implicit return, so 2 parentheses there. Here, we don't want the first item. We don't really care what it is. It's not, doesn't exist, but we do want the index. So just grab, we'll say index, because we've been doing that throughout the project, so let's keep it consistent. Now we're going to say hi star, and it's going to come from hi2, React icons hi2. Make sure, you can delete this slice zone at the top just to make sure that we don't get nailed for it. By TypeScript components, get rid of that. But yeah, hi star, React icons 2, and I'll move this around in a little bit. I'm not going to do it right now. Cool. So hi star is going to get a class name of or size 5, and text white, and close that up. And outside of that, we're going to say, I'm going to copy this over. I'm going to create one more and say text white /50. So if we save that, that looks good. Our issue is we aren't using a key. We're not giving this a key. So we need to give this a key of index. Here we go. Now it's happy. And now we have our 4-star review. That many total reviews, 763. And we just have one thing that we need to do to match it against the final thing, and that's to add some padding at the top of bounded. Because we don't normally need this with how we're using bounded as a slice container, essentially. But here we do. So class name is going to be py10. And that should shift it down, and we're looking great. That is pixel for pixel. Love it. So now we need that other part you may also like, so that we can link to our different fragrances. So let's create this component. So to do that, we're going to create a new component in our components directory. We're going to call this other fragrances.tsx. And we'll start by typing it. Type is going to be other fragrances props equals curly braces, and we just need one prop here. It'll be current fragrance UID, and that's going to be a string. And so the way this is going to work is we're going to pass it the current UID. So like this received Ignis. And so then we just return every bottle that isn't Ignis. And if this was, a real site with lots of different items, you would still essentially do it the same way, most likely, where you would say, hey, I have this product. What are some similar products, right? So the props will probably be pretty similar, but just we have a very simple mechanism of, okay, send back everything but Ignis. So now let's say export const other fragrances is equal to async, because we're going to be making a call here. And we're going to make an arrow function. And inside here, let's go ahead and just break off our, first we're going to type it so we get autocomplete. So other fragrances props. And then in here, we'll say current fragrance UID. There we go. That's always faster. And then here at the top, we're going to import our client. So we'll say const client equals create client from @prismic.io. You're used to it by now. And const all fragrances equals await client dot get all by type. Right there. And we're going to just get all of the fragrances. Fragrance. Now we get to filter out the current fragrance. So we'll say const other fragrances equals all fragrances, and make sure you have it lowercase o, otherwise you're gonna get yelled at. All fragrances dot filter, and we're going to pass this an arrow function where we get fragrance, and then arrow, and don't put any kind of brackets or parentheses. We're just going to return fragrance.uid is not equal to current fragrance UID. I did too many equal signs. So let me show this. So we are returning true if the fragrance that we're looking at right now, as we filter through all the fragrances, is not the same as the current fragrance UID. So we will only receive back true if it is something other than Ignis, right? So Terra and Aqua both get put into the other fragrances array. Now let's return that the JSX. Return, say .container. It's the only place we're actually using the built-in container from Tailwind. And you can see once we create it, the styles that it has, right? It's got just a few little helpers here for like max width. That's about it. But we'll say MX auto and PX4 for the other styles on this. Open this up a little more. And we'll have an H2 at the top with font display. And inside we're going to say you may also like, and style it a little bit more, say MB8, text 3XL, and text white. And on medium screens and above, text 4XL. I'm going to save, and then underneath the H2, let's go ahead and map over our other fragrances. But first, we're going to wrap it in a UL for an unordered list. And we'll give that UL a grid. So open that up and add a couple more styles here. We'll say grid cols 1, gap is 6, SM grid cols 2, LG grid cols 3, although we'll never need that, but it's still, we're kind of building it for that. And XLB, we'll keep that off. We'll say grid cols 4, but we don't need it. Now, inside our unordered list, let's use curly braces and say other fragrances.map, and then pass this an arrow function that implicitly returns. Oh, make sure it's an arrow. There we go. And we'll say fragrance. And then in here, open it up, and we're going to say LI, and then let's give this a key. It's going to be fragrance.id. And then right in there, we're going to use a Prismic next link. And we'll pass it the document of fragrance. And class name is going to be group. And you're going, wait, what? Group? Group, Alex? Really? What is that? I'll show you in just a second. So let's create a div here that is going to wrap around our image. We'll say .relative. Open that. And then let's go ahead and continue styling it. Let's say aspect square. Width is full. Transition is transform. There we go. It's looking for it in the autocomplete. Duration is 500. And group hover, group hyphen hover, colon, scale 105. So if you've ever wondered, how do you make it so that if you hover over something with the parent, something happens to the child, right? Like how does this child know that the whole parent is being hovered? That's how the group class is used within Tailwind. So we put group here saying, hey, if this gets hovered on, or sorry, like pay attention to this, and then within it, we can say, okay, if group hover, scale 105, and we can do it to other elements in here. We can do it to a child of a child of a child. It doesn't really matter. It's just the most recent parent that has group on it. We're gonna reference that. So now inside here, let's do prismic next link. Oh, sorry, next image. There we go. And field is going to be fragrance.data.bottle image. And width is going to be 600. And height is going to be 600. And class name is going to be height auto and width full. Close that up. And now that we have something actually to show, let's go ahead and import this all the way at the bottom here, just inside bounded. So we'll say other fragrances, and current is going to be UID. Close that up. And I'm just noticing here, we are missing, let me go back to this. So we have 4.4 out of 5. We have no number there. So let's real quick. So we have the high star, right? Then we have a div. Right after that div, put a span, and inside put 4.4/5 or whatever number you want. But if you change it to like 2.4, this won't make sense anymore. So keep it at a 4 or change that. Your call. But now we have 4.4 out of 5, and we have you may also like, and check it out. It already works. It's already linking us off to those bottles. So pretty cool, but we want to add a little bit more detail. We want to refine this a little more. I think the smaller bottles look better. These are pretty big. So let's head back to our other fragrances. But it's funny, I think I just realized that the reason why these are bigger is because we didn't go with my gut in the beginning, or didn't go with what I planned, which is up here on the grid one, go XL grid cols 4. And then it shrinks it down because it's expecting 4 items there. So I prefer that. If you want to keep it the way it was, that's fine. But I think that the way that we have it now is a little bit better. Breaks it down a little bit nicer. And then, we'll handle this stacking issue. But overall, yeah, I prefer the small bottles. So underneath our div that wraps around our image, open that up in between Prismic Next link and that div. Sorry, I meant Prismic Next. Oh yeah, no, I was right. Ignore me, but also don't. So now we're doing the div for the content. So we'll say .mt8 and open that. Continue to style it with space Y1, just a little bit of space between each item, and then text white. Inside that div, we'll say h3.font display .text 2xl. And we'll say Prismic text. Make sure you import that. Yep. And field is going to be fragrance.data.title. Save this. Let's see how that's looking. Looking great. Underneath that H3, do a p tag with .text sm. And we'll say eau de parfum. I think that might be our last eau de parfum. pour out a little cologne for me. I'm a little sad. I'm nostalgic. We'll say text neutral 400. And yeah, there we go. Eau de parfum. And last, we'll say p dot text base and font light. And in here, we're going to do our format price. Import that and fragrance dot data dot price. Save, and there we go. Very, very cool. And we're specifying the eau de parfum because, you know, theoretically, or not theoretically, my plan for this is that Côte Royale is, you know, like a Gucci or a Prada or just some kind of brand like that, where they're not just selling 3 bottles of cologne. So this could be like a watch or, you know, I don't know, a handbag or something. I guess for guys, it'd be like a wallet. I don't know, but that's the idea. But yeah, our very, very simple recommendation engine is now working. And yeah, that looks great. All right, folks, we're in the home stretch now. We need to hit our nav bar. We need to create a settings custom type to handle certain things about, well, the nav bar for one. We need to set up our menu and everything. We need to add some view transitions so that when you go from page to page, it has this like smooth little ooh, ah, right? And then we need to deploy our site to GitHub and set up some things like content previews and other things within Prismic, but there's not much more. So first thing is first, let's go into Slice Machine, head to custom types, and we're going to create our first custom type. It's going to be a single type, and right here it says global nav settings footer. Yeah, we're going to be creating essentially a global nav and settings custom type. It's going to handle kind of both those things. So single type, and we're just going to call it settings. Hit enter. And you can see that in custom types, slices are off by default. It's because custom types aren't pages, right? And slices are really designed for pages. They are page sections. You can bring slices into this, but it's you know, it's not what it's made for. So let's go ahead and add a new field. We'll add a text field, and we're going to call this site title, like that. Add another text field. We'll call this meta description. Then we'll add an image and call this fallback OG image. So that if a page, if we don't add an OG image to a page, then we will fall back to this one. Very handy thing to have that every website should have, honestly. Don't make your editors add OG images every single page, and if they don't, they get, you know, penalized and the link looks bad and everything. That's on you to make sure that there's always like fallback content there. And last, we're going to create our navigation. So we're going to create a link, and we'll just say navigation link. And we're going to allow display text, allow target blank, and make this link repeatable. That's the key right there. It allows editors to create lists of links, and that's what we need here, right? We need this menu essentially. Boom. So let's go ahead and create that. Done. Don't add variants. We don't need any. You could, and have like, you know, the CTA here of like sign up or whatever, be like a different color or just like a highlight. I like that pattern. We don't really have one of those here because we kind of, you know, just products. But if this was like a SaaS, like sign up might be like in white just to make it stand out. Okay, done. And now we don't need to add this to any pages, just to be clear. Custom types and page types are kind of on the same level, hierarchically speaking. So you don't add a custom type to a page type. It's just its own thing. So review the changes, push those up. And if we go into Côte Royale course, we should see settings as a singleton. There we go. Click that. And site title will say Côte Royale. You're used to that by now. And then meta description, I actually put it over here under the YouTube video ID, meta content. You can grab it from that, or I think I also have it somewhere in here. Yeah, so either way you want to grab it, I made it easy, I hope. And then fallback OG image, we're going to use this one with the couple in the background, all dark and moody and whatnot. There you go. And for our navigation link, we can add a few of these. I'm gonna add 3 more. If you come back to do the second part of this course where we build the quiz, you will have that 5th link and you will get to build this. And just as a little teaser, you go through and oh, ocean, yeah, that's totally me. That's the scent that I like. A late night swim under the stars, yeah, that's also me. Kind of timeless and effortlessly cool. I'm never trying too hard. And yeah, I adapt and flow. I'm never rigid, always ahead of the curve. So what cologne should I get? Ooh, aqua. And then it kind of blurs in, comes from being like a little bit dark, and yeah, nice little effect. So we learn how to build that whole quiz, learn how to do those animations, those transitions, and get this personalized recommendation. You can retake the quiz. So this is a fun part of the course. Make sure you come back next week. But if it's already been a week, then just click around and find it. Yeah, it'll be on the screen or at least in the description for sure. So with that said, let's go ahead and start adding these links. We'll say home and then Ignis, Terra, and Aqua. And go ahead and choose link type. Each of these are going to be a link to Prismic page. And we're going to say homepage for the first one, obviously, just match them up. Ignis to Ignis, Terra to Terra, and Aqua to Aqua. Once again, you can move these around. I don't really mind what order you put them in. The brand, if this was like a real brand thing, that might matter. And change Côte Royale up here to settings. And there we go. That should be everything. But now we want to publish. Make sure you hit publish. And now we can reference this information back in our project. The site title might seem kind of redundant, but this is good just in case. Well, it's good for a lot of reasons. If you want to kind of template your site a little bit more so that you can pick up some of those components and reuse them elsewhere, that's really handy. So that if you happen to land another cologne client and want to reuse that quiz, you get to kind of just use the variable and not have Côte Royale like hard coded into a whole bunch of different things. So that's good practice in general. And then these other things kind of talked about, and obviously the menu makes sense as to why we need that. Now let's put that information to use. So let's go ahead and open up our layout. And in here, we see that we have this export const metadata, and it's as a type metadata. And it's just hard coded, right? Title, create next app, description created by create next app. And that is the static metadata. And that's how you go about that. But what if we want dynamic metadata? Well, good news. We can do that just like this. Pretty much the same thing. We need to return an object of metadata, but in this one, we are returning a promise that eventually resolves to metadata. So let's go into our layout and let's just get rid of this whole thing. And we will make a little space. We'll say export async function generate metadata, and we're going to type that as a promise. Sorry, not type it as a promise. Type that it will return a promise that resolves to metadata. And we should already have that metadata imported from Next. So just double check on that. And then that function is going to have inside it us calling for the client. So const client equals create client from @prismic.io. Sorry, from @/prismic.io, just making sure. And then we'll say const settings equals await client.get single, and we'll say settings. Awesome. And then we're going to return that object. So we'll say return object, and we need to return the title, and that's going to be settings.data.site title. And then we'll return the description, and that will be settings.data.meta description. And here, if you'd like, right, I think it's a good practice to kind of give backup, but it does go against what I said earlier of like, well, you can, make it portable, but I do think that putting something here like discover the exquisite collection of luxury fragrances by Côte Royale, Paris. And you can do the same thing here, so that if this doesn't show up, we'll say pipe, or which means or. We'll say Côte Royale, Paris. Right. Oh, I never typed the COTE. There we go. Côte Royale. Just as a fallback, right? But you don't want to hard code this, mainly because then your editors can't change it in Prismic, and that's really what you want to free them up to do. And we'll say open graph, because now we want to return that OG image. So we'll say images, and this takes an array. But first we'll check to see if this image is filled in, because we have a fallback for our fallback OG image, which we put in our public directory. It's just this Côte Royale OG image.png. So worst comes to worst, we're still getting an OG image, even if no one has touched Prismic and put anything in there. So we'll say is filled and dot image, and we'll say settings dot data dot fallback question mark. So if that's filled, then we want to return it within an array. So array settings dot data dot fallback dot URL, because that's the fallback OG image is still an object that has a few things on it. Otherwise, we're going to return an array with a string that says /OG-image.png, like that. So if we save that, now it's important to say this layout is like the absolute fallback, right? So if we have metadata in the page, that is going to supersede layout. If we have metadata, or in this page, right? Any of these pages, the metadata will take precedence. But if there's no title here, which there pretty much always will be to some degree, it falls back to the layout. But even here, let's go ahead and say const settings equals, and I'm in the fragrance UID page right now. Settings equals await client dot get single and settings. And so with this, we can now say, instead of Côte Royale here, we'll just have the space pipe space plus settings.data.title. Is it site title? Yeah. So now that will be our title up there. Now if we can go to one of our pages, let's go find Ignis. How can we get there? Right here. Let's go discover. Cool. So we have our Côte Royale that's coming from that settings part. Awesome. So this part isn't as like flashy, it doesn't do as much, but as your site grows, key aspects like this are really necessary. And I didn't want to, push you out into the world building great websites without knowing these like fundamentals that really make or break a site. Okay, now let's get to our nav bar. We did it early on, but then we kind of left it with this menu and these icons placeholders. We want to take it to this so that it has the buttons. These are going to be fake little buttons, but we're going to put those in anyway. And we're going to add our little menu on the side. So have this here, and then in your code, open up the navbar.tsx. And instead of menu here, let's go ahead and bring in high bars 3 from hi2. If we just save that, we already get the little hamburger icon. We're going to say size is 24, and we want to put a couple more styles on our button here. So we'll say cursor, pointer, text white, transition, colors, duration 300, and hover is BG white /20. So if we go back, we see it got bigger, and we have this nice little hover effect, and it still doesn't do anything, but it's already styled to. Now let's add our icons over here, but instead of just dropping them right here, I'm going to actually make a separate component above, just for the sake of clarity. So we'll say const nav icons equals, and we'll make a little arrow function, but with an implicit return, so 2 parentheses. And inside here, we'll say class name equals, just empty quotes, and tab index. You'll see why we need that. It's a little accessibility feature. And we're going to type this as nav icons props. So let's create that type. Type nav icons props. You might be able to guess. This is going to be class name. And that will be optional. This will be a string. And then tab index, also optional, and that's going to be a number. Now let's open up this parenthesis here, and we'll put a div inside. And on that div, we'll say class name. And that's going to not be a string, but instead open up curly braces and say clsx, import it. And we're going to say, in quotes, flex, items, center, gap 8. And then, of course, we're going to pass it class name. Make sure you get the capitals right, because I did not. There we go. And inside there, we're just going to be using the next link. So we'll say link, and yep, from next/link. And this will be href equals, if I can type, well, hashtag, and class name is going to be text white. Actually, we can put text white. Let's keep it here. I'm not sure if it'll work up above, but it should. Let's say aria label is going to be search, and tab index will be tab index, like that. And in here, we're going to say hi magnifying glass, and it'll be size 24. And if we save that, let's grab nav icons and bring it to where we have icons here. Paste that in. Oh, sorry, you don't just put the word nav icons. That doesn't work. You have to actually call it as a component. So it's my first day in React. Nav icons slash, and close that up. There we go. We have our first little icon. Now we can copy, where is it? This link 2 more times. And we're just going to change a couple of the things. We'll change search to account. And we'll change the high magnifying glass to high user. And well, let's change search in the third one to cart. And this will be high shopping bag. Save it and check it out. We have our 3 icons looking great. So I promised you that I would explain the tab index thing, and I will now. So tab index controls whether elements can be focused with the keyboard tab key. A tab index of 0 means, yeah, include this in the normal tab order, while a tab index of -1 means this cannot be focused with tab key navigation. So when the mobile menu is closed, we don't want keyboard users to be able to tab into links that they can't see. But when the menu is open, we want those links to be accessible, right? So that is why we are doing this like dynamic tab index, and why these can all share the same tab index, because they're all going to be turned off or on at the same time. Yeah, just for good accessibility, if an element isn't visible, it should also not be accessible via keyboard navigation. Okay, so now we want to make this thing open and close. We want to make it interactive, so we're going to use a little bit of state. So up at the top, we need to first say use state. Use client. We're gonna say use state, but at the top we want to make this a client component. And then down here in our Navbar component, we're going to say const square brackets is drawer open, and comma set is drawer open equals use state. And we're going to say false as our default. Import use state from React. And to handle that, we're going to create a little toggle drawer function. So const toggle drawer equals, I'm going to make an arrow function that just says set is drawer open to the opposite of is drawer open. So if it's true, we're going to set it to false, right? You get the concept of toggling. Now on our button, we're going to say on click, it's going to be toggle drawer. And we're also going to say aria label is going to be menu. All right. That's not going to do anything just yet because nothing else is listening to toggle drawer, but we can get our first piece of this going. So down at the bottom, between the header and that last closing div, let's go ahead and make a new div. This is going to be for our little blur overlay. So in case you haven't seen or noticed it, when we click this, we get this nice little blur overlay to help you focus here, and it goes away and unblurs when you do that. So all we really need here is a div. Let's say div, div, and it's going to auto close that, or self close, I should say. And we'll say class name is going to be curly braces. We'll say clsx parentheses. Now we can open that up a little bit because we'll have a few things in here. And we're going to say nav drawer blur. That's a little custom class that we are not going to animate with. We're almost going to like anti-animate with, and it'll make more sense in a little bit, but we have to give it a class for something with the view transitions in a little bit. But then we'll say fixed inset 0 z40 bg black /40 opacity 0 transition all and duration 500. And then hit a comma after that string. We'll say is drawer open, question mark. If so, we want to give it pointer events auto and opacity 100% and backdrop blur extra small. And that's what creates that little effect. And so because we have transition all, we're going to be for half of a second animating between not having any blur and going from opacity 0 to opacity of 100. But notice that even when we're at opacity 100, our background is still going to have an opacity of 40. So it's never going to be a solid like black div. And if that isn't the case, if drawer is not open, then we want to return pointer events none. Pointer events none and backdrop blur none, just like that. And after our class name, make sure we say onClick, toggle drawer, because we want, if you click off of it, if you click here, we want to close that drawer. So that's why we're doing that. And aria hidden is true. In other words, we don't want this to be at all visible to screen readers. Like they don't have to worry about this, right? So we can save that. And now I think if we click there, yep, we get our little blur. And if we click on it, it'll close our blur thing. So looking pretty nifty. That's fun. And now between header and that div, create some more space. And this is where we're going to put our slide out drawer. So we'll say div class name is going to be another open curly braces. We need to do a little clsx magic in here. So clsx parentheses nav drawer fixed top 0 left 0 z50 because we want it to be above that blur layer. H full width is going to be 72 bg neutral 900. There we go. I got to it eventually. P is going to be 6 for padding and transition transform. And last duration 500. Now hit a comma after that quote and we will, oh, I broke it somehow on my end. How did I do that? Oh, we just never closed it. That's why. So we're going to need to open this up. So don't self-close this div. But after duration 500, we want is drawer open, right? Question mark. If so, translate x0 so that it moves into place. Otherwise, translate x full. And I actually messed up. Negative translate x full. All right, now if we just kind of put something in here saying, hey, will that work? Let's find out. There we go. Hey, awesome. Click off, click in. Hey, more websites should say hi to their users. Why don't we do that anymore? All right, so inside here, so we're not done with this outer div. We're going to say role is dialog. That's an accessibility feature. So we'll say aria modal is drawer open, right? So is this a modal is going to be true or false. And then aria label, aria label is going to be mobile navigation. Or I guess not mobile navigation, just let's say main navigation, because that's really more of what it is. And then, no, because we have that in a little bit. I might just comment that out. Yeah, let's just get rid of that for now. Because we have our nav in a little bit and we will be using an aria label on that. So inside here, we're going to first say .flex.mb6 and then justify end, open that div up, and we'll put a button in here with class of P2, padding 2, or Paddington 2, because it's a fantastic movie, but it's not what we're actually doing here, but I should focus. So inside this button, we'll say hi, X mark from hi2, and size is going to be 24 again. Close that. And let's just see that coming through. Yep, there's our X. Doesn't do anything yet because we didn't give it an on click. So in that button, let's finish styling it. We'll say text white, transition colors, duration 300, hover BG white, and /10. And on that, we want to say on click is toggle drawer, and open up a little bit, have a little bit more to go. We'll say aria label. It's going to be close menu. And the tab index, we talked about this before, is drawer open? Question mark? If so, then 0, which means you can tab to this. Otherwise, no, this cannot be tabbed to. Save this and let's test it. Open it up, close it down. Open it up, close it down. And I was wondering about the position. I have a typo here. You hopefully don't. But margin bottom 6, justify end, and flex are 3 different classes. And once we fix that, there we go. It goes to where we want it over on that side. Now to get to our nav, right in here we have header and then div, and then right here, open this up. All right, open that up right there. Nav, and create one of those, and we'll say class name is space y4, and then aria label is going to be main navigation. And then here is where we want to call for our settings, where we want to put our links from our settings. But guess what? We haven't imported our settings just yet. And we can't call for them like we normally do because this is a client component. So we want to call for them in our layout and then pass them through. To do that, let's go ahead and type this first. Type Navbar props, like that. And just need one thing in here, one prop, say settings, and that's going to be a content. Import that from prismic.io/client.settings document. And then in here, we're going to use curly braces and then type this as Navbar props and settings, like that. There we go. So now in our layout, we see that Navbar is not happy. It expects some settings as a prop, and that's what we're going to give it. So above the return, we're going to say const client equals create client. Actually, you could, I think we call for it right here. So grab this, const client, const settings, grab it right there. And yep, we need to change this layout. into an export default async function. Perfect. And then in here, Navbar, we'll say settings equals settings. Save that. And Navbar is now happy. And settings is not yet being used. But if we come down to this nav, open up our nav here, we'll say settings dot data dot navigation link dot map. Just remember, the navigation link is repeatable. And we're going to pass this an arrow function that implicitly returns. And we'll say link inside for what we get, and then open it to return a prismic next link. There we go. And field is going to be link. On click, we're going to pass this an arrow function, and we're going to say set is drawer open false. Now, why are we doing it this way rather than using the toggle? Because we never want to toggle this to be true. We assume that it's always going to be, because the drawer is currently the only way that you can get at this, but just to be explicit within this link, I think was a little bit safer. So we'll say key, because we are mapping, remember. Key is going to be link.key. It's something that Prismic gives us to utilize, because they know that with a repeatable link, we are mapping over it. I'm just going to close this link so it stops yelling at me. And after key, we'll say class name is block border bottom, and then border white /10. So very, very faint white line. Padding Y is 2, text XL, font semi-bold, tracking wide, text white, uppercase, and hover is going to be text gray 300. And last, we're going to say tab index is equal to is drawer open, question mark 0, otherwise -1. Save this and open this up. We see home, we see Ignis, we see Aqua, and we see Terra. And you should at the bottom also see the proper link. So if you click on it, it should take you to the right place. And then while we're still inside our nav, just outside of our map here, we want to say .pt4 and md hidden. Open that, and then in here we're going to say nav icons. From above, class name is going to be justify around, and tab index once again will be is drawer open, question mark 0, otherwise -1. So these are the nav icons that are going to be inside the drawer if our screen is small enough. So I'll show you how this looks. So if we open that, and then going to slide and shrink this to there, and we need to get it so that these disappear at that point and that they only show up in here. So let's do that now. Find that first nav icons. Where are they? Here we go. Nav icons right there. Class name is going to be hidden. So on small screens, it's hidden. And then medium and up is display flex. Now, if we test it, we should see no icons, and they should pretty much like swap places. There it is. Perfect. All right. Okay, we need to fix our logo image. So around line 68, come up to this. First off, I mixed these up. So MD, there we go. Medium and above, width 44. That's why my thing was so small. Now it's much better. I was wondering for a while, why is that so tiny compared to the other one, right? Now we're talking. And within this div, around the image, we need to put a link. So we'll say link. I think we already imported that. And it's going to be href. It's going to be just /. And we're going to bring that down to wrap around our image. And now that should bring us back home. And it does. Fantastic. And just like that, we have a working nav bar. But I really don't like the, that felt rough when we jumped from page to page. I don't like that. I want to use view transitions to kind of smooth that out. I like the way this feels a lot better. Ooh, that's nice, right? That just feels so much nicer. Let's work on that now. So while we're not using this, there is an upcoming native way to use the view transition API within Next.js by just passing a little config for view transition true. But as it says right here, it is experimental and it's subject to change, so it's not recommended for production. And I'm not putting it in this tutorial because this could change tomorrow, and all of a sudden, rather than doing something, you are having to type something else. The API changes, and unfortunately, this course is now broken, right? So to future-proof it a little bit better, I just want to make you aware of this. Say, hey, this is coming down the pipe. Maybe in the next course, we will be using this. Who knows? But for now, we can use this excellent package by shooting. It's right here under animation, Next.js view transitions. Open this, and this is a great little library that is handling our transitions for us. You can see the demo. Go to /demo, watch the word demo, and it shifts over to here. And you saw like a nice little fade. So we can keep elements and move them around from page to page, and also have custom animations. So we go back, and then here's the custom transition. Watch like things slide out to the left. Shoo, really nice, right? So we can do a lot with this. It's a very simple demo, and we're not going to do anything crazy, but the little bit that we do is going to really pay off. Now it shows here npm install next view transitions. Now the only thing we need to keep in mind here is that this package is only built to officially support React 18. It's not updated for React 19 yet, but it works just fine with React 19. So what we're going to have to do, just so that our install both locally and when we go to build is not breaking on us, we're going to go to the root of our project. I'm going to close all these folders. And at the root, I'm going to create a new file called .npmrc. And inside here, we're going to say legacy -peer deps true, just like that. Go ahead and save that. And if you've ever had to install something with legacy peer deps, or just to force that install so that it doesn't say, hey, the dependencies are all messed up, this just makes it so that we don't have to add that flag. It's just going to fall back to this if it hits a dependencies issue. When we push this with our code, it's going to do the same thing on Netlify and build, and it's going to work out just fine. So make sure this is added to the root of your project. And now let's go ahead and install in your terminal, go npm install next view transitions, like that. And it should be good. You should see it in your package.json next view. Yep. So I'm on 0.3.4. And you can see it's going to work alongside React 19, and I'm on Next.js 15.3.1. So if you look at the instructions, it says wrap your content with the view transitions component inside the layout file. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's open our layout file, and around the HTML, we're going to say view transitions with an S, and import that from next view transitions. Close that and pull it down so that it wraps your entire thing. That should now be the parent element there. And then back in the directions, it says, then use the link component for links that need to trigger a view transition. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to import a link from next view transitions. But in order to handle this, we're going to do something kind of special, because we need to handle not only like regular links, like what it's expecting, right? Because it's expecting to be a substitute for Next's link component, but we also need it to be a substitute for Prismic next link. So we are going to be expecting a link field to come in, or a Prismic document to come in, or just a string like this to come in. So we've got to handle like 3 options. So we're going to create a new component, and we're going to swap everything out that we use for this transition link component. So in components, go ahead and create a new file, and we'll call this transition link.tsx. Hit enter, and we'll start by typing, say export type, and we'll say transition link props equals, open the curly braces, and we'll say children are optional, because sometimes the link itself, like the field, has it baked in, so we won't always have a child to be the link label. But children will be a React.React node, and we have class name. That's also optional. That's going to be a string, as always. On click, that's optional. And that's going to be like an arrow function like this, and we'll say void. That's what it's going to return, just nothing. And tab index. We've talked about this before, also optional, and that's a number. But we are not done, because this is just stuff that is only applies to this specific link, but we also need to combine it with, so we're going to use a little ampersand and then parentheses, and open these parentheses here. And we're going to have a pipe, because this is going to be a union. We're going to have this or this or this, but not this and this and this, right? So inside here, we're going to say curly braces, we'll say field, and that one is not optional. So we'll say link field, import that from Prismic client, and or null, right? Because even if we are passing a field to this, Prismic could give us back just null. So that's the option there. And then we'll say document, so make sure you put a semicolon, document, optional, and this is never. And then href, also optional, and this is also never. And what this means is that if we get a field, then these two cannot be there. So it'll throw an error if we try to pass a field and a document, or a field and an href. We need one or the other or the other. Okay, now copy that 2 more times. And basically what we need to do now is create the instance where we have a document and never an href and never a field. And then where we have an href and never a document, never a field. So for field on the second line, we're going to make that optional and say never, and get rid of the null, the or null part. And then for document, that is no longer optional. And it's a little bit tricky, but this is now a Prismic document. Like that, import it from Prismic client, or null. Like we said before, it could come back as nothing. And then the href can stay the way it is. It's optional and a type never. And now, actually, you know what? Let's copy. No, oh yeah, let's just keep going. So same thing, you can copy the field part over here and paste it there. So field is optional and never. Document is also optional and never. And then href is not optional, so remove the question mark, and this is just gonna be a string. Okay, double check that yours looks like mine. We should have, just going down the fields, field is not optional, link field, optional never, sorry, link field and null, sorry, or null. Ooh. Yeah, I would just kind of look it over. It's tough to read it back, or like I don't think that's gonna be as productive. So make sure that this is looking good, and you'll find out throughout as we swap this out for our regular links or our Prismic Next links, if it's a little bit funky, because it'll yell at you, trust me. We're going to say export const transition link, and that's going to equal an arrow function. And inside here, we are going to type this as transition link props. And in here, let's pull off field, document. We're going to just shorthand that as doc, href, children, class name, on click, and tab index. And we're going to open up our function there. And inside at the top, we're going to say const URL equals href. And if href is either null or undefined, Then we're going to return as link, import that from Prismic client, field, and if that is either null or undefined, we will give the as link doc. So let's talk about this. URL is going to be a string. It's what we are going to pass to our link component that we're going to get from the next link, next view transitions. Right, we're going to pass it a URL, and if href is here, href is a string. So cool, let's just give that to it. We know that that is what we're working with. If not, if that's either null or undefined, cool, let's return as link. And what do we pass to as link, which is a Prismic function that goes and figures out what the path is. We're going to pass it the field. Unless the field is null or undefined, then we're going to pass it the doc. It has to be the doc at that point because we've made sure of it here. That it has to be one of those three, but only one of those three. So that's how that little bit of logic works. But if we don't get that, we're going to say if no URL, console.warn, and we'll say transition link, no URL found. That would just be for like our purposes if we're building and we're finding that. So return null. But otherwise, return, and we're going to say link. Be careful where you import from, not next link for this one, next view transitions. So do that, and go ahead and close that. Make sure you open it up and have something inside. We're going to have field $.text. So if that is there, if that's available, great. We're going to return the field's text. We're going to use that same trick, the nullish coalescing operator. So if that is null or undefined, we will return children. Because both href and document will need children inside, but the field can carry its own text. Now for our link here, we're going to say href equals URL, like that. And class name is going to be class name. I'm passing a lot of this just through. On click, it's going to be on click. And tab index is going to be tab index. All right, so if we save that, we can actually swap this out for any Prismic link or next link that we are using. So let's go into our button link component. We have this Prismic next link here. Let's just see if we can swap it out one for one. So let's say transition link. Yep, we can do it like that, but we want to actually import it from @/components. There we go. But transition link is not happy. And that's because we still have the Prismic next link props as the props that it is expecting, but we are exporting transition link props from this transition link component. So go ahead and do the same thing here and paste that in. And now transition link's like, okay, we're good. We're good. And get rid of your Prismic IO next import there and save that. And now I think, let's test it out. I think we can get, let's go find a button on the home page. So that won't transition yet. Does shop now link us anywhere? Not yet. Let's go to our, these. I think these should link us and kind of have some kind of transition to them. That did. It wasn't that thrilling, but it did actually have a little bit of like a fade rather than a hard snap. So it is working. Let's add some styles so that it actually has a cool transition. One of the ways we can do that is by going to our components and files here in our resources, and you see globals.css for view transitions. So grab this, and we'll talk about it once it's in our code. Go to globals CSS, and underneath your glow background, paste that in, and let's take a look at what we have here. So we have a couple of keyframes, both fade in and fade out. Pretty standard from opacity 0 to opacity 1. Transform going to go from translate, the item is down on the y-axis, so it goes from down to up above, scales a little bit. Fade out kind of does the reverse. And then we assign it to view transition old. That's the old page that we're kind of getting rid of. And view transition new, which is obviously the new page that is coming in. So that's going to fade in and that's going to fade out. And then we have these here, Nav Bar, footer, and we're going to have to add a couple more things in here so that they persist, so that as we're transitioning things, they don't transition to like a second nav bar. It's going to look weird if we aren't holding on to these between transitions. You'll see what I mean. So save that, and we should be able to go back and click through, and we should see, yeah, there we go. I saw a transition. I hope my screen recording is picking it up, but there was a nice little transition there. We can also go ahead and swap it out on this page. So let's open up our, what's the name of that component? Let's see in our components. It is other fragrances. So we should have a Prismic Next link here. Get rid of it. Do transition link like that. And make sure when you do that, come up and get rid of this import, because TypeScript will break on its build if you're importing things and not using them. It's very strict. It's trying to make you write the best code possible. So make sure that when you take it out, you also remove it from your imports. Now, if we click here, oh, we broke it. Or at least mine broke because I have transition link like that. Mine didn't like autocomplete at the bottom. So that was my issue. Hopefully you didn't have that same issue. Terra, there we go. So we see a little bit of that. That's looking pretty good. Nice. We're not seeing it here yet because we still have the same kind of link. So we'll go ahead to our nav bar, and we have a regular link. We want to swap that out for a transition link. Nope, we don't want it from /transition link. I recommend always changing it, even though it's a little bit silly. But this way you can move this component anywhere else, and it'll still have that as the way that you're importing it. And that, like when your imports break because they are relative, it's just a pain in the butt. So let's see, do we have any more Prismic Next links in here? We do. Search through and find any Prismic Next links. I'm just going to kind of do a full find and replace sort of thing. That's transition link. That, get rid of that, and my nav bar should be set. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. But see, we had some jank here where that like kind of fades into the back. I don't love that. That's not the way I want it to be, especially because it like this ducks behind the bar real quick, right? I don't love that. But our logo here should be working, and it does. That's great. While we're here, let's change this button at the home page so that it actually goes somewhere, right? So if you have any of these homepage buttons, just change it to like Ignis or something. I'll go Aqua, actually. I've done a lot of Ignis stuff. Let's just scroll through. Fragrance is Ignis. Cool, that should work. And we've got those. Take the quiz homepage. That's fine, right? We don't have the quiz just yet. But that's good. Go ahead and hit save and publish. And now we reload this twice. We should have a shop now button that takes us. I'll maybe reload it one more time. Maybe it didn't publish in time. So there we go. Aqua. Nice. And take it back. Awesome. The animations are really working for me here. So we need to do a couple of things to make it so that these don't transition all funky. So in our Navbar component, we already have Navbar. That's good. And I think that's what's in our global CSS. Cool. Navbar and footer are taken care of, but we also want to have our little blur thing. Where is it? Here's our blur. So let's add nav drawer blur to our globals.css. All right. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to put it underneath Navbar. So I'm going to say .nav drawer blur. Oh, I can't talk anymore. It's the end of the course. We're almost there. I'm going to say view transition name. And I'm just going to use the same thing again, nav drawer blur. And what view transition name does is it just keeps, it tells the view transition API that this is consistent. Don't delete this and don't bring a new one in of this. This from one view to the next, keep an eye out. If you see this, if you see this name in the next layout also, transition this to that spot. So what I actually did in the original draft of this was I had these bottles shift up into their spot and like shift down on transition, but it got really kind of like trippy. Like it was like, oh, it was just doing too much for what this website should be, but it's a cool effect. So like if I click Aqua, it wouldn't do this. It would have actually shifted and grown up while the other bottle shrinks down and goes to that spot. Once again, cool, but just over the top for a kind of like an e-commerce page. But I'm just kind of explaining what this can do, similar to the demo word that we saw over here, right? Go to demo, same thing. So yeah, this should keep the nav drawer blur from being replaced with another one of itself, essentially. But we also want the nav drawer itself. So I'm just going to copy this nav drawer blur and get rid of the word blur. And now we are set. So now we should see the nav drawer transition a little bit more smoothly. Let's see. I'm going to reload just in case. And Ignis, yeah, see how it didn't like fade to the back? It stayed around and it just transitioned out like it should. So that's a much better result. This feels a lot more consistent. It keeps with the rest of the page. It feels more like a single page app than a regular website now, right? So let's look through our project for Prismic Next link just to see, are there any other spots? Nope, we can get rid of that. I must have commented that out a while ago. And get rid of that import. We have a couple empty imports inside the hero that I never cleaned out. If you do too, make sure you grab those. And I have an import here as well. So no, we have no more Prismic Next links around. So that's good. But do we have any regular Next links? Next/link, search your repository for it. And in the footer, we have one, let's see, in nav link. Yeah, here we go. So Côte Royale home, transition link. Go ahead and import that. And we don't need to swap it out here. We can even just use like an anchor tag, just an A. That works just fine. I'm actually going to go ahead and do that because it's not linking to anything. And if that is gray, it's not yet. Where else are we using it? Man, I don't know why it wants to import from that wrong spot. Components. Hopefully it's working for you because it's not for me. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Down here. And we want the actual transition link for this one. All right. Save that. And then this can go away. And we have one more in the nav bar. Where is it? I'm going to search this page for link right that. Okay. So it's another href to hash. Let's just nix it. And there we go. Is that all of them? That's all of them. So now get rid of your next link import. If we can get rid of imports, that's always going to be better, right? We don't want extra JavaScript imports. So now let's, oh, I want to save changes. Yeah, I do. I'm sure I made some good changes there. Now with just a little bit of code here. And I almost forgot. With the, if we see that they prefer reduced motion, then we have it happen so that the animation duration is super fast and it happens just instantly. So now our website is wired up with view transitions inside Next.js and it's looking real slick. This is going to impress a lot of people. Okay, so now what I want to do is get our site live. I want to deploy our code to GitHub so that they can version control and store our code. And then I want to point Netlify to our GitHub repository and say, hey, take that code and push it live, deploy it, and we've got our site then. So If you don't have a GitHub account or a Netlify account, go ahead and make one. They're both free. We're going to be using everything free with them. They're free plans, all that stuff. So just sign up for both of those. So back in our repository, we can go ahead and open up our terminal, or you can use the built-in features. You can initialize the repository this way, or from the terminal, go git init, and that will initialize an empty Git repository. We see here that we have 67 items that we want to commit to our repository. We'll say git add period, or you can just go ahead and push the plus sign there. Either way will work. I'll walk you through both. I prefer the little GUI here, but I want to make sure that you know how to do both. Now they are added. See how they are, they are staged, and we could remove them like this or add them back. So they do the same thing. And then we'll say git commit m, and then I'll say initial commit, just like that. Make sure it's in quotes, or you can just type initial commit here and hit commit. Your call. But once we do that, this should pick up on it and say, yep, it's committed. Now head over to GitHub and log in, and you'll see a little plus sign up here, create new. Go ahead and click that and hit new repository. And we don't need a template or anything. I'm going to call this repository name Côte-royale tutorial or course. You can call yours just Côte Royale, whatever you need to. And description, I'm going to leave alone. I'm going to keep this public so y'all can see it. You can make yours private if you'd like, but I recommend public. Get feedback that way. You can show potential employers or friends or whatever the code that you wrote. And the rest we can just leave as is. Create repository. And we are going to push an existing repository from the command line. Essentially, we did a few of these steps, but we don't need a README or anything like that. So go ahead and copy this, and we're going to go back to our terminal. We're going to paste that in, hit enter, and mine was pushed. Yours should be pushed as well. If you need to log in, then GitHub should walk you through that. But we can reload the page, and we see we have our Côte Royale course, and everything has been committed 5 minutes ago, and we are up and running on GitHub. So this is all we need to do here for GitHub. This is set. Next, we're going to head to netlify.com. Go ahead and click login once you've signed up. And we're going to say here, add new site and import an existing project. You might have to connect GitHub to your Netlify if it's a new account for you. So go ahead and click that and connect it if it's asking for it. And then I'm going to search our repos for Côte Royale course. And I might need to add the dashes. So if that happens for you, interesting. Yep, there we go. Côte Royale course needs the dashes, very specific search. So I'm going to put it on my own team, Trost Codes, site name, Côte Royale. Come on, keep typing. Côte Royale course. There we go. It just needed to be all one word, except spaces, but then it breaks. And then build settings, we're just going to keep everything standard. This should all work just fine. And yeah, go ahead and deploy Côte Royale course, but yours will be named something different because once again, this is going to tie to a unique name. So site name is available. You can be like Côte Royale, like Andy or something like that. Awesome. So deploy Côte Royale course, and this should take about a minute. I'm going to pause the recording and I'll see you on the other side. But there's a good chance this might fail, and we'll see why. Okay, well, I lied. That went off without a hitch. And the reason why I said it's probably going to fail is because I said earlier that TypeScript will really ding you if you forget to remove an import, or if you say like, const my name equals this, and you never use that variable. Like, there are a lot of reasons why our build would fail. And I was going to use it as a way to kind of show you how to just go fix it and then push it back up again. So if you have any failing, if your build failed, you can go ahead in and open this building part. It should say like, oh, nope, no good. And look in here and see if it says a specific file and where you are importing something that you didn't use. Like you might have missed one of those next links or the Prismic next links. And just look in there, remove it, commit that, and push it back up to GitHub. Netlify will automatically know that that was pushed to GitHub, and it will rebuild and try again. So sorry, we did too good of a job tracking down all those little things. So it's pretty funny. But now it worked. So let's go to cote-royale-course.netlify.app. And here we go. This is our live site. We can go shop now, and it loads real quick. We are live, and this is working so well. Congratulations, you got the course. You got the course website up. We have all these neat animations and transitions and everything. This is really slick. I hope you are loving it. All right, one of the very last things I want to do is make sure we have live previews set up for our Prismic content. So I went to the documentation, Prismic docs, came right back here to using Next.js with Prismic. And over here, we have live previews in the page builder, set up live previewing. So content writers can preview content live while editing in the page builder. Each slice in a page is shown in a live updating thumbnail. We're going to make sure that that is working with the new URL that we have so that it's not just living off of our local host, but also I want to set up previewing draft content. So this is what we're going to set up first right now. Slice Machine Init performs most of the setup for you during project setup. However, there are a few steps to complete manually. Setup previews in Next.js. So what we need to do, pretty much all we need to do right now is just include Prismic preview in our layout file. So make sure you are here, like come to Prismic docs and then click preview draft content, setup previews in Next.js, and grab these 2 lines of code. And we're going to go to our layout. And we're going to import those at the top. I'm going to shift some stuff around here. Let's say Prismic stuff, CSS stuff, components. Those are going to go down. Oh, I thought I grabbed them both. And yeah, that's looking better. Like I said, framework stuff, Prismic, or just, other library stuff, and then our stuff. Then we're going to scroll down, and just inside the HTML, we're going to say Prismic preview, and it's expecting a repository name, and we're going to pass it repository name because we are importing that from, where is it? Repository name from @prismic.io. So if we open that, we see that one of the things we are exporting is an import from our local slice machine config file. So export const repository name, it's pulling off of an env or the repository name. And that's what we are importing there. And that's really all we have to do. The next step says to enable auto previews with your Prismic client. That's one of the things that we touched on already, that the create client that comes with the boilerplate already calls that function. And then create an API preview endpoint. Yep. Guess what? In our app/API, we already have a preview endpoint. It's pretty simple. All it does is redirects to preview URL. It's all handled for us. And it's using our local create client. And then we have to add an API exit preview endpoint, which we also already have. And that just uses exit preview, which is handled for us already. Like, it's 5 lines of code and it's handling previews. It's just really cool. But while we're in here, I want to show you how we're going to be updating the content from Prismic. So this revalidate route here is also very small, but this is what we're going to be hitting. We're going to be hitting oururl.com or whatever /revalidate. oururl.com/API/revalidate. And that is going to tell Next.js, hey, anything tagged Prismic, go revalidate that, check on it, request it again, and update that content. And so because we call everything with the tag of Prismic, it's going to know exactly, we don't call everything. Everything from Prismic, we tag with Prismic. So it's going to know, okay, I'm going to go update that stuff specifically. But next, we're going to set up previews in Prismic. So this one we have to do. Navigate to your Prismic repository, go to Settings, Preview. So we're going to do that. Côte Royale course, going to go back, down here in settings, and then we're going to go to previews. You can ignore this whole part because we are using the Next.js version of this basically. And here we're going to input some values. I'll say production. Oh, didn't mean to shout. And then for your domain, I don't know yours, but mine is cote-royale-course.netlify.app. Okay, so go grab your Netlify URL. And I think we should remove that front slash, I believe. And then here we're going to say /API/preview, like we talked about. And I'm going to say create my preview. Great. Now, let's head to our documents. Let's go to our home page. And let's say effortless elegance. I think we're really excited about it. And I'll save that. And then instead of publish, we're going to preview the page. And I'm going to select production. It's going to open a new tab. And it should show us just how excited we are about effortless elegance. Nice. And then if I go, yeah, I don't really like that, honestly. I want to go back. Actually, I made a bit of a mistake here. We need to get the little Prismic preview here that helps us exit this. Otherwise, we are stuck with this cookie until we like clear it manually. So let's go ahead, and I think we just need to push our work from layout. Indeed, we do. So I'm just going to say add Prismic preview. Going to say yes, I'm going to commit that and sync those changes up. And then we can see that in GitHub, there we go, just updated source. And then over here in Netlify, I should see, let's see, deploys. Yep, starting up. So that should all happen automatically once you push up to GitHub. So I'll see in a minute. Let's see if that works. Okay, it was just published. So now hopefully we should be able to reload our page. And there we go. Shows us what page we're on. And we can even ask for a shareable link. But right now, I just want to get out of here so that we don't have the effortless elegance exclamation marks. But if we want to change it to question mark, effortless elegance, right? We go ahead, preview the page, production, and that should cook us back into it. There you go. What? Effortless elegance. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. Hit the X, and then that's funny because it's in a fade component. It was like, all right, whoops, I'm out. But yeah, so your users would never see that, but that's just, part of the preview aspect. But you might have noticed one thing. We have this error here. That's because if we go up here to the three dots and click live preview settings, we can see that we're still looking at localhost, and I shut down my localhost. And so I'm going to copy my Netlify URL and I'm going to paste that in there, and it should automatically add the slice simulator at the end. If it doesn't, you type that out and hit save. And then these should reload. And there we go. We've got that looking better. Awesome. So we can hit publish once I get rid of those. And we are set. So now the last thing we have to do to actually have this update for real, not just a preview, but update for realsies, is to go into settings, and we want to go to webhooks. And back here on the docs, I'm going to show you how to find this later so you don't have to remember. At deploy, right, we already did our Netlify deploy, and then handle content changes. We need to create a webhook, and we can name it something like display published content. That works. And what we're going to do is put in the URL as plus API revalidate, and then we'll set up our triggers. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to first copy my API URL, or sorry, my website URL again. Name of the webhook is update displayed content. URL, see how it says my domain / my hook. I'm going to say cote-royale-course.netlify.app/API/revalidate. And then secret, just leave that blank. That's not important for this. And uncheck everything but a document is published. And we're going to say add this webhook. Now, every time we publish a document, it is going to ping that revalidate, and it'll say, okay, let's go revalidate everything that comes from Prismic. So let's do this ourselves. I'm going to go to the home page, and I'm going to say special quiet luxury, And at the end, I'm going to say, it's so cool. And I'll hit save, and I will hit publish. And I'm not going to pause the video or anything like that. Let's see how quickly we can actually get this live on the site as an actual rebuild, so to speak. So hit publish. It's published. Go to Côte Royale, reload. And there it is, literally like a second. So that's how fast your website can update with the Next.js app router, with using Prismic, with all this tech together. It's so cool. All right, so I'll get rid of that, return it to its natural beauty. And we'll publish again, reload this page. And there it is. That, once again, this is not as a preview feature. I know there's a token up here, but that is not what's happening. It is just updating that fast. Now that your site is live, another thing we want to do is I want to be able to see this site. I want you to be able to share it with the community. And a great way to do that is to use GitHub's topics. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to grab your URL right here, not this one, but yours, right? And go to your GitHub repository. I'm recording this a little bit in the future, but go ahead and click this gear icon right here. And description, you can put whatever you want there. You can describe the course, describe the project that you've created. For the website, go ahead and paste what we just grabbed. And for topics, go ahead and say cote-royale-prismic. And it should come up just like that as something that you can select. And now what will happen once you save those changes, we will be querying for that topic and showing off your website right here on the course resources page, as well as eventually, I'm hoping, back on the actual courses page, somewhere around here to show off, all the people that have created courses and have succeeded. We see a lot of them on GitHub, but they don't have a way of announcing themselves. So we are going to be starting using this topic. So make sure you add cote-royale-prismic as well as your URL so I can check it out. I would love to see it. So that's it. Like, you are set up with a website that has previews, that has slice previews, that updates dang near instantly, that has these awesome animations, has these sweet view transitions. I don't know what more you can ask for at this point. Except maybe a quiz. You might want a quiz. And so check out that other video, that next video, where we are going to add a slick little quiz onto this already awesome animated website. And I think we're gonna have a lot of fun in the quiz course. I hope to see you there. It's been a blast working with you on this. Thank you so much for your time and for putting all that effort in. I hope you're really proud of what you've done. Thank you so much for taking the course. I hope you had a great time building this with me. If you want to keep going, the next course creates an interactive quiz that fits right into the site we just built and makes the entire thing feel a lot more real. Honestly, the quiz is one of my favorite parts, and I really hope you check it out. And if you publish your version of the site, be sure to add the GitHub topic cote-royale-prismic so that it shows up on the course resources page, and that's so I can check it out. And as always, like, subscribe, share this video with friends. It really helps out the channel and allows me to keep creating these website courses for you. So thank you so much. I'll catch you next time.